Gundam Gomari rushed towards the Holy Witch hunting machine, holding the battle anchors in both hands. Gundam Astaroth let go of the rifle with his left hand, pulled out the shotgun, and fired at the Holy Witch hunting machine. The Holy Witch hunter dodged the shotgun attack, put the short knife in his left hand back to his waist, and held the handle of the knife in both hands to resist the battle anchor. Gundam Gomari's thrusters were fully opened, and the Holy Witch hunting machine was forced to retreat. Maris watched the battle of his colleagues, and he wrote some instructions on the instrument. The special energy transmission mechanism of Gundam Astaroth guided the special equipment Y nanolayered sword to transmit Ahab particles, and the sword body produced Y nanolayered reaction. During the battle, Pamu Juba saw the changes produced by Gundam Astaroth's Y nanolaminated sword and activated the time-limited special ability, Ultra-High Frequency Shock, function of the single-edged sword. The ultra-high frequency vibration function of the single-edged knife was activated, and Mao Sheila discovered something. When colliding with the opponent's rush weapon, the sparks were stronger than before. Gundam Gomari's wrist machine gun fired, and the witch hunting machine held a knife in both hands and directly split the fired bullet in half. Gundam Astaroth rushed towards the Holy Witch hunting machine with the Y nanolayered sword and slashed at the Holy Witch hunting machine with one sword. The moment the single-edged knife and the Y nanolayered sword collided, not only sparks but also orange-red pyrotechnic particles. What material is this Gundam sword made of? And what is that function? Mao Sheila originally wanted to fire the wrist machine gun, but just ran out of bullets, so he could only use the remaining combat anchor. Gundam Gomari joins the fray. The witch hunter will retreat at the right time, try to keep a distance from the two Gundams, attack one of them first, and if the other Gundam supports it, it will immediately push away. In the case of fighting alone, Pamshuba is confident that he can kill anyone, but now it is a 2-on-1 situation, which puts him at a disadvantage. Anton looked at Maris and Mao Sheila who were fighting in the distance, and said, "Call Hu Shifeng to attack." "Yes, Captain." Lieutenant Hu Shifeng, a boy in his 20s and 2 meters tall with a bulky crew cut, after receiving the order, sat in the Gundam Gushin deep reforged form to attack. When the single-edged knife of the witch hunting machine blocked the Y nanolayer sword of Gundam Astaroth, Gundam Gomari arrived at the same time. The witch hunting machine didn't have time to back away, but Gundam Gomari's battle anchor slashed over, and the witch hunting machine drew out the dagger on its back with its left hand to block the battle anchor. But the powerful slash of the battle anchor caused the Holy Witch Hunter to fall straight down. Hateful. The Holy Witch hunting machine directly hit a pile of wreckage. Gundam Astaroth and Gundam Gomari pursued at the same time. The witch hunting machine immediately made a somersault, kicking the wreckage towards the two Gundams. Pamu Juba took a look at the instrument and found that the left hand of the Holy Witch hunting machine suffered some damage, and the sensing and coordination were somewhat unbalanced. Pamu Juba pondered whether to turn on the boost function. If he couldn't kill one of the Gundams, the Holy Witch Hunter would only have 80% of its original performance in a few minutes, and he would be in a very dangerous situation by then. Rat Hunter found some live ammunition firearms in the wreckage, put the short knife in his left hand back on his waist, picked up a 110mm cannon rifle, and shot at Gundam Astaroth. Gundam Gomari continued to rush towards the Holy Witch hunting machine. The Holy Witch hunting machine did not fight recklessly at all, dodging the attacks of the battle anchor one after another. When Gundam Gomari made a big move, the witch hunting machine immediately went around to the back and prepared to cut off Gundam Gomari's waist. Gundam Astaroth just came to the rescue at this time, and the Holy Witch Hunter immediately made a somersault and circled behind Gundam Astaroth. The Holy Witch hunting machine slashed down with a single blow. "Not good," Pamu Juba exclaimed. Gundam Astaroth turned around, and when the Y nanolaminated sword in his right hand collided with the single-edged knife, violent sparks erupted, and the middle end of the single-edged knife was cut off. It turned out that the UHF shock function of the single-edged knife had just expired and was directly cut off by the Y nanolayered sword. The Holy Witch Hunter backed away with the broken knife in his hand. Gundam Astaroth bit him, and Gundam Gomari also pursued. Pamu Juba suddenly sensed that there was a great crisis on the left side. 4 sparks struck towards the Holy Witch hunting machine, and the Holy Witch hunting machine dodged immediately. "I'm going," Here comes another Gundam, and it has 4 hands. Pamu Juba felt annoyed that he couldn't vent. For 110mm rifles of the Gundam Guzan Deep Reforged type attacked the witch-hunting holy machine, and the 4 110mm rifles fired continuously. FCK, I can't stand 1 dozen or 2, but I can't stand 1 or 3. Don't fight. The holy witch-hunting machine immediately issued a retreat signal. The rear fleet found the retreat signal of the regiment leader and also sent out the retreat signal. Palma Juba just confessed and fled. The night-hunting royal knights immediately withdrew from the battlefield, but Tekkadan did not pursue, but stayed to clean up the battlefield. Maris looked for the broken part of the single-edged knife. Mao Shila also looked for it, wondering what material the knife was made of. After the special function was turned on, the parts where the battle anchors collided with each other cracked. In the end, Maris found the broken part and brought it back to the mothership. Anton looked at the current report. In terms of live ammunition weapons currently used by Tekkadan, in addition to general live ammunition, there are also blasting type, cannon type, drill type, and so on. The battle damage ratio with the opponent reaches 1 to 5, mainly due to the nanolayer armor and the great immunity to the light beam. The night-hunting royal knights do not have some powerful live ammunition or physical weapons. Maris stepped out of the cockpit, stretched his waist, and ordered the logistics team to not only repair the Gundam Astaroth, but also check what material the broken blade was made of. After Mao Shila walked out of her cockpit, her expression was a little annoyed. In this battle, she had to join hands with the deputy commander to barely suppress the opponent, which made her feel annoyed and annoyed. Seeing Mao Shila's displeased expression, Maris said, "Captain, don't feel so upset. Our opponent is probably the head of that night order. If we can defeat each other alone, then the leader of that night order will be defeated. The leader's evaluation ability is too low, or the strength of each night leader is too bad." Hu Shifeng followed up and said, "I joined your battle for a short time, but judging from that guy's operation skills, I am afraid that only our regiment leader can kill him." Mao Shila rolled her eyes and left the scene. Hu Shifeng said, "She looks pretty, but she is so angry." Maris shrugged. At this time, a non-commissioned officer came to report to Melis, and the regimental commander wanted to see him. "Captain, are you looking for me?" Anton didn't speak and handed the document in his hand to Melis. After reading the document, Maris said, "The command wants all troops outside the boundary of the 3rd point to return to the 12th branch base. It seems that a big war is coming. The upcoming battle will be very fierce, and we don't know if there will be any companions who can sit down and drink with us after the battle is over." "Leader, don't say that. We must be the victors. I also have confidence in our Tianyi mercenary group, but we have to go all out. The Dion army is already fighting us with the determination to die in a decisive battle. Then let them come and go." All the troops of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps who fought outside the boundaries of the 3rd point returned to the 12th branch base. The home media war reporters outside the 3rd location took pictures of the troops of the Dion army, which had gathered to the size of 3 large armies, each with an average of 6 army-level fleets. The troops gathered in the 12th branch base also have the size of 18 army-level fleets. However, there are still troops from the Tianyi mercenary group going to the 12th branch base. The troops currently mobilized by the Tianyi Mercenary Corps are all transferred from the mother base and sub-base in the Colonial Circle to the 12th sub-base. As for the sub-bases in the Earth Circle, they have not mobilized any troops to the 12th sub-base. Some military experts also speculated that the Tianyi Mercenary Group's move was to hold back. Once the Tianyi Mercenary Corps and the Dion Army were to lose both sides, the sub-base of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps would mobilize troops to guard against certain countries' adverse effects on the Tianyi Mercenary Corps' mother base and Longfei. On the other side, the Martian Circle has not mobilized troops to go to the 3 armies where Fades is located. The 3 armies, Fades Royal bestowed the code name, Decisive Battle. The Tianyi Mercenary Group called the troops gathered in the 12th base as Killing. The decisive battle between the 2 sides is almost imminent. Fardis will fight Long Fei because Long Fei is his biggest obstacle. Long Fei also couldn't accept Fardis's new humanism and his discrimination and harm to ordinary human beings. A battle between the 2, in fact, many experts have analyzed that it will happen sooner or later. Many experts have analyzed that if Long Fei wins, the new humanism of the Dian Kingdom will stop. If Long Fei loses, the Dian royal army will break through every colonial satellite, and ordinary humans will have nothing to do. Dignity and will be trampled on inhumanely. Gao Wei discovered after a long period of interviews in different locations that not all members of the Tianyi mercenary corps wore Spartan uniforms. Generally, members of the MS troop wear MS driving suits, and of course they also have more advanced internal circulation air functions and good bulletproof functions. The MS driving suit is about 300,000 yuan in Earth currency. If the Spartan suit does not include other accessories and weapons, the price of the Spartan suit is at least 30 million Earth currency. There is a price difference between the two, almost 100 times or so. The Spartan battle uniform is only equipped by the ground troops and MS elite troops, and the Spartan battle suit Type 2 is given to the ground special forces, MS special forces, and MS ace pilots. The price of Spartan battle suit Type 2 is about 3 times that of Spartan battle suit. Gao Wei did not photograph the Tianyi mercenary group, other equipment, their training place, etc. Many experts have analyzed that the quality of the Tianyi mercenary group's equipment, training venues, etc. is higher than that of those superpowers. Many people who watched Gao Wei's live video were surprised that Long Fei and his wife often had meals with Tianyi mercenaries, including those generals, school officials, etc. All ate the food made by the cooking class together. It seems that in the interviews with the ministers of the two empires, the fact that Long Fei and the mercenaries often eat together is true. Moreover, Gao Wei learned from various interviews that if Long Fei was not too busy, he would eat in the cafeteria with his wife. If it is too busy, his wife Tao Xiang will cook the meal herself, send it to Long Fei's office, and have dinner with Long Fei. Although all the members are eating from big pots, Gao Wei said that the equipment and food-making machines in the cooking class are very delicious. Then, there is the ration of the Tianyi mercenary group. Gao Wei tried it, and said that the taste is not as good as the dishes made by the cooking team, but now he is full and the intake is rich in nutrition. Today, Gao Wei continued to live broadcast live with his team. Everyone, we are already on the overpass of the large square of the 12th sub-base of the Tianyi mercenary corps. As you can see, the Tianyi mercenary corps has already mobilized many elite troops and assembled in the main square. We also saw many generals on stage at the front. Furthermore, in the front of the gathering place, there are also the 8 direct troops of Chairman Long Fei, the Shadow Mad Dogs, the Dire Hounds, the Cross Vanguard, the Sword and Shield troops, the Bloodthirsty Wolf Squad, the Angels of Doom, and Taihua Regiment and Mobile Ghost in the Shell team. Now the screen is connected to the camera of the drone above our front. Oh my God, the heads of the 8 directly subordinate units are all on the scene. There are a row of special Gundams standing on both sides of the podium, and each model has an extraordinary momentum. Now we switch the screen to outer space. There are many warships, and even a lot of transport ships. The entire camera captures a bunch of warships. Many people are watching the live broadcast of Tianyin Media, and the leaders of various countries are also watching the live broadcast. Because the next big war will affect the direction of human civilization. Su Jingyun was at her husband's house, sitting on the sofa in the living room, watching the live broadcast with her husband Sidu Jun, the head of the Sidu family and important members. Su Jingyun looked at the various weapons captured on the live broadcast, and Su Jingyun understood that Long Fei had come up with more advanced technology. Sidu Jun's expression was a bit gloomy, especially when Long Fei was photographed. His eyes flashed coldly. Although his beloved woman had already got her man, she couldn't get her heart. In Su Jingyun's heart, she very much hoped that Long Fei would win. Not only that Long Fei could protect the existing civilization and ordinary human beings, but also that his beloved man would win. Then the screen switched to Long Fei standing on the podium and giving a speech. My dear brave warriors, although our Tianyi mercenary group is a private armed company, even if the Dian Empire declared war on the entire world, it has nothing to do with us, and we can stay out of it, but they just came to challenge us. More importantly, their neo-humanism has caused disaster for many people. Like I used to say, whether it's a new human, an adjusted human, or an ordinary human, everyone's blood is red. There is no distinction between them. Everyone eats the same food. everyone will get sick, and they will be happy too. I admit that the new humans do have some special abilities, but they also give birth to some gifted children just like ordinary humans. Faldus thinks that ordinary humans are barbaric, unable to understand each other, and often fight each other. Isn't that the case with new humans? He and I can see each other's views, but we don't agree with each other. I don't agree with him. New humanism like racism. For me, ordinary people, adjusted people, and new human beings are all equal. No one is superior to anyone else. If you want to have a high status in society, you must rely on your own ability fight for. In my heart, only relying on one's own ability, and fighting for it with both hands, is the real fairness and equality. I don't agree with the kind of special status that can be obtained by relying on being a new human being. So I disagree with him. Fatus Royal Conquest to challenge our Tiani mercenary group. His real purpose is to defeat me, because I am his biggest stumbling block. As long as he defeats me, his so-called new humanism will start to spread throughout the world. Do you hope to see the new humanism cause ordinary people and new human beings to adjust the gap between people? Do you hope that in the future, your friends and relatives will not be able to sit together for a drink and talk because of your different identities? Is this kind of life the life you want? Do you want this kind of life? With the last sentence, Long Fei raised his voice. I don't want it. All the Tiani mercenaries at the scene shouted in unison. We are all equal. We are all equal. The new humanism like Fadis will only create a gap between us humans and cause harm to human civilization, and it will cause gaps and mutual harm between new humans and ordinary people. We cannot let such a world, such life befalls us and our posterity. Everyone, now I invite a new human soldier from the former Dion army to come up and tell her what happened. Nayli walked up to the stage slowly. Long Fei backed away and made a gesture of please. Everyone, I'm Nayli, an officer of the Dion army. Now I'm a member of the Tiani mercenary group. Why did I join the Tiani mercenary group? Let me tell you about my experience. I once had a beloved husband, but he was an ordinary human being. In the Dion Empire, new human women cannot fall in love with ordinary human men, let alone get married. Before I married my husband, I was in Dion Huang was secretly fell in love with him. Nayli told her story. Many people at the scene, including those watching the live broadcast, felt aggrieved by what happened to Nali. Everyone, I joined the Tiani mercenary group. I admit that I have a selfish desire to avenge my husband, but I also have a greater expectation to defeat the Dion Empire. I hope that there will be no other people like me in the future. Encounter. Lieutenant Nayli is not alone in what happened to her. When many former Dion army newcomers gave up their nationality and started a new life with their beloved ones, the Dion army did not let them go. Some couples died in their hands. Even one dead body and 2 lives, brothers and sisters. I believe that one of your husband and wife is also a new human adjuster or an ordinary person. Married to the above 2. If the Dion Empire wins, they will definitely break up all the marriages between ordinary humans and new humans or adjustment humans. Do you hope that such a day will happen to you? Are you willing to separate from your loved ones? I don't want to. I don't want to. X infinity. If the kingdom of Dion wins, maybe your other half will be sentenced to slavery. Maybe you will see him, her, being caught as a coolie in the wilderness, or you will see him, her, being bought as slaves and driven by slave owners at will. Do you want your loved ones to suffer such pain? I don't want it. I don't want it. X infinity. In this battle, we must defeat the kingdom of Dion. Down with Dion Empire. X infinity. This battle is also what we must protect our families, our loved ones, and our world. The kingdom of Dion wants to destroy our world, so we have to let them come and go. There is no back and forth. There is no back and forth. X infinity. Would you like to fight side by side with me? Willing. The leaders of various countries watched the live broadcast and Long Fei's motivational speech. The battle between the Tiani mercenary corps and the Dion army is about to come. What they hope most is that both sides can lose both sides. Then they can benefit from the 2 sides' advanced technologies. This is their most desired result. The least expected result is a big victory for Dion's army. Then at least none of the countries in the entire colonial circle can resist Dion's army. Even the United Army, provided that the Earth sphere does not join, is also unable to resist. Acceptable, but not expected to come true. The result is a tie between the Tianyi mercenary corps or the Dian army. No one suffered much loss, and both sides retreated. In the end, there is another acceptable result. That is, the Tianyi mercenary group won a big victory, and the Dian army was defeated and retreated to the Martian Circle. The Colonial Circle will form the final coalition of forces to take down the retreating Dian Empire and seize all advanced technology. On the other side, Fardis gave a motivational speech at about the same time, saying that the Dian army's decisive battle group army must win the next battle. Fardis and Long Fei also felt each other's position, and they also felt that they must defeat each other. In the future war, many experts commented that it was a battle between representatives of two new human beings, and the two new human beings fought because they did not agree with each other's views. If Fardis wins, it will be a disaster for ordinary humans. If Long Fei wins, it will be a new human adjuster and ordinary humans can get along with each other. Gao Wide led the team to conduct a live broadcast, and Long Fei's motivational speech was also a military parade for the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. The purpose of the military parade is to raise the morale of all the combat colleagues of the Tianyi Mercenary Group to the highest point. After all this is over, there will be a reward meeting before the war, rewarding the mercenaries who are going to go to the battlefield tomorrow, whether it is on a battleship in outer space or in a base, countless food and wine, non-alcoholic, soda drinks, and so on. There is also a performing arts troupe on site. There are many cooking classes barbecue on site. Countless mercenaries at the scene were eating and drinking, and many mercenaries drank wine bottles while dancing their hometown dances for entertainment. This live broadcast made many people see that the morale of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps was high, and they didn't have the slightest worry or fear because of tomorrow's big battle. At the scene, many Tianyi mercenaries were filmed singing their military songs, and there were countless people shouting to fight. Kill the enemy. Hola! Kill their asses. Let them know that our Tianyi mercenary group is invincible. The camera also captured a lot of Tianyi mercenaries eating meat and drinking heavily. Gao Wide led his team to report while filming. The morale of the Tianyi mercenaries is very high, and some generals even danced with the soldiers. Gao Wide led his team towards Long Fei's position. Tao Xiang took Long Fei's right arm and talked and laughed with her husband, Li Jiaming, and the generals. When Gao Wide wanted to approach the interview, he was stopped by members of the Sword and Shield Force. "Can you accommodate me and let me enter the interview?" Gao Wide asked with a polite smile. The Sword and Shield members shook their heads. "Then can you ask your superiors?" Sword and Shield members use headsets to ask their superiors. At this time, Salamanda walked up to Long Fei's ear and asked if he would let his old classmate, the reporter, in. "Let him in." Gao Wide led the team to Long Fei and his wife. "Chairman Long Fei, we meet again. I'm here to ask you some questions and interview. I don't accept interviews. As for what questions you want to ask, I will only answer you 3 questions. The corners of Gao Wide's eyes twitched unconsciously. He has interviewed many celebrities, but Long Fei is the most difficult to interview. It's not that he is playing big names, but that Long Fei is unwilling and disdainful to have any dealings with the media. "May I ask Chairman Long Fei, the first question is how long will you fight Dian army?" "We can fight with Dian's army as long as they want." Then the second question, "You and Fadis are fighting because of different views on each other. So will one day you or Fadis put aside their views and cooperate?" "Your question will never come to a day. Neither he nor I will let go of our respective opinions. Either we will not interfere with each other, or one of us will die, and cooperation will not happen." Then the third question, "If Chairman Long Fei and your Tianyi mercenary group win a big victory, and Dian's army returns in a disastrous defeat, will the Tianyi mercenary group take advantage of the victory to destroy the Dian Empire?" "Why did I take advantage of the victory to destroy the Dian Empire? I don't have any deep hatred with them. The Dian Empire really came back in a disastrous defeat. Then what you have to interview is whether those international countries will take the opportunity to beat the dog in the water and salivate the Dian Empire, and our Tianyi mercenary group are skilled in these countries. Maybe the leaders of these countries hope that the Tianyi mercenary group and the Dian Empire will lose both, so that they can benefit from it." When Gao Wide wanted to continue asking the fourth question, Long Fei directly made a gesture. At the scene, members of the Sword and Shield Troop invited Gao Wide and his team out. On May 3rd, 125, the first year of the universe, a battle took place at the outer edge of the third place. This was the first day, the skirmish between the Tianyi mercenary group and the Dian army. The forces at war between the two sides are brigade-level fleets. The Dian army fought decisively against the 3rd Brigade Fleet of the 5th Army under the 3rd Army, and fought against the 1st Brigade Fleet of the 9th Army killed by the Tianyi mercenary group. Ranwin.la. Journalists from various international media conducted live remote shooting in different directions. The two fleets fired beams and missile groups, and at the same time sent out MS and mobile fortresses. The reporters all photographed that the two sides sent the common MS and mobile fortresses, and the Tianyi mercenary group also sent Taurus and Virgo II. Taurus and Virgo II are carried by Leo transport ships, each of which can carry 16 units. The Rio Fargo ship is controlled by Harrow. Taurus and Virgo II appeared on the stage, each with 1,600 units. Although the battlefield was flooded with min of particles, Taurus and Virgo II relied on the superconducting network, quantum communication, etc., without any influence, and played at a normal level. The Dian army relies on anti-min of particle devices to allow unmanned scorpions, winged birds, armored monsters, and salamanders to fight within the effective range of the anti-min of particle devices. Ordinary humans in the Dian kingdom and people from the original colonies, with better strength, drove the Azure Holy Machine to fight the salamander, and others drove the manticore, wingbird, and armored monster. The mobile fortress only has the howling moon demon wolf. For the Tianyi mercenary corps, MD Taurus, Virgo II, Jigang, Murasame, Jesta, and Ritual, the mass-produced Gundams are mostly Delta Plus and Mk3, and Delta and full armor Mk3 are in the minority. In terms of mobile fortress, there are Val Valo and Big Lang, and the proportion of mass-produced mental power is only about 5%. After the Salamander's shoulder guns have been improved, as long as the shoulder guns hit Virgo II's planetary defenders at the same time, they can penetrate and shoot down Virgo II. The energy shields on both shoulders of the Newt can't resist the Virgo II beam destruction cannon. In addition to holding a beam cannon, Taurus can also use different weapons to fight. Even if he uses a beam saber for melee combat, his melee skills are no less than that of elite pilots. The control system gave Taurus an order to destroy the anti-min of particle device first. MS, such as the unmanned Lacerda, attack Taurus or protect the anti-min of particle device. The anti-min of particle device has been improved and upgraded by the scientists of the Dian Empire. In terms of communication, the Holy Machine will be given priority to the MS controlled by humans, and the control system will continue to control the unmanned MS. This kind of improvement has at least slightly improved the overall combat of Dian's army. A mass-produced Mintel Gundam pulled out its beam saber from its thigh and chopped off the body of the Howling Moon Demon Wolf with one blow. Another mass-produced Mintel Gundam chest 3-barrel diffused megaparticle cannon was launched, and more than 10 Maltines, wingbirds, and 1 Azure were destroyed. Wrist-wired 2-mounted beam cannon ×2, attacking the target in an all-round way. A salamander used the energy shield on its shoulders to block a wired 2-mounted beam cannon in front, but did not block the rear. Another wired control type 2-barrel beam cannon. The back is directly penetrated by the beam cannon, then used the back grenade launcher to bomb the unmanned MS. Several Taurus immediately launched beam cannon attacks when they mass-produced Mintel Gundam to deal with enemy planes. Several salamanders used shoulder wing energy shields to resist the beam cannon, and the mass-produced Mintel Gundam immediately used a chest storage large mega beam gun to penetrate the anti-min of particle device with one shot. The unmanned MS in the original area were directly paralyzed at this moment, and the many MS who were originally connected by communication were unable to contact colleagues in the same area due to communication paralysis. Several Taurus did not immediately go to the next area, but destroyed the paralyzed unmanned MS. Because the Dian army will send the new anti-min of particle device to the location of the destroyed anti-min of particle device. Then those unmanned MS that have been paralyzed but not destroyed will return to normal and go into battle again. Therefore, before the MD goes to the next combat site, it will destroy the paralyzed unmanned MS found. The performance of MK and Delta Plus can easily suppress the Azure Holy Machine. Even Gesta and Ritual can suppress the Azure Holy Machine. Many Celestials were either shot down by MK3 or Delta Plus cannons or beam weapons, or by Gesta and Ritual with beam guns, beam launchers, etc. In addition to attacking enemy aircraft with powerful firepower, many Big Lang will throw different weapons to their colleagues from time to time in the workshop below. Some Jia Gang and Murasame switched to 120mm live ammunition rifles. The bullets were explosive or drill type. The powerful destructive power was too much for the armor of the Scorpion Tiger and the Winged Bird. Armor monsters known for their defensive power are also unable to block the damage of these bullets, and drill bullets can easily penetrate armor monster armor. The first-generation Gundamium alloy is still penetrated. The electromagnetic high-frequency bullet hit the energy shield of the Newt's shoulders, directly overloading the energy shield of the Newt and paralyzing it for a short time. Originally, the Salamanders could use the energy shield and the shoulder cannons to suppress Jiagong and Murasame, who were weaker than them in terms of firepower. However, the Tianyi mercenary group developed a weapon to restrain the Newt, the electromagnetic supershock bullet, which overloaded the energy shield and paralyzed it. Jiagong and Murasame were able to shoot it down even with their original equipped weapons. Many war reporters who were live broadcasting the scene were reporting the current skirmish, saying that the Tianyi mercenary group had gained the upper hand and suppressed the Dian army. However, some war reporters expressed regret. Because of this skirmish, most of the troops sent by Dian's army were estimated to be from the former colonial circle. In this outpost, it can be said that their own family members killed their own family members, and the Dian Empire might put their real soldiers in the rear. Killing the 9th warship and the 1st Brigade fleet began to advance, while the Dian army's decisive battle with the 3rd Army, the 5th Army, and the 3rd Brigade fleet began to retreat. Because of the MS and mobile fortresses fighting on the front line, the Tianyi mercenary group gained an advantage and suppressed the Dian army. Although the warships of Dian's army are relatively large, carrying more mobile suits and mobile fortresses than the Tianyi mercenaries, and many times. However, the overall performance of the MS and mobile fortresses of Dian's army is not as good as that of the Tianyi mercenary group, and most of the drivers are novices, so their combat quality is naturally not as good as that of the experienced Tianyi mercenary group. Therefore, Dian's army lost much more than the Tianyi mercenary group, and was completely suppressed by the Tianyi mercenary group. The warships of Dian's army will retreat, mainly to avoid the effective range of the electromagnetic accelerator gun of the shield-breaking destroyer. However, the situation quickly changed. A brigade-level fleet-sized reinforcement force came from the Dian army. This changed the frontline Dian army, which was originally at a disadvantage in combat and had poor morale. The Dian army fought decisively against the 2nd Brigade fleet of the 5th Army under the 3rd Army and rushed to the scene to rescue their companions. The Tianyi Mercenary Corps killed the 1st Brigade fleet of the 9th Army and found enemy reinforcements on the right front. The 2nd Brigade fleet of the 5th Army of the 3rd Army of the decisive battle launched a mobile ballistic separation high-explosive missile. Under the cover of the missile group, MS and the mobile fortress attacked the enemy's fleet. The 1st Brigade fleet of the 9th Corps of the Tianyi Mercenary Regiment, in addition to launching mobile drill missiles and Minov-particle missiles to fight back, also activated the point defense system. The remaining MS and mobile fortresses in all the battleships were dispatched, and some of the MS and mobile fortresses in the frontline operations returned to the battleships. The MS of the Dian army and the mobile fortress, which were forced to retreat before, have changed by 55%. Then, the decisive 3rd Brigade fleet will attack all the remaining MS and mobile fortress troops. Be sure to wipe out the enemy troops on the scene before the reinforcement fleet of the Tianyi mercenary group arrives. Win by quality while win by quantity. Dian's army would like to win by quantity. First of all, they just send those people from the former colonial area who were used as cannon fodder to the battlefield to consume the Tianyi mercenaries, and keep those Dian's army with rich combat experience, and send them out at the last moment. Moreover, the Dian army has a factory battleship with a total length of 8 kilometers, a width of 5 kilometers, and a height of 2 kilometers. Mobile fortresses and various weapons can be manufactured inside. Even inside a factory battleship, it is possible to manufacture a battleship no longer than 1 kilometer. As long as the Dion Imperial Army has enough materials, it can basically guarantee the production of weapons. In terms of soldiers, the Martian Circle will send some small transport ships or airships from time to time, mainly because the Tianyi mercenary group has not sent troops to make trouble as cannon fodder. Killing the fleet of the 1st Brigade of the 9th Army was suppressed in the two-line battle at the moment, but the fleet did not retreat in the slightest. After the cannon on the shoulders of a Mk3 shot down 2 wing birds, it was immediately besieged by 5 Madoras and other MS. Although the Mk3 pilot fought hard, he could not be rescued by calling his companions, because his companions had the same experience as him. Mk3 also shot down 1 Azure and other MS before. When MKII's right-hand beam gun shot down a scorpion, suddenly a blue sword appeared out of nowhere and slashed at it. Although Mk3 retreated quickly, the beam gun was cut in half. Mk3 counterattacked with the cannons on both shoulders, and Wei Lan immediately dodged. A armored monster attacked from behind with the Mk3, but fortunately the driver reacted quickly, and the Mk3 drew out the beam saber, turned around, and stabbed the sword into the cockpit of the armored monster. The salamander's shoulder cannon fired, and the Mk3 pulled away immediately, but the right leg was blown up, and the Mk3 was out of balance. Wei Lan held a beam submachine gun in her right hand and shot at the Mk3. Under the driver's desperate fight, the unbalanced Mk3 tried to dodge, but still many beam bullets hit the Mk3. Fortunately, most of them were blocked by the Mk3 shield. The shoulder cannon counterattacked, and Wei Lan dodged. Suddenly, another Azure appeared behind the Mk3 and slashed down with a sword. Although Mk3 dodged, but the entire left arm was cut off, but the driver immediately counterattacked, and Mk3 turned around and directly stabbed the blue cockpit. Immediately, countless beam bullets hit the Mk3 backpack thruster. The imbalance of Mk is more serious, although the driver tries to control the balance with the rear skirt propeller. At this time, other MS came to besiege Mk3. Wei Lan besieged Mk3 by relying on other fellow MS. The Mk3 resisted vigorously, and the shoulder cannons were unable to penetrate the energy shield of the salamander's shoulders. A wingbird sneaked up behind the Mk3, its head half destroyed, and a light beam pierced through its back waist. Another wingbird attacked Mk3 from behind, trying to penetrate the cockpit of Mk3 with its claws, but the Mk3 pierced the cockpit of the wingbird, holding the beam saber in its backhand. When the wingbird exploded into a cloud of fireworks, the Mk3 driver used the impact of the explosion to make the Mk3 float to another place in a gliding motion, and the shoulder cannon pierced through an armored monster. Then fire the cannon to penetrate the winged bird that had just sneaked up on it, and the salamander's shoulder guns fired. Although the driver manipulated the Mk3 to dodge with years of combat experience, his left leg was blown up by the shoulder cannon. The blue pilot took advantage of the momentary imbalance of the Mk3 to sneak attack, and killed the opponent through the cockpit from the back of the Mk3 with a sword. Although the Azure driver killed the Mk, which outperformed the Azure, although he was happy, he still had more seasons in his heart. Because before the Mk was killed, it had independently shot down 4 Lacertas, 5 wingbirds, 2 armored monsters, 1 salamander, and 2 Azures. I took advantage of the serious damage of Mk3 to take advantage of this big bargain. Suddenly the siren sounded, and a Delta Plus with a severed hand rushed towards him, firing the beam saber in its right hand at him one after another. Although Wei Lan tried her best to dodge, her opponent's driving skills were much better than him. Wei Lan's right hand and knee joints of her left leg were destroyed by the beam gun, although other colleagues also attacked Delta Plus. However, the skills of the Delta Plus pilots are significantly better than those of the previous Mk3 pilots. Dodging left and right, and continuing to rush towards Wei Lan immediately drew out the beam saber and slashed at Delta Plus, who was close to it. Delta Plus threw the beam gun in his right hand directly in front of Azure, and when Azure's beam saber cut the beam gun in half, fireworks erupted. "Not good," the blue driver exclaimed, because the fireworks in front of him covered his screen. Delta Plus was already on the right side of Azure at this time, drew out its beam saber, and pierced into the cockpit. After Delta Plus kills the target, switch the weapon and take out the beam submachine gun on the waist to attack the surrounding enemies. Countless war reporters at the scene used remote-controlled drones to conduct remote shooting. Although the 1st Brigade Fleet of the 9th Army was in a hard fight, it did not retreat at all. Yavin Library. Although the enemy gained the upper hand, they also paid a lot of price. It has been 2 hours since the fleet of the 2nd Brigade of the 5th Army of the 3rd Army came to the scene to join the battle. The fleet that killed the 2nd Brigade of the 9th Army has not retreated at all so far. At this time, the 3rd Brigade Fleet of the 3rd Army, 5th Army, and the 3rd Brigade Fleet of the Dion Army's decisive battle came to the scene, and there was another troop following. Originally, many war reporters thought that the Tianyi mercenary fleet that was fighting might have to retreat. As a result, around the same time, reinforcements also arrived. The 2nd Brigade Fleet of the Tianyi mercenary group killed the 9th Army rushed to the scene. Moreover, there are Tekkadan and Mobile Ghost in the shell accompanying them. Everyone watching the live broadcast, Dion's army has arrived with the 2nd batch of reinforcements, and they also have a Royal Knights. The Tianyi mercenary group just happened to come with a support army, and with the reinforcements, there were also 2 troops directly under Chairman Long Fei, the Taiwan Regiment, and the Mobile Ghost in the shell team. I am afraid their opponents are the Royal Knights. The Tianyi Mercenary Corps killed the 2nd Brigade Fleet of the 9th Army and the 3rd Brigade Fleet of the 5th Army of the Dion Army and the 3rd Army. The 2 sides dispatched MS and Mobile Fortress troops to attack at the same time. Killing the 2nd Brigade Fleet of the 9th Army will also support part of the MS and Mobile Fortress units to support the fellow 1st Brigade Fleet. One of the top 10 Royal Knights of the Dion Army, Mirror, at the same time dispatched MIS troops to join the battle area of the 3rd Brigade Fleet of the 5th Army of the 3rd Army. The MIS mass-produced holy machine of the Royal Knights of the Mirror, Magic Mirror, is 20 meters high. The head looks like a wizard hood. The whole body armor is silver white. The function of the armor can reflect energy shooting weapons back and can reduce the damage of the beam sword, can fight with live ammunition and energy weapons. There are 2 pairs of antenna horns on the head of the Magic Mirror, Holy Machine Captain. The overall comprehensiveness of attack, defense, mobility, etc. is average. Mirror Royal Knights attacked. Tekkadan and Mobile Ghost in the shell also attacked at the same time, and the MSs of the 2 troops mainly used live ammunition. Ms. Adele's standard DODS gun of the Mobile Assault Team was replaced with a 125mm DODS live ammunition cannon and a high-frequency shock knife. Adele's attack included a Sparrow type with a 110mm live ammunition cannon and an assault type. Crancy's DODS rifle is replaced with a 135mm pulse live ammunition rifle and a high-frequency vibration saber. In addition to the energy weapons of the main body, the mass-produced ZZ Gundam has replaced its basic weapons with live ammunition rifles, shotguns, sniper rifles, missile launchers, rocket launchers, and so on. FAZZ also chooses weapons that are all replaced with live ammunition weapons. Lieutenant Colonel Trevor drives the AG-1 Greatsword. Colonel Mthaya continued to watch the current situation from his mothership. Tekkadan Anton is also watching the current situation from his own mothership, Bailey, Leaking Shadow, and Shurdian Attack. Gundam Astaroth, Gundam Gomuri, Gundam Fraus, and Gundam Guzan are deeply reforged sorties. Tekkadan and Mobile Ghost in the shell together only have the size of 2 regiment-level fleets. The brigade-level fleet of the Mirror Royal Knights, composed of 3 regiment-level fleets, is much larger than the combined total of Tekkadan and Mobile Ghost in the shell. Moreover, each warship of the Mirror Royal Knights can carry them equally. Conversely, Tekkadan and Mobile Ghost in the shell's battleships carry around on average. The Mirror Royal Knights has more than twice as many MS as Tekkadan and Mobile Ghost combined. This is Jiangxi. The 2 directly subordinate teams of Long Fei will be specially equipped with live ammunition weapons at this moment, except that they have already mastered the Mirror Royal Knights moving towards the outpost battlefield. Tekkadan's weapons and technology can just restrain the Mirror Royal Knights. The Mobile Ghost in the shell team will act together with Tekkadan, mainly because Tekkadan's number is small, and they will follow and act together under long phase instructions. Knowing the weapons and technology of the Mirror Royal Knights, apart from Salamanda, there is also Nadezhda. The appearance of the magic mirror holy machine has greatly restrained many MS and mobile fortresses. All energy weapons have been rebounded, and the rebounded energy weapons have an original lethality of 80%. Jiegong and other MS must be replaced with live ammunition weapons to damage them. Takadan and Mobile Ghost in the shell join the fray, leaving other colleagues to deal with other enemy forces, and the Mirror Royal Knights are dealt with by them. When the magic mirror holy machine encountered Takadan's MS, it immediately switched to live ammunition weapons. Because I was told by the Royal Knights that Takadan Ms armor is special. Magic Mirror Holy Machine A holds a shotgun to attack a Lion Electric. Lion Electric uses a shield to block the shotgun with its left hand and counterattacks with a 145mm electromagnetic gun, built-in battery, in its right hand. The effective range of live ammunition weapons, except sniper rifles, is mostly lower than that of energy weapons. The effective range of shotguns generally used by MS is no more than 1 kilometer. The Magic Mirror Holy Machine A fights with the opponent's dog. When the Magic Mirror Machine A dodges the electromagnetic bomb, the Lion Electric rushes to the opponent's weapon and switches to a telescopic broadhead gun. The Magic Mirror Machine A also switched the shotgun to the mace and followed the opponent to fight with each other, and the melee weapons also sparked. Adele's strike type holds a Lutliber spear, uses the body's large number of nozzles, and uses high-speed impact to lock a Magic Mirror Holy Machine B. Magic Mirror Holy Machine B didn't have time to dodge, so he blocked it with the shield in his left hand. Under the high-speed impact of a large number of nozzles of Adele's assault type, Rutliber's spear directly penetrates the shield of the Magic Mirror Holy Machine B and also penetrates the entire machine body. The needle gun on Adele's sparrow-shaped leg hit the target Magic Mirror Holy Machine C, causing the machine's movement to pause for a while, and then used its high mobility to instantly bully the target, and Shigur's blade directly smashed the target unload 8 pieces. The Magic Mirror Machine D uses the beam machine gun to attack Adele's standard type, Adele's standard type dodges, and the 125mm DODS live ammunition cannon counterattacks. The range of the beam machine gun is not only farther than the 125mm DODS live ammunition cannon, but the rate of fire is faster than the latter. In addition to dodging, the standard Adele must also counterattack within the effective range, which also puts the standard Adele at a disadvantage. In the end, it was shot through the body one after another by the beam machine gun, and Adele's standard model directly turned into a ball of fireworks. The opponent of the Magic Mirror E, Krancia, is inferior to the latter in terms of speed and maneuverability, but the beam weapon used has a longer range. The 135mm pulse live ammunition rifle used by Krancia has a short effective range and must be close to the target to attack the opponent. The Magic Mirror Holy Machine's battle against Krancia mainly depends on the operational skills of the pilots on both sides and various other factors. The mass-produced ZZ Gundam caused headaches for many Magic Mirror Holy Machine drivers. Not only can it be equipped with many powerful weapons, especially the missile launcher of the main body. If the shooting weapon in the hands of the Magic Mirror Holy Machine has a short range and a slow rate of fire, more than a dozen missiles can't be intercepted even by a point defense system. Another factor is that the distance between the enemy and us is not far away. FAZZ also made the drivers of the Magic Mirror Machine feel at a loss to deal with it, and it was even more difficult to deal with than the mass-produced ZZ Gundam. The speed of Bailey makes it difficult for the pilot of the Magic Mirror Holy Machine to deal with. Although the beam gun has a certain chance to hit them, the nanolayer armor can be immune to the beam weapon. In addition to using the extremely fast cruising mode, Bailey can even attack opponents in cruising mode. Many Magic Mirror Holy Machines were hit by live ammunition bullets, causing many cracks in the armor. Control the Big and the Owl. Once the armor of the Magic Mirror Machine is damaged, the function of reflecting the beam will be reduced, and it is even possible that the beam can cause its damage. In the same situation as Leaking Shadow and Lion Electric, Magic Mirror Holy Machine must use live ammunition weapons to kill the opponent, and it is even possible for the two parties to fight with melee weapons when they are close to each other. Moreover, many of the pilots of the Magic Mirror Holy Machine are new humans. It is found that these Takadan pilots are ordinary people, but they have the same keen sense of crisis and space sensing ability as them. This is the same as what the Night Hunting Royal Knights said. As for the pilots of the Mobile Ghost and the Shell team, many pilots are also very skilled, and some of them may operate on certain parts of the body like their own bodies. Many drivers' skills are comparable to those of adjusters, and even some adjusters can't operate MS like their own bodies. The AG-1 giant sword holds the Liberta sword in the right hand and the Liberta shield in the left hand and rushes towards the magic mirror. Although the Magic Mirror Holy Machine uses the beam cannon to attack, Liberta's shield can easily block the beam cannon's direct hit. The AG-1 giant sword raised Liberta's sword with his right hand and slashed down. The Magic Mirror Machine immediately blocked it with a mace, but the extremely sharp Liberta sword was like cutting paper and directly smashed the mace together with the Magic Mirror Machine. A sword split. Then, the AG-1 giant sword rushed towards the other Magic Mirror Machines, many of which were split in half by Liberta's sword. Many magic mirrors did not dare to let the AG-1 giant sword approach, so they could only keep a distance. But apart from the AG-1 giant sword type, other Gundams also made the pilots of the Magic Mirror Holy Machine afraid and unable to cope. Gundam Astaroth's Y nano-layered sword also made the Magic Mirror Holy Machine pilots afraid to fight melee. The sword cut iron like mud and easily cut off their melee weapons and the body together. In addition, the sledgehammer of Gundam Astaroth hit the armor of the Magic Mirror Holy Machine, and the armor shattered into countless cracks like glass. The four hands of the Gundam Guzan Deep Reforged model hold a 120mm live ammunition rifle, drill bullet, in each of their four hands, continuously piercing through the armor of the Magic Mirror Holy Machine. Then, the Gundam Gushin Deep Reforged type was replaced with two 300mm smoothbore cannons, which shattered the armor of the Magic Mirror Holy Machine with one shot. A pair of electromagnetic cannons on the back of Gundam Frausius can also easily penetrate the armor of the Magic Mirror Holy Machine. Then use a pair of machine guns to deal with the Magic Mirror Holy Machine, and switch to a pair of hook knives in melee combat. In melee combat, use the hook knife feature to hook the opponent's weapon, and then kill the opponent with the other hook knife. Gundam Gomari's terrifying armor defense is that the Magic Mirror Machine uses rockets on its nanocape, which is not damaged at all. There is even a Magic Mirror Machine holding a hammer weapon and knocking on the armored hood of Gundam Gomari with a hammer, basically undamaged. The battle anchor can cut these magic mirrors into two halves. Moreover, the wrist machine gun can deal a lot of damage to the Magic Mirror Holy Machine at close range. Although there are 5 special Gundams that shot down many Magic Mirror Holy Machines, the gap between them is not as close as the relationship between the 5 special Gundams. The number of MS in the Mirror Royal Knights is still more than double that of the opponent. The decisive battle and the massacre of the two troops have not yet reached a fever pitch, and the two sides have sent reinforcements, also with the size of a brigade-level fleet. The area of the battle has also expanded, and neither of the two sides can advance the other side's territory at the moment. However, the battlefield is filled with min of particles becoming more and more intense. It is becoming more and more difficult for Dion's army to communicate with the frontline troops. Although the number of killing troops of the Tianyi mercenary group is not as large as that of the enemy, it is better because most of the pilots have rich combat experience. Basically, the ratio of meteor injuries on both sides is between 1 to 3 and 1 to 4, but the damage ratio will continue to expand. Because the maintenance device group of the slaughter troop fleet came with the reinforcements, and once a damaged body was found, it immediately returned to the rear and entered the maintenance device for repairs. Moreover, each reinforcement force has MD Taurus and Bilgo II, and the transport ship of MD is controlled by Harrow. MD's investment allowed the Tianyi mercenary group, which originally had a smaller number of MS than Dion's army, to narrow the number of each other in the gap in numbers. On the other side, the main ship of the Mirror Royal Knights, sitting in the main seat in the bow is Chaplin, the head of the Mirror Royal Knights, a middle-aged man over 100 years old, with graying hair. Standing beside him, it was his other deputy, Gandalf, also a middle-aged man over 100 years old, with a goatee on his chin. Chaplin and Gandalf frowned as they watched the current battle situation of the Mirror Royal Knights. The current damage has reached 2-to-1, and the ratio of damage may continue to expand. Especially the 4 Gundams that appeared on the battlefield, as well as a bunch of armor from Bailey, Leaking Shadow, and Shurden, as well as the weapons they used. The Magic Mirror Holy Machine can be said to be in a state of being bound. In a battle video, the Gundam Gushin Deep Reforged type uses a pair of large scissors to directly flatten the body of a Magic Mirror Holy Machine. In addition to the blasting function of the rifle bullets used by some Liu Ying and Bailey, in terms of melee combat, the former heavy stick Magic Mirror Holy Machine and some melee weapons such as short knives and electric batons are simply impossible to fight head-on, and the former short knives will be smashed directly. The latter's electric baton cannot conduct current. Mainly heavy-duty sticks are treated with anti-electricity treatment, and the electric baton is also broken when touched directly. Bailey's gloves can also easily break the armor of the Magic Mirror Holy Machine with one punch. In order to be able to reflect the light beam, the armor of the Magic Mirror Holy Machine sacrificed the defense and hardness of the armor, and even turned most of the power to the operation of the armor in order to be able to reflect the light beam. This also led to the weak output of the Magic Mirror Holy Machine, which also caused the lack of reckless physical weapons, and Bailey and other MS suffered a big loss in close combat. Gandalf, it seems that the enemy has gradually discovered the weakness of our Magic Mirror Machine. Commander, those MS who are immune to light beams, according to our information, they are called Takadan. This is probably our most troublesome opponent. It is said that their scale is not very large. If it is possible, the subordinates think they should be wiped out. Otherwise, in the next battle, as long as our side encounters this army, we will suffer a great loss, especially once they grow up and expand in scale. It will be even more troublesome. Look at these Gundams. Their armor and weapons are similar. They all use live ammunition and have immune beam armor. What do you think of their strength? Captain, the strength of these pilots is very good, basically at the ace level. By the way, there is one more thing. The members who returned from the Royal Knight Hunting Knights and some of our previous subordinates for body repair told me that these Taihuachuan, it can be said that most of the members are ordinary humans. But for some unknown reason, these ordinary humans have the sense of crisis and space of our new humans. Deputy Head, I've heard rumors that Long Fei, the leader of the Tianyi mercenary group, once developed a special system that allows ordinary humans to possess or approach the abilities of our new humans. Gandalf looked at Chaplin with wide eyes. Is the deputy head surprised? Gandalf nodded dumbly. Deputy Captain, having said that, what do you say about these Gundam pilots with ace ranks? Get rid of them. Can you beat so many? If it is a single fight, I have the confidence to kill anyone. Then you choose an opponent, and let other high-level members and other knights fight with you, holding down other special Gundam drivers. Good. Gandalf drives his exclusive Holy Machine, Holy Mirror, with a height of 20 meters, a silver-gray body, and a head that looks a bit like Zaku wearing a magic hat. A total of 16 high-level personnel of the Royal Knights of the Mirror drive the Evil Mirror, which is 21 meters high. It looks a bit like a magic mirror. The only difference is that the head is designed like a cloak. The deputy head, Gandalf, went out and took 16 high-level personnel and 350 knights to fight. Gandalf's battle happened not long ago, and Anton also sent people to fight. Gundam Mungli, charge type, and Gundam Dantelin, T-type thruster, T-shaped half-hood, equipped with folding gun blades, and two-pronged spear. The two Gundams rushed to the battle area with a total of 200 milliseconds from Bailey, Leaking Shadow, and Shurden. Chaplin saw from the remote camera that Takadan sent reinforcements. It seems that I really underestimated the troops of this Takadan. It seems that they have quite a lot of special Gundams. After Melis drove Gundam Astaroth to destroy a Magic Mirror Holy Machine with a sledgehammer, the Holy Mirror Holy Machine attacked Gundam Astaroth. The engine power of the Holy Mirror Machine is about 150% stronger than that of the upgraded engine of the Magic Mirror, and the mirror armor is also built with multiple layers. Holding a long sword made of special metal from Mars, it looks like a purple crystal-like long sword with a total length of 10 meters, and its name is Purple Sacred Sword. When the Purple Holy Sword and the Y Nano-Layered Sword collided with sparks, the Holy Mirror and the Holy Machine immediately kicked up to Astaroth's waist. Wow, kick my Gundam. Gundam Astaroth held a sledgehammer in his left hand and directly hammered at the Holy Mirror. The purple crystal-like shield, Purple Holy Shield, on the left arm of Holy Mirror Holy Machine directly blocked the sledgehammer. The shield is really hard. Wow. The machine gun on the left thigh of the Holy Mirror Machine shot Gundam Astaroth in the chest. Damn, it seems like a veteran with rich combat experience. Gundam Astaroth held the Y Nano-Laminated Sword in his right hand and continued to fight with his opponent. The sledgehammer in his left hand was switched to a shotgun. The shield on the left arm of the Holy Mirror Holy Machine blocked the attack of the shotgun and drew a 120mm live ammunition rifle with his left hand to fight back. Gundam Astaroth retreated immediately, and the Holy Mirror and Holy Machine immediately fired the missiles on its shoulders. When the Gundam Astaroth used the point defense system to shoot down all the incoming missiles, it also avoided the shooting of the Holy Mirror at the same time. Sure enough, just like the rumors, ordinary people can sense the crisis. Just as Gandalf was taking an advanced attack, a crisis sensor came from the left. A live ammunition flashed past the location where the Holy Mirror was just now. But Talon held a folding gun blade in his right hand and used it in the form of a rifle to shoot from a long distance. Deputy Head, I'll help you. A yellow-haired boy with a childish face said to Maris. AIG, be careful, this guy is very strong. Maris said, and at the same time, compared with the strength of the head of the Royal Knights of the Night Hunter who fought earlier, the opponent in front of him is not as strong as the head of the Royal Knights of the Night Hunting. Yes, Deputy Head. Gandalf was a little annoyed. The evil mirror holy plane driven by 16 high-level personnel was brought, and the 16 high-level personnel originally had to deal with a group of 4 to contain a Gundam. These high-level personnel just didn't kill the Gundam. As long as they help him drag it, as long as he kills his opponent, he can kill the next Gundam with other high-level personnel. As a result, a new Gundam appeared now, and he also sensed that there was another newly appeared Gundam, which was helping another Gundam to deal with the evil mirror holy machine driven by 4 high-level personnel. AIG, you go to help other people, and then come join forces with me. Maris ordered to AIG. Deputy Head, can he give it to me? You can't beat him. I don't want to defeat him, I just want to hold him back. You are better than me, Deputy Captain. Wouldn't it be faster to help other comrades out of their siege? Maris understood Aggie's words. Okay, then be careful. Gundam Astaroth opened the sword shield and tail wings on his shoulders to transform into a flying form, and rushed to the position of Gundam Gomori, who was closer. Gandalf saw Gundam Astaroth's goal, and when he was about to stop it, Gundam Dantalin's folding gunblade, submachine gun mode, shot to stop the action of pinning down the opponent. Damn it, let's deal with you first, Gandalf said angrily. Gundam Talon uses the strong propulsion of the T-shaped thruster to sprint, and then uses the double-pronged spear in his left hand to make his opponent stab. Gandalf sensed a great sense of crisis and could not confront the opponent head-on. The Holy Mirror Holy Machine immediately evaded to the side. The powerful thrust of the Gundam T-shaped thruster sprinted at an extremely fast speed and rushed to the distance in an instant. The double-pronged spear easily pierced through a magic mirror holy machine. Then, used the correction aid of the double-pronged spear to correct the direction, and then rushed to the target. This speed is too terrifying. Gandalf couldn't believe that Gundam Terran's speed was so terrifying. Gundam Talon did not continue to sprint, and when he was close to the opponent, he used the folding blade in his right hand to change the shape of the bayonet and slashed at the opponent. The purple holy sword resists the bayonet. Gundam Talon attacked the holy mirror with the double-pronged spear in his left hand, and the purple holy shield in his left hand resisted. This double-pronged spear is not enough if it doesn't rely on sprinting. Before the last 2 words were spoken, this time Bigasom Zhangxi. The propeller of the double-pronged spear was turned on, and the holy mirror and the holy machine were immediately pushed by the opponent. Hateful. Under Gandalf's superb driving skills, the holy mirror machine used the purple holy shield to block the double-pronged spear, then kicked Gundam Talon's chest with 2 legs, and then bounced away with kicking movements. keeping a distance from the opponent. Gundam Talon let go of the weapons on both hands, and the T-shaped propeller changed into a T-shaped half-hood. The appearance changed. It used to look like a skinny Gundam, but now it has a pair of huge arms like a gorilla. Gundam Talon took the released weapon in his hand again, rushed towards the Holy Mirror, raised his bayonet, and slashed down heavily. Although the Holy Mirror Holy Machine resisted with the purple Holy Sword, Gundam Talon's slashing thrust was extremely powerful. The Holy Mirror and the Holy Plane fell straight down. The cockpit heard an alarm. The right hand was seriously injured, and the purple Holy Sword flew off. Gundam Talon continued to pursue. The Holy Mirror and the Holy Machine immediately used the thrusters to quickly open the distance, live ammunition and missile weapons on the shoulders and thighs. Gundam Talon switches the folding gun blade to submachine gun mode, avoiding bullets and shooting down incoming missiles at the same time. Then, use the propeller of the double-pronged spear and the T-shaped propeller to start rushing towards the Holy Mirror. The Holy Mirror and the Holy Machine did not dare to force it, and immediately avoided it. When Gundam Talon was sprinting, he let go of the double-pronged spear when he was close to the target, and the T-shaped thruster changed the direction of the trajectory at the moment the target dodged. At the moment when he got close to the opponent, he threw away the folding gun blade and used that huge fist to hit the Holy Mirror. The Holy Mirror and the Holy Machine immediately used the purple Holy Shield to block the fist, and punched hard to make the crack in the purple Holy Shield. What? Gandalf looked at the instrument and couldn't believe it. The purple Holy Shield was damaged. This is a shield made of hard ore, and it was directly cracked by the opponent's punch. The Holy Mirror Holy Machine immediately attacked Gundam Dantalon with the machine guns on both legs, then switched a flash bomb with his left hand, stepped back and threw it at the opponent in an instant. Control the Big and the Owl. When the strong light enveloped Gundam Talon, he quickly backed away. Before the flashbang exploded, the Gundam Talon blocked the head camera with its giant hands. It didn't cause the screen to go blank, but Gundam Talon continued to chase the opponent, using the pair of huge fists to greet its opponent. Gandalf did not expect that he would be overwhelmed by a man whose piloting skills were not as good as his, although he had the characteristics of the enemy machine that he did not understand. I'm so aggrieved. I was crushed and beaten by a kid who seemed inexperienced. It felt like beating a master to death. Gandalf said, unbearably aggrieved. No way. I actually beat someone stronger than me. Ag couldn't believe it. Ag decided to continue chasing his opponent. If I can kill you, maybe my evaluation will improve. Maybe I will be promoted immediately. Mao Shila drives Gundam Gomori to fight 4 evil mirror holy machines. Although the performance of Gundam Gomori is better than that of evil mirror holy machines. However, the pilot of the evil mirror holy machine is an elite pilot himself, and with the long-term combat, they have a tacit understanding to cooperate with each other. In addition to keeping a distance, they will disperse from time to time, and then their colleagues will attack, and other colleagues will cover or attack from both sides. When Gundam Gomori attacks one target, he is disturbed or attacked by the other 3 evil mirrors. Although the 4 evil mirrors can contain Gundam Gomori, they won't be able to gain an advantage for a while. Originally, the fight was still inseparable, but when Gundam Astaroth joined, the rhythm of the 4 evil mirror holy machines' coordinated operations was disrupted. On the other side, Chaplin looked at the video shot remotely. After Gundam 2, Fermungli helped Gundam Fraus. All 4 evil mirrors were shot down in less than 3 minutes. Chaplin understood that if he didn't take action, if he didn't bring all the remaining high-level members to the battlefield, then the deputy head and the remaining high-level members would have to die at the hands of these Gundams. Chaplin issued an order to follow him to the battlefield with all the remaining 60 high-level members. Chaplin's holy plane is named Fairy Mirror. It is 20 meters high, pure white all over, and its head looks like Jim's head covered with a wizard's hood. 60 evil mirror holy machines and fairy mirror holy machines went to the battlefield. On the other hand, Anton drives the Gundam Barbados Sirius to the battlefield. After Gundam Gomori and his colleagues eliminated 4 evil mirror holy machines, Maris originally wanted to help the AG-1 giant sword, but the AG-1 giant sword had already killed one of the evil mirror holy machines and killed the remaining 3 evil mirror holy machines. The mirror holy machine is only a matter of time. Maris decided to help Gundam Gushin to deeply reforge the shape. Gundam Gomori helps Gundam Talon. The Holy Mirror Holy Machine has been completely suppressed by Gundam Talon at this moment, and all the live ammunition machine guns and missiles that can be used are exhausted. Many Magic Mirror Holy Machine rescues fought for the deputy head's chance to retreat. However, Gundam Gomori directly blocked the retreat route of the Holy Mirror Holy Machine. Gundam Gomori holds battle anchors in both hands, chasing and killing the Holy Mirror and Holy Machine. The Holy Mirror and the Holy Machine have no weapons to use, and the purple Holy Sword is nowhere to be found. The Holy Mirror Holy Machine can only drive the propeller to the maximum and escape at the maximum speed. Maushila never gave the target a chance to escape from under her nose. Gundam Gomori chased the target, and the two trails of white light chased one after the other. Stay out of the way, bastard. Gundam Gomori wielded the combat anchor with both hands, and directly cut the Magic Mirror Machine, blocking the way in half, which made the Holy Mirror Machine farther away from Gundam Gomoria. Hateful. Just when Gandalf thought he was about to throw off the opponent, suddenly several sparks hit him again. The Holy Mirror and Holy Machine dodged a few bullets and paused for a while, allowing the rear Gundam Gomori to catch up. In front is the Gundam Guzan Deep Reforged type. Many Magic Mirror Holy Planes came to the rescue, although they intercepted two Gundams and pursued them. The AG-1 Giant Sword also blocked the way of the Holy Mirror and the Holy Machine, and the Liberta Sword slashed down. After the purple Holy Shield blocked Liberta's sword, the shield also collapsed. When the AG-1 Giant Sword-shaped Liberta sword was about to strike with a sword, Triver suddenly felt a sense of crisis from the left. The AG-1 Giant Sword immediately interrupted the attack, and the Liberta shield blocked the incoming rockets. Gandalf, leave it to me here. You go back to the mothership for body repairs first. I'm so sorry, Commander. Holy Mirror and Holy Machine fled the scene immediately. Triver didn't pursue them, because he knew that the Magic Mirror in front of him would definitely stop them. Triver directly attacked the Holy Machine of the Fairy Mirror. The Immortal Mirror Holy Machine dodges directly and instantly arrives behind the AG-1 Giant Sword. So fast, Triver didn't expect the opponent's body to move so flexibly. The AG-1 Giant Sword turned around and slashed back, and the right hand of the Fairy Mirror directly grabbed the right hand of the AG-1 Giant Sword. What? Immortal Mirror Holy Machine drew out the high-frequency vibrating saber with his left hand and was about to cut off the right arm joint of the AG-1 Giant Sword when Gundam Gomori rushed over, and the battle anchor was cutting down behind it. The Fairy Mirror Holy Machine directly pulled the AG-1 Giant Sword to the front as a shield. Damn it, Maushila could only pull up the joystick to stop the attack. Trevor hurriedly took control, and AG-1 used the shield in his left hand to slap towards the Holy Machine of the Fairy Mirror. The Fairy Mirror Holy Machine let go of AG-1 and retreated. Then, Gundam Frausis used an electromagnetic cannon to attack, and the Fairy Mirror avoided two electromagnetic bombs. Gundam Astaroth rushed to the Immortal Mirror Holy Machine with AY Nanolayer sword in his hand. Immortal Mirror Holy Machine pulled out a blade from his waist, and the blade was like a translucent long knife to block the Y nanolayered sword. Maris had been kicked several times after his opponent blocked his sword, and when he saw this new opponent, he also raised his foot to kick his mecha chest. Gundam Astaroth also raised his foot and kicked the opponent's chest, and both kicked the opponent back at the same time. This guy reacts really fast, Chaplin said, looking at the Gundam Astaroth in front of him. The Gundam Gushin Depth Reforged type held its scissors variable rear skirt armor and rushed towards the Holy Machine of the Fairy Mirror. If I'm caught by you, I'm doomed. Immortal Mirror Holy Machine pushed in and started a bouncing movement, directly stepped on Gundam Gushin's head, directly making Gundam Gushin look like a dog lying down and eating SHD. Gundam Gomori wields the battle anchor to attack the Immortal Mirror, and the Immortal Mirror dodges from the attacking trajectory of the battle anchor. Up to 2 for Mungli, charging type, just rushed to the battlefield, using its destroyer spear to attack the Immortal Mirror Holy Machine. The Immortal Mirror Holy Machine was attacked by two Gundams in melee, without any parry or counterattack, but completely avoided the attacks of the two Gundams. Gundam Talon also rushed to the scene soon, attacking the immortal mirror holy machine with those huge fists. 3-on-1. It's a little stressful. The fairy mirror holy machine switched a small mace with his left hand, and just waving the mace with his left hand hit the joint of Gundam Dantalin's right giant arm. Then a roundabout kick kicked away up to 2 for Mengli. The Gundam AG-1 giant sword uses Liberta's sword to slash the immortal mirror. After the fairy mirror holy machine blocked it with the long knife in his right hand, he swung the mace with his left hand towards the AG-1 giant sword, and the Liberta shield blocked the mace. Gundam Gomori sneaks up with a wrist machine gun. Immediately, the immortal mirror dodges, and the bullet almost hit AG-1. Be careful. Feel sorry. Fairy mirror holy machine switched to a long pistol in his right hand and shot towards Gundam Gushin. When Gundam Guzan dodged the attack, the four armed with 120mm cannon rifles fought back. The left hand of the immortal mirror holy machine also switched to the same pistol, and there was a position-changing shooting action. Many Gundams dodged the attack. Chaplin didn't fall into a hard fight with 1-7, but suppressed his opponent a little bit. Why is this guy so powerful? This is like our regiment leader. One of us beats a bunch of us. Hu Shifeng said. You are all very good, all at the ace level. Chaplin commented on the Gundam pilot, but I won't play with you anymore. The fairy mirror holy machine fired a signal flare, and 60 evil mirror holy machines came to the scene from different directions at the same time and surrounded 7 Gundams. The 60 evil mirror holy machines are divided into 10 teams. Each team has 6 evil mirror holy machines, and the 1st to 7th teams deal with 7 Gundams each. The remaining 3 teams are on guard against other MS rescue Gundams. The first team and the fairy mirror holy machine deal with the AG-1 giant sword type, because Chaplin found that among the 7 Gundam drivers, the AG-1 giant sword type driver is the best, and he found that this driver is a wild new human. The weapon on both hands of the fairy mirror is switched. The right hand is replaced with a long knife, and the left hand is replaced with a mace. The immortal mirror holy machine rushed towards the AG-1 giant sword, wielding its weapons with both hands. The AG-1 giant sword type uses Liberta's sword to fight and Liberta's shield to block the sword and mace of the magic mirror. The evil mirror holy machine used live ammunition weapons such as machine guns to attack AG-1 from time to time. Triver can only expand the battlefield. It seems that this wild new human has mastered the field of battle. Triver took advantage of the particularity of the combat field to allow opponents in all fields to predict their next move based on his keen perception. Although you have a budget for my actions, but even if you really have a budget, can you react in time? Chaplin said. Under Chaplin's serious control, the movement of the fairy mirror became more rapid. Although Triver can predict the opponent's next move, he can't make an effective response, because the opponent will change the next move faster than him, making him unable to make the next move corresponding to. Oh, damn. The AG-1 giant sword was defeated by the opponent and was attacked by the opponent from behind. It's not that Triver doesn't want to resist the sneak attack from behind, but he can't do it at all, because as long as he dares to resist the sneak attack from behind, the immortal mirror will definitely give him a fatal blow immediately. Then, 2 evil mirror holy machines crossed over, attacking left and right, and struck with 2 axes. AG-1 used his sword and shield to block the strikes of the 2 axes, and the immortal mirror's sword struck. AG-1 pushed the thrusters to the maximum, made a big turn, threw the 2 evil mirrors away, and used the shield to resist the stabbing of the long knife. Immediately, the immortal mirror kicked Liberta's shield away, and the mace hit it with 1 stick, and Liberta's sword immediately blocked it. The immortal mirror holy machine slashed at AG-1, and Liberta's sword blocked the long knife after separating the mace. The fairy mirror holy machine kicked away AG-1, and the other 2 evil mirror holy machines immediately used iron chain claws to hook AG-1's hands, letting AG-1 go to hell. Immortal mirror holy machine held up the long saber with his right hand and slashed it down. A sword-shaped mace flew past AG-1 to block the long knife. What? Chaplin didn't expect that there were organisms that blocked his attack without him noticing. The Gundam Barbados Sirius flew fast, and the mace in the left hand knocked down an evil mirror holy machine that held AG-1's right hand with a chain claw. Then, Gundam Barbados Sirius looked at the holy mirror. Age 1 immediately used Liberta's sword to cut off the iron chain claw that held its left hand. At this time, Chaplin found the first Evil Mirror Holy Machine team, and 3 Evil Mirror Holy Machines were destroyed. At this time, Chaplin discovered through telepathy that the other 3 Evil Mirror Holy Machine squads responsible for resisting the rescue of the enemy's MS, several of which were destroyed. It seems that your Gundam killed some of my subordinates. Chaplin looked at the Gundam Barbatos Sirius in front of the screen. Age 1 held the handle of the sword-shaped mace in his left hand and threw it to the Gundam Barbatos Sirius. Deputy Captain Triever, you will deal with the rest of the Evil Mirror, and then you can help other people. I will deal with this guy. Good. The Immortal Mirror's left hand immediately switched to the long pistol and was about to shoot at Age 1. The Gundam Barbatos Sirius left-handed 200mm gun preemptively attacked the Immortal Mirror. After the Fairy Mirror Holy Machine dodged the attack, Chaplin looked at the Gundam Barbatos Sirius and said, "It seems that you, the pilot, have a really quick reaction. You can strike first, and what's more special, you are still an ordinary pilot." Humanity. Chaplin twisted his neck. The Immortal Mirror holds a mace in his left hand and a long knife in his right, and rushes towards the Gundam Barbatos Sirius. The Gundam Barbatos Sirius immediately switches weapons, holding double maces in both hands. The melee weapons of the 2 hands came to a hand-to-hand battle. The fighting action of the 2 airframes in space is like a martial arts film in a movie. The collision of the weapons sent out violent sparks, and the movements of the 2 were smooth, and the 2 chased each other, separated and crossed from time to time. Gundam Barbatos kicked the left arm of the Immortal Mirror Holy Machine from above, and the mace in his left hand slammed down. Immediately, the Immortal Mirror's Holy Machine blocked it with a long knife, and the machine retreated. Gundam Barbatos Sirius armed 200mm cannon fires. It seems that this guy's strength is not inferior to mine. I really didn't expect an ordinary person to have such superb skills. If I hadn't met an opponent like you in person today, I would have laughed 3 times if someone told me. Tell that person if you are dreaming. Chaplin commented on Anton while fighting. At this time, the Holy Mirror let go of the Bluetooth stick with his left hand, raised his left hand to the Gundam Barbatos Sirius, and stopped. Anton frowned, not knowing what the other party wanted to do, and found that the communication line of the instrument seemed to be someone trying to connect with him, and Anton understood the other party's purpose. I'm Chaplin, the head of the Mirror Royal Knights. What's your name? My name is Anton, the head of Takadan. I don't know why my friend wants to contact me. I'm curious that an ordinary human has such superb technology. I will ask your name, and I just agree with you as an opponent and give you respect. Your respect is killing me. Yes, a respectable opponent. I will remember his name as a proof of my achievements. That depends on whether you can kill me. Don't worry, remember my name. The man who killed you, Chaplin. Gundam Barbatos Sirius and Immortal Mirror then fought. The movements of the 2 moved around, dragged the white track, continued to cross each other, and then intertwined. The weapons of the 2 fight against each other. Gundam Barbatos Sirius made a backhand swing. Immortal Mirror made a somersault to avoid the mace, and then turned on the thrusters to rush towards Gundam Barbatos Sirius. The weapons of the 2 collide with each other. The weapons of both sides are not separated. The thrusters of both are turned on, and the arms of the 2 bodies are pushing each other, competing for the thrust of the 2 bodies. I really have to admit that ordinary people always have excellent talents. The battle between the Gundam Barbatos Sirius and the Immortal Mirror has been going on for almost 10 minutes. Neither driver got any bargains. If the Mirror Royal Knights knew that their leader hadn't gotten any advantage in fighting against their current opponents, everyone would be shocked. Because of their leader's MS manipulation skills, only His Majesty the Emperor can defeat him, and His Majesty also needs to rely on his powerful mental strength, and it takes more than 20 minutes to defeat him. The number 1 knight, Julius, was as good a driver as Chaplin. Now, there is someone in the Tianyi mercenary group who can fight him on a par, and he is an ordinary person. This let them know that maybe everyone will have to slap their own face, thinking that they are dreaming. The Gundam Barbatos Sirius kicked back and hit the right side of the body of the Immortal Mirror. Then the 2-handed mace attacked in different directions at the same time, and the Fairy Mirror immediately blocked it with 2-handed weapons. Anton was a little surprised when he looked at his opponent. He didn't expect that this opponent was no less powerful than him. Immortal Mirror Holy Machine drew out the high-frequency vibrating saber with his left hand and was about to cut off the right arm joint of the AGE-1 giant sword when Gundam Gomori rushed over, and the battle anchor was cutting down behind it. The Fairy Mirror Holy Machine directly pulled the AGE-1 giant sword to the front as a shield. Damn it, Mao Shila could only pull up the joystick to stop the attack. Trevor hurriedly took control, and AGE-1 used the shield in his left hand to slap towards the Holy Machine of the Fairy Mirror. The Fairy Mirror Holy Machine let go of AGE-1 and retreated. Then, Gundam Frausis used an electromagnetic cannon to attack, and the Fairy Mirror avoided 2 electromagnetic bombs. Gundam Astaroth rushed to the Immortal Mirror Holy Machine with a Y nanolayer sword in his hand. Immortal Mirror Holy Machine pulled out a blade from his waist, and the blade was like a translucent long knife to block the Y nanolayered sword. Maris had been kicked several times after his opponent blocked his sword, and when he saw this new opponent, he also raised his foot to kick his mecha chest. Gundam Astaroth also raised his foot and kicked the opponent's chest, and both kicked the opponent back at the same time. This guy reacts really fast, Chaplin said, looking at the Gundam Astaroth in front of him. The Gundam Gushin Depth Reforged type held its scissors variable rear skirt armor and rushed towards the Holy Machine of the Fairy Mirror. If I'm caught by you, I'm doomed. Immortal Mirror Holy Machine pushed in and started a bouncing movement, directly stepped on Gundam Gushin's head, directly making Gundam Gushin look like a dog lying down and eating SHD. Gundam Gomori wields the battle anchor to attack the Immortal Mirror, and the Immortal Mirror dodges from the attacking trajectory of the battle anchor. Up to 2 for Mengli, charging type, just rushed to the battlefield, using its destroyer spear to attack the Immortal Mirror Holy Machine. The Immortal Mirror Holy Machine was attacked by 2 Gundams in melee, without any parry or counterattack, but completely avoided the attacks of the 2 Gundams. Gundam Talon also rushed to the scene soon, attacking the Immortal Mirror Holy Machine with those huge fists. 3-on-1. It's a little stressful. The Fairy Mirror Holy Machine switched a small mace with his left hand, and just waving the mace with his left hand hit the joint of Gundam Dantalin's right giant arm. Then a roundabout kick kicked away up to 2 for Mengli. The Gundam AG-1 giant sword uses Liberta's sword to slash the Immortal Mirror. After the Fairy Mirror Holy Machine blocked it with the long knife in his right hand, he swung the mace with his left hand towards the AG-1 giant sword, and the Liberta shield blocked the mace. Gundam Gomori sneaks up with a wrist machine gun. Immediately, the Immortal Mirror dodges, and the bullet almost hit AG-1. Be careful. Feel sorry. Fairy Mirror Holy Machine switched to a long pistol in his right hand and shot towards Gundam Gushin. When Gundam Guzan dodged the attack, the 4 armed with 120mm cannon rifles fought back. The left hand of the Immortal Mirror Holy Machine also switched to the same pistol, and there was a position-changing shooting action. Many Gundams dodged the attack. Chaplin didn't fall into a hard fight with 1-7, but suppressed his opponent a little bit. Why is this guy so powerful? This is like our regiment leader. One of us beats a bunch of us. Hu Shifeng said. You are all very good, all at the ace level. Chaplin commented on the Gundam pilot, but I won't play with you anymore. The Fairy Mirror Holy Machine fired a signal flare, and 60 Evil Mirror Holy Machines came to the scene from different directions at the same time and surrounded 7 Gundams. Muthia drives the AG-2 Phantom and cuts an Evil Mirror Holy Machine in half with the high-performance and high-frequency vibration blade, Gynamedicus. Muthia also discovered the Immortal Mirror and brought 60 Evil Mirrors to the stage. Muthia immediately drove the AG-2 Phantom to attack, and when he arrived at the scene, he found that Anton was driving the Gundam Barbatos Sirius and was fighting with the Fairy Mirror. While watching the other 3 Evil Mirror Holy Machine squads resisting the rescue of other MS, Muthia decided to deal with the 3 Evil Mirror Holy Machine squads. The addition of AG-2 Phantom made the Evil Mirror Holy Machine team panic for a short time. AG-2 Phantom relies on Thia's X-Rounder and excellent control technology to dodge the attacks of the Evil Mirror Holy Machine one after another, and the high-frequency vibrating blade cuts down several Evil Mirror Holy Machines in succession. This action also relieved a lot of pressure and damage for other MS, such as Adele and Bailey, who were rescued. The AG-1 Big Sword just helped solve the siege of Gundam Gomori, and Thaya contacted Trivet to help him. Thaya ordered his troops to deal with the other magic mirrors, and here he and the deputy head will deal with them. Zhangxi, after Triver has dealt with these guys, you will temporarily return to the mothership for repairs. Yes, Captain. The two teamed up and relied on Bailey and other MS to destroy many evil mirrors in succession. After Gundam Gomori helped Gundam Talon out of the siege, the two each helped other colleagues. After Mathia killed almost 10 evil mirror holy machines, Triver, I will leave this to you, and I will help Captain Anton. Good. Age 2 Phantom rushed to the battle position of Gundam Barbatos Sirius. When Chaplin was struggling with the opponent, he suddenly sensed a great sense of crisis from the right. Another wild new human. Immediately, the holy machine of the fairy mirror retreated, and the AG-2 Phantom cut into the air. Captain Anton, you and I will take down this guy together. As for your people, don't use them to help. Let them deal with those holy machines. After all, they generally have more members than us. Your pilots let the subordinates of the special Gundam deal with the holy machines to reduce the pressure on our ordinary members. Yes. Anton gave instructions to his subordinates. Chaplin looked at his opponent Anton, and then looked at another Gundam joining the battle. He was not confident that he could defeat Anton alone, and now there was another wild new human. The AG-2 Phantom launched the attack first, rushing towards the holy machine of the fairy mirror. When the long knife of the immortal mirror blocked the high-frequency vibration blade, Gundam Barbatos Sirius Type two-handed mace struck from the left. Immediately switched the long pistol with the left hand of the immortal mirror. First attacked the AG-2 Phantom in front of him, forced the AG-2 Phantom back, and then retreat immediately to avoid the attack of the Gundam Barbatos Sirius. Then used the pistol in the left hand to fire at the Gundam Barbatos Sirius. The Gundam Barbatos Sirius blocks the attack with the mace in the left hand, and the 200mm cannon on the right wrist counterattacks at the immortal mirror. After the holy mirror of the fairy mirror dodged, the long knife in his right hand swung to another place, and sparks burst out. It turned out that the AG-2 Phantom sneak attack was reflected by Chaplin. AG-2 Phantom type sneak attack fails immediately back away. The Gundam Barbatos Sirius made up immediately. The 200mm cannon on the left wrist was fired, and the mace in the right hand smashed towards the opponent. When the fairy mirror holy machine dodged the 200mm gun, the long knife in the right hand blocked the mace, and the fairy mirror holy machine separated the mace and backed away. The AG-2 Phantom rushed over again at this moment, and the high-frequency vibrating blade stabbed at the holy machine of the fairy mirror. The long pistol in the left hand of the fairy mirror holy machine ran out of bullets when it fired the second shot, and immediately threw the long pistol at the AG-2 Phantom. The high-frequency vibrating blade directly cut the long pistol in two. AG-2 Phantom continues to rush towards the fairy mirror. The blades of the two machines clashed with each other several times. Chaplin saw that the driving skills of the Gundam driver in front of him were not as good as his. If fighting alone, Chaplin is confident that he can win the opponent within 15 minutes. But now there is Anton waiting for his opportunity. Chaplin couldn't fight wholeheartedly to suppress his opponent, but let his opponent fight him back and forth, which made him feel a sense of humiliation. Mathia himself found that the opponent's strength was actually superior to his, and he was able to fight him inseparably, mainly because Anton was on the scene, and the opponent could not fight wholeheartedly. At the moment when the immortal mirror retreated, Anton seemed to grasp the trajectory of the opponent's retreat and fired a 200mm cannon from his wrist to directly attack the immortal mirror. What? Chaplin was shocked. The telescopic shield on the left arm of the immortal mirror holy machine opened, blocking the shell at a critical moment. Chaplin took a breath, feeling a little shocked in his heart. If he had reacted a little slower, the immortal mirror would have received that shot in the chest. Although it would not destroy his immortal mirror, at least it would make his body some damage. The AG-2 Phantom continued to pursue, and the high-frequency vibrating blade continued to swing, so that the fairy mirror can only fight with a long knife. The Gundam Barbatos Sirius followed suit at this time, holding a mace in both hands, and smashed it towards the left side of the fairy mirror holy machine. The immortal mirror immediately blocked the mace with a retractable shield. The AG-2 Phantom and Gundam Barbatos Sirius thrusters were driven to the maximum at the same time, and the immortal mirror was directly pushed into a pile of wreckage. Immediately, the immortal mirror holy machine turned its thrusters to the maximum and shot up from the wreckage. AG-2 Phantom and Gundam Barbatos Sirius are biting each other, and the three trajectories chase each other. If Chaplin was fighting alone and wanted to escape, even Anton couldn't stop him, but now it was a 2-on-1 situation. It was difficult for Chaplin to get rid of them. The Gundam Barbatos Sirius Type 200mm cannons on both wrists fired towards the immortal mirror, but after firing a few rounds, the 200mm cannons on the left and right wrists ran out of shells successively. The Gundam Barbatos Sirius directly removed the 200mm guns on both wrists and continued to chase the target. In the end, Chaplin had no choice but to turn on the synergistic mode. Seeing this, Mathia also turned on the boost mode. Anton frowned, hesitating for a while, wondering if he should lift the restriction of the Alea consciousness system. Because, after the immortal mirror machine turned on the booster mode, its performance increased greatly, and the speed alone made it impossible for the Gundam Barbatos Sirius to catch up. However, the boss once told him that without his consent, the restrictions on the Alea consciousness system are not allowed to be lifted. Chaplin found that the status of the Gundam Barbatos Sirius has not changed, and thought, does this Gundam have no special functions? The AG-2 Phantom was not in the same state as before when it was fighting the immortal mirror, but was suppressed by the opponent. Gundam Barbatos Sirius immediately came to the rescue. The immortal mirror kicked away the AG-2 Phantom, and then rushed towards the Gundam Barbatos Sirius that was coming towards it. The moment the long knife collided with the mace, the immortal mirror came up behind the Gundam Barbatos Sirius with a highly maneuverable movement, and was about to stab the target from behind with a knife. Control Big Owls. Gundam Barbatos Sirius directly turned around and swung the mace backhand. How is it possible? Chaplin was shocked, and the immortal mirror retreated, avoiding the blow of the mace. Chaplin really couldn't believe that the Gundam Barbatos Sirius, which didn't have special functions turned on, could strike back first. How is this possible? It must be a coincidence. Chaplin forgot at this moment that he was going to escape, not fight. It doesn't matter which direction the immortal mirror attacks from, even with the last long pistol. The Gundam Barbatos Sirius can break statically, blocking the long knife and mace of the immortal mirror, even the bullets shot at it, and can easily dodge. Chaplin really didn't understand that his opponent Anton, whose strength was comparable to him, could be invincible without using special abilities, but he couldn't get any advantage. The AG-2 Phantom also took the opportunity to launch an attack at this moment. The fairy mirror can only deal with the AG-2 Phantom first, but the Gundam Barbatos Sirius followed suit and entangled the holy mirror. This made Chaplin feel a little annoyed. At this time, the siren sounded, and Chaplin cursed himself, forgetting that he had to get rid of the opponent at this moment, and the time limit of the booster mode was approaching. The fairy mirror holy machine turned the propeller to the maximum and fled the scene quickly. Suddenly, there are many cross sparks attacking, blocking the escape route of the fairy mirror. It turns out that the Gundam Fraus and Gundam Guzen Deep Reforged were cross-shot at different locations. This moment caused the movement of the immortal mirror to pause, and the high-frequency vibration blade of the AG-2 Phantom came over. The two of you go to help the others. It's enough for me and Commander Musea to deal with this guy. Anton gave instructions to the two subordinates. Receive. Learn. Anton began to observe the fairy mirror machine in the boost mode state. Anton has already begun to catch his way from the battle trajectory of the fairy mirror holy machine. The Gundam Barbatos Sirius rushed to the target, throwing the maces in both hands to the holy machine of the fairy mirror one after another. TCH, Anton observed my movements for a while, and he actually mastered my movements. The immortal mirror holy machine blocked the high-frequency vibrating blade with the mace in his left hand and slashed the mace with the long knife in his right hand. What? Chaplin was shocked, because the mace that had just been chopped down was followed by another mace that followed the same trajectory. Although the immortal mirror was dodging under Chaplin's superb technique, the second mace and wolf hit the right shoulder of the immortal mirror, and the armor on the right shoulder was directly smashed, exposing the internal skeleton joint. The AG-2 Phantom immediately seized the opportunity, and the high-frequency vibrating blade swung one after another to attack the holy machine of the fairy mirror. The immortal mirror holy machine blocks the attack with the mace in his left hand and counterattacks with the long knife in his right hand. The Gundam Barbatos Sirius pulled out the sword-shaped mace on its back and rushed towards the holy mirror. Originally, the long knife in the right hand of the immortal mirror also hurt the wing of the AG-2 Phantom. Just as it was about to cut off the wing, the Gundam Barbatos Sirius rushed to the sword-shaped mace and slashed down. The holy mirror of the fairy mirror can only be resisted with a long knife. Oops! The boost mode time limit has expired. The current performance of the immortal mirror is only 80% of its original performance. Anton seized the opportunity and waved the remote control one after another. The Gundam Barbatos Sirius wields a sword-shaped mace with both hands, and the AG-2 Phantom, although the time limit of the boost mode has expired at the same time, the performance has not declined. The Gundam Barbatos Sirius moves faster than usual. Although Chaplin tried his best to control the immortal mirror, the current state of the immortal mirror could not keep up with Chaplin's movements. At this time, the sword-shaped mace blocked the long knife and hit the right joint of the immortal mirror holy machine heavily, directly breaking its joint. Gundam Barbatos Sirius quickly punched the head of the immortal mirror holy machine with a quick blow, smashing half of its head, then opened its right hand to grab the remaining half of the head, pulled it hard, and smashed the half of the head. Head ripped off. The AG-2 Phantom seized the opportunity, and the high-frequency vibration blade cut off the entire left arm of the immortal mirror holy machine. Gundam Barbatos Sirius waved a sword-shaped mace, smashing the thrusters of the immortal mirror and breaking its legs. The immortal mirror holy machine has lost its combat capability at this moment. Chaplin did not expect the skirmish, and he became the first head of the Royal Knights to lose. Anton and Musea immediately notified the whole army that they had captured the head of the Mirror Royal Knights. A small number of members of the Mirror Royal Knights found that the leader was defeated and captured, and immediately sent a signal, asking all members to rescue the leader at any cost. Captain Muthia, I'll cover you and take this guy to your mothership. Good. The AG-2 Phantom rushed back to its mothership with all its strength, carrying the fairy mirror with its head and limbs missing. Many magic mirrors rushed towards the AG-2 Phantom, and Anton and other colleagues were responsible for intercepting them. After Gandalf learned that the head of the family had been captured, he immediately drove the Holy Mirror machine that had not been fully repaired to attack. Most of the Dion army's decisive battle troops did not know that the head of the Mirror Royal Knights had been captured, and they continued to fight desperately with the killing troops of the Tianyi mercenaries. On the contrary, after the Tianyi mercenary group received the news, their overall morale improved. Gundam Barbatos waved the Sirius-shaped sword-shaped mace one after another, smashing several magic mirror holy machines. Their armor is not durable yet. It seems that they sacrificed the resistance and defense of the armor in order to be able to reflect the light beam. Anton glanced at the shattered magic mirror and said, Anton watched some battlefield reports from the superconducting quantum communication. At present, the total number of MS left by Takadan and Mobile Ghost in the shell is less than 2,000. It is estimated that there are still about 3,000 MS of the Mirror Royal Knights on the battlefield. Mobile Ghost in the shell lost more MS than Takadan. In the battle between Bailey, Luiying, Lion Electric, and Magic Mirror Holy Machine, they can gain a comparative advantage. Two 300mm smoothbore guns of the Gundam Gushin Deep Reforged type. As long as one shot hits the chest of a Magic Mirror Holy Machine, it is enough to blast it to pieces immediately. AussieWW.org. On the other hand, after receiving the news that one of the top 10 Royal Knights of the Dion army, the head of the Mirror Group, was defeated and captured, many reporters in the field rushed to confirm it immediately. One of the media reporters photographed the AG-2 Phantom, which was returning to the mothership with all its strength on the back of an enemy plane with missing arms and legs, and there were many magic mirror planes chasing and killing it with all its strength behind it. Then the Tianyi mercenaries, other MS, and Gundam are trying their best to intercept these magic mirror holy planes. The station's war correspondents immediately reported. It seems that this skirmish battle has been fought for more than 10 hours. At present, the Tiani mercenary group has gained some advantages. They have captured a royal knights. It seems that the Dion Empire estimates that this is because of them. The fourth royal knights that was lost. This may be the third royal knights they captured. One head of the royal knights was captured. Why there are only 3? The main reason is that one head of the knights died at the hands of Long Fei, according to the information obtained by this radio station. On the other side, when Fades was watching the live broadcast, he heard the live news report that the head of the Mirror Knights was captured. Later, after confirming that Chaplain, the head of the Mirror Knights, had been captured, Fades was so angry that he was speechless. Nearly 50 magic mirror holy planes broke through the enemy's mis-interception and finally rushed to the target fleet not far away. As a result, the mobile drill missile group and the live ammunition sniper rifles of the Mis troop of the fleet took them all away in one wave. The skirmish has exceeded 24 hours. The current situation on the battlefield favors the Tiani mercenary group slightly. Decisive battles and killings after almost 24 hours of engagement. Both fleets simultaneously fired signal flares calling for a truce. Then, the two sides simultaneously issued a signal flare to accept the other party's request for a truce. Under the International War Treaty, if there are 48 hours to carry out cleaning and rescue activities on the battlefield during the truce. During the 48-hour rescue period of the two sides, neither side can launch any attacks. Even if the search and rescue forces of the two sides meet, there can be no conflicts. If in the case of rescue, it is found that the enemy still has surviving soldiers, and they cannot be harmed, they can be captured as prisoners, but humanitarian assistance must be carried out. The Tiani Mercenary Corps is supposed to be a private armed organization and does not need to abide by international war treaties. However, before the war between the two parties, the Dion Empire sent envoys and the Tiani Mercenary Corps to request both parties to abide by the International War Treaty, as well as the treaty that belongs only to them. After discussing with the generals, Long Fei and Li Jiaming agreed to each other's request, and the two sides signed the treaty. Now that the war has ceased for 48 hours, both sides have sent their own search and rescue forces to search and rescue to see if there are any surviving colleagues. In addition to sending rescue troops, the Tiani mercenary group also sent steel ball workboats and steel ball search and rescue medical ships. The steel ball workboat takes away the wreckage on the battlefield, and the steel ball search and rescue medical ship cooperates with the rescue force to find survivors. All war reporters also ran into the battlefield where the truce is currently underway to broadcast live. The steel ball on the steel ball working ship is recovering the wreckage. Once the detector finds signs of life, it will immediately notify the nearest rescue force or the steel ball search and rescue medical ship. Many war reporters have photographed that if the rescue forces of the two sides stop each other, they will set up their own areas for search and rescue in one place, and there will be no overlap in the search and rescue areas of the two forces. Because the two rescue forces will release their special devices to show the scope of their search and rescue. Of course, war reporters can enter their search and rescue range to take pictures, but they must keep a certain distance from these search and rescue troops. During the filming, the local reporter also filmed that if the two troops searched and rescued enemy soldiers, the injured would be temporarily treated, and the uninjured would be handcuffed directly. Then perform a one-for-one exchange with the enemy, and exchange your own people back. The Dion army will first ask for priority in exchange for the native Dion Imperial Army, especially the new humans and adjusters, who are the first people they exchange. If the number of people to be exchanged by the two parties is not equal, the party with more will go to another place for exchange. The way the two sides exchanged prisoners in this way surprised the war reporters. Even those who watched the live broadcast were surprised that they could directly exchange prisoners like this. However, many war reporters photographed that when the two sides were exchanging prisoners as captives of the Dion army, some of the captives were like children or teenagers, mainly exchanging captives in space. If you don't see clearly, these figures are more appearance of a small person. Then some war reporters got the consent of the Tiani mercenary group to enter the steel ball search and rescue hospital ship for live broadcasting and filming. In addition to filming the medical staff and the machines and instruments controlled by Harrow and Harrow, The cameras of the war correspondents also captured the wounded Dion soldiers being treated as captives. Among the wounded captives were teenagers and even children. This scene caused an uproar throughout the world. They didn't expect that even children were sent to the battlefield. Some of these injured children were under 12 years old in appearance. For a time, all countries in the world condemned the Dion Empire. Especially the so-called human rights organizations criticized the Dion Empire. Although the leaders of the international countries have made strong condemnation of the Dion Empire, they are actually very happy in their hearts. Because sending the child to the battlefield indirectly proves that the Dion Empire has no more soldiers to use. Many juvenile soldiers or child soldiers who received treatment were directly treated with healing gel as long as their injuries were not serious, and then arranged for these children to settle in separate rooms. When the Dion army exchanged captives, they gave priority to these young and child soldiers. The Tianyi mercenaries also discovered that these young child soldiers were either new humans or adjusted humans. During the exchange of prisoners between the two parties, a bunch of human rights organizations asked the Tianyi mercenary group not to exchange prisoners with the Dion army on the official website of the Tianyi mercenary group, not to exchange young and child soldiers. The Tianyi mercenary group ignored the appeal of the human rights organization. Even if these young and child soldiers were handed over to the Dion army, they would be sent to the battlefield again. Regarding such matters, the Tianyi mercenary group did not want to bother, they just wanted to exchange their colleagues back. As for whether these young and child soldiers will go to the battlefield and die in the next war, the Tianyi mercenary group doesn't want to care about it at all. As long as they are on the battlefield, no matter who they are, even the old, weak, women and children are enemies. Many members of the human rights organization watched the live broadcast, and the Tianyi mercenaries sent those young and child soldiers who had just been healed to the airship and exchanged them for their captured colleagues. This angered the human rights organization. On the website of the Tianyi mercenary group, they reviled the Tianyi mercenary group for not caring about the safety of those young and child soldiers. Many human rights organizations gathered members to demonstrate in front of the Tianyi mercenary group's base, accusing the Tianyi mercenary group of not being willing to save those child soldiers. The official website of the Tianyi mercenary corps issued a statement. The Dion Empire pushed children and teenagers to fight on the battlefield. Colleagues, as for whether those young and child soldiers will be sent to the next battlefield, it is the affairs of the Dion Empire that have nothing to do with us. As for human rights organizations, if they can't stand it, they don't have to protest with us, and they don't use it in front of our base. Demonstration, it's better to go to the battlefield by yourself. After you win the Dion Kingdom, you take care of those young soldiers. Don't use the moral high ground of a virgin to accuse us. You don't deserve it, and we don't eat you. Set. On the other hand, in terms of the number of prisoners of the two sides, the Tianyi mercenary group captured more prisoners, more than double the number of Dion's army. If it is a native Dion army, the Tianyi mercenary group will make special arrangements and send them to their detention center to settle with the earlier Dion army. If it is a person from the former colony, the Tianyi mercenary group will hand over the person to the United Army for arrangement. The Tianyi mercenary group can compare the identities of the captives, mainly by obtaining the identity information given by the coalition army. On the other hand, during search and rescue, if a corpse is found, if it is the corpse of an enemy soldier, arrangements will be made to return it to the opponent immediately. Many war reporters also photographed the corpses of many young and child soldiers, and some young and child soldiers died during the search and rescue process. After the medical staff failed to rescue these young and child soldiers, their faces were full of regret, helplessness, and distress. During the 48-hour truce, the two sides dispatched a lot of reinforcements, and the troops of both sides reached the size of 2 army-level fleets. However, Dion's army still has more airframes than the Tianyi mercenary group, mainly because the Dion army's battleships have more airframes than the Tianyi mercenary group. In order to hit the morale of the enemy, the Tianyi mercenary group took the scene of Chaplin being captured and put in handcuffs and shackles, and immediately projected the video in the entire outer space, so that all Dion's troops, including the rescue troops, could see their mirror image the capture of the head of the Royal Knights. This really hit the morale of the Dion army a lot, especially the native Dion army. Among the reinforcements for the decisive battle were the two royal knights, Black Sword and Sapphire. The killing reinforcements include the Dire Hounds and the Bloodthirsty Wolf Squad, two directly under Long Fei, and the 2nd Regiment fleet formally established by Takadan and Mobile Ghost in the Shell also came to the outpost battlefield. At present, the wreckage recovered by the Steel Ball workboat, after finding usable parts, will dismantle them and hand over the usable parts to the Logistics Maintenance Force or External Maintenance Device. Under Harrow's control, the External Maintenance Device, in addition to repairing the damaged body, even assembled a MS or a mobile fortress from a pile of wrecked parts. As long as there are enough spare parts for the External Maintenance Device, it is possible to manufacture the airframe recorded in the data. This allows those pilots who have been rescued but lost their airframes to get their airframes in a short period of time and continue to participate in the next battle. The technology of the External Maintenance Device also shocked the entire international circle, including the Dion Empire. This is a technology that can restore combat power in a short time. For the Tianyi mercenary group, the External Maintenance Device was a technology that was inspired by many battles. The External Maintenance Device can indeed reduce the workload and pressure of the logistics personnel, but in terms of details, the logistics maintenance personnel still need to make some inspections and adjustments. In addition to repairing the body, the External Maintenance Device can also repair the weapons of the body. Of course, as long as the accessories are sufficient, the weapons used by the body can also be manufactured. As for the useless wreckage, the Steel Ball workboat will take it to the 12th branch base to decompose, restore and transform the meteorite factory, and then decompose and restore it as resources, and use other factories as materials to make parts. During the 48-hour truce, the External Maintenance Device not only repaired many damaged airframes, but also reassembled some airframes. The Tianyi mercenary, who was not seriously injured, healed with the healing gel, and could be put into the battlefield in the second battle that was about to start. On the other hand, although the Dion army also has automated instruments for maintenance, most of them still require logistics personnel to repair the airframe. Although some of the wreckage parts were disassembled for emergency response to other damaged airframes, it slightly relieved the urgent need of insufficient parts. Automatic maintenance equipment is not as convenient as the External Maintenance Device of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, and it is impossible to assemble a machine body. This is why killing troops recover more vitality faster than decisive troops. Long Fei and Fadis were in their respective base camps, watching the current situation of the outpost battlefield. The outpost battlefield is located on the edge of the 3rd location. Whichever side wins the outpost battlefield, the morale and fighting spirit of both sides will change. If the outpost battlefield is captured by the Dion army, then the Tianyi mercenary group must defend the center of the 3rd location with all its strength. Otherwise, the Dion army will go one step further if they take the center of the 3rd location, and the 12th base will have to face it directly Dion army. If Dion's army didn't win the outpost battlefield, then at most they would just maintain a stalemate with the Tianyi mercenary group. If the purpose of the Tianyi mercenary group is to maintain a stalemate with Dion's army, when the Mars Circle corresponds to the 6th District Colony, the decisive troops will withdraw to the Mars Circle. The Slaughter Troop and the fellow troops of the Sky Wing Mercenary Group in the colony of District 6 can form a two-sided attack, scaring Dion's army into immobilization. Moreover, the Killing Troop can hunt and kill from a distance when the decisive troop retreats to the Martian Circle. This time by Comjiangsi. Lieutenant General Shrek and Lieutenant General AICC have conducted analysis. As long as the decisive force cannot win the outpost battlefield and the center of the 3rd location within a month or so. Even if the outpost battlefield is really captured by Dion's army, as long as the center of the 3rd site is defended for about a month, the decisive battle troops must give up the outpost battlefield and return to the Martian Circle. Now, under the current situation, Dion's army is under more pressure than the Tianyi mercenary group, and they are even more nervous. The Tianyi mercenary group now only needs to sit and hope to win. 48 hours have passed, and the troops of the two sides will start fighting again. The entire battlefield is full of crossing beams and missiles, and every place on the battlefield bursts out of fireworks from time to time. A Fenrir hit the mass-produced mental Gundam. tearing off the armor of the mass-produced mental Gundam with its sharp beam claws, destroying it. Aquamantia shot down many Scorpios and other MS with more than 20 floating cannons, and then bombarded a blue holy machine with the chest mega diffusion particle cannon. Then, he pulled out the beam saber and cut a piece of emerald green in half with one sword. At the sacrifice of several armored monsters and salamanders, a blue holy machine successfully bullied Valvalo, drew out the beam saber, stabbed it into the cockpit, and killed the driver. For Malawian Quaches fires floating cannons. Under the improvement of Longfei, you can choose wired guided cannons or floating cannons, and the beam saber is set on the waist. There are 6 floating cannons, 3 each, on the long poles on the left and right sides of the backpack. The MK4 driver controls 6 floating cannons, and the right hand of the body holds a beam launcher, attacking a blue holy machine that has lost all the floating cannons. When the Azure holy machine managed to avoid all the floating cannon shots, the MK4's beam launcher killed it with one shot. Typhon and a Spirit Gundam MK2 died together. The scepter he held was inserted into the body of the Spirit Gundam 2 Malawian Quaches, and he was pierced through the body by the Spirit Gundam MK2 10-fingered beam saber. When the head of Mental Gundam MK2 was separated, the driver of Typhon launched the last wave of attack before dying, and the light beams from Typhon's eyes penetrated the head of Mental Gundam MK2. A Salamander's shoulder cannon missed Ritual in fighter form, and a Jesta pierced the cockpit from behind with a beam saber. A Jia gang was destroyed by a blood red. A village rain pierced the chest of a blue holy machine with a beam cannon. Delta's beam saber in his left hand chopped off a wingbird, and the mega particle beam gun in his right hand shot down a Celeste. A blue holy machine shot down a Delta Plus with a laser cannon in its left hand, and a Ritual with a beam gun in its right hand. This battle was reported by many war reporters during the live broadcast, and it was much more intense than the battle a few days ago. The previous battles can be said to be testing each other, but this time both sides are fighting with their strength. Control the big and the owl. Of course, from the perspective of generals and experts from various countries, the two parties still have reservations. Some war reporters have photographed the battle between the Royal Knights and long-faced troops. The magic mirror, hunting sword and guards of the 3 Royal Knights of Mirror, Black Sword, and Sapphire attack. Dire Hounds, Bloodthirsty Wolf Squad, Takadan and Mobile Ghost in the Shell are dispatched. Lingus, Plus, Mass-Produced Gundam, Mass-Produced F-91, Bailey, Leaking Shadow, Lion Electric, Adele, Krone West Asia, Mass-Produced ZZ Gundam, and Faz. After Chaplin was captured, Gandalf acted as interim commander. The leaders of both sides did not attack. Takadan is responsible for targeting the Mirror Royal Knights. Black Sword, Sapphire, and the Dire Hounds, Mobile Ghost, and the Bloodthirsty Wolf Squad fought. The guards attacked a mass-produced Bull Gundam. The mass-produced Bull Gundam, with its higher mobility and flexibility than the guards, dodged the guards' electromagnetic guns, laser guns, etc. one after another. The mass-produced Neo Gundam uses 4 floating cannons to spread out, and uses the beam gun in the right hand to attack the opponent's guards, so that the opponent can't dodge the attack and cannot take into account the attacks of the 4 floating cannons from different directions. After dodging 3 beam gun shots, the guard dodges the beams of 3 floating cannons. The 4th floating cannon beam hits the back thruster of the guard, affecting the guard's mobility and balance. Install the latest version. The mass-produced Gundam driver took the opportunity to intensify his attack, and the beam gun and floating cannon fired at the target one after another. Due to the influence of the guard's balance, the driver cannot completely dodge the attack when operating. After receiving several beams of light in succession, the guard turned into a ball of fireworks. When a hunting sword solid sword was confronted with the Adele Flying Sparrow Shiger Blade, it was directly sliced into half by Shiger Blade. This shocked the hunting sword drivers, because the physical swords of their hunting swords were made of very advanced alloy technology. Coupled with high-frequency vibration technology, they could easily cut through the armor of their own frigates. As a result, a cyan translucent short sword easily cut off their physical sword, Zhanjian. Adele's Sparrow-type pilot immediately fired a series of heavy-hitting hunting swords with a needle gun, and then took advantage of the severe injury and temporarily immobilized the hunting sword holy machine to cut into several pieces, and several pieces of remains exploded into fireworks one after another. The mass-produced ZZ Gundam bombarded a hunting sword with a handheld howitzer on its wrist, and then bombarded it with a simple high-energy mega cannon on its head. A bodyguard pierced a Kransia body with an electromagnetic gun in his left hand, then dodged the impact of an Adele Brave, and stabbed into the cockpit of the Adele Brave with a beam saber in his right hand. Then, dodge an Adele Strike-type Rutleiber spear stabbing. The guard driver took advantage of the poor mobility of the Adele Strike-type, and the electromagnetic gun in his left hand pierced through the Adele Strike-type cockpit. Hunting Sword and Ling Gus shot at each other in a dogfight. Ling Gus cut off the left arm of the opponent's hunting sword with one sword, but he paid the price and was directly cut in half by the solid sword in Hunting Sword's right hand. Plus fighter form, one after another dodges the guard's positron cannon and laser gun, and then instantly transforms into MS form. The beam gun directly penetrates the guard's holy machine's chest. Plus, mass-produced F-91, and most of the Gundam MS equipped with energy weapons will immediately deploy and call Mobile Ghost in the shell or Tekkaden to deal with them once they encounter the magic mirror. MSs equipped with energy weapons will have a very headache when fighting MSs such as the magic mirror because the energy weapons fired will bounce back. Of course, Bailey, Luiying, and Lion Electric also made it impossible for the guards to attack because the weapons equipped by the guards were all pure energy weapons, and the nanolayer armor was almost completely immune to energy weapons. The hunting sword can also be equipped with live ammunition weapons, and the physical sword can still damage the nanolayer armor. A phase fired from a long distance with a large super mega cannon, directly blasting and killing several black swords and guards. Then, the mega particle cannon on the head killed the two black swords that were too late to dodge. From a long distance. Then the middle distance left hand uses 2 connected beam rifle, 18 connected missile launcher, back beam cannon, 6 connected small missile launcher on the shoulder, 3 connected missile pods on the wrist, 8 connected missile pods on the chest, and chest with 8 missile pods bombing many sword hunters and guards. A phase using this attack method can kill at least 30 hunting swords and guards. Phase soon became the key target of Black Sword and Sapphire. Although the mass-produced Z Gundam was not as powerful as Phase, it became the second key target. A Phase was besieged by more than a dozen hunting swords and guards. Although Phase used all available weapons, 2 barrel beam rifles, waste high-energy mega-particle cannons, and missiles to fight back. Although colleagues came to rescue, they were intercepted. When Phase was approached by several enemy planes, although he drew out his beam saber to fight, he was outnumbered by 2 fists, and was dismembered by several enemy planes after a few face-to-face confrontations. However, the cost of shooting down Phase is that more than 10 hunting swords and guards were shot down. In exchange for this loss, the price for the 2 Royal Knights, Black Sword and Sapphire, is really too high and not worthwhile. The members of the 2 Royal Knights, Black Sword and Sapphire, were a little surprised by the mass production of F-91 Gundam. The mass-produced Gundam with a height of about 15 meters not only has flexible mobility, but the beam shield can block many of their energy weapons. To block the beam shield of the energy weapon, it takes a lot of power from the generator. In the mass-produced F-91 Gundam's VSBR high-penetration mode, it can instantly penetrate the shield and the body, and even switch to the high-efficiency beam saber mode, which can also instantly chop the guard's beam saber. Except the high-efficiency beam saber, open, and even the body is cut in half. The mass-produced F-91 has another special ability that gives them more headaches. Although it has gone through many simulated combat drills, it still caused many holy plane pilots to suffer in actual combat. It is the afterimage caused by the metal-peeling phenomenon when the heat sink is dissipating heat, which deceives the observation device and camera of the holy machine, including the driver's naked eyes. Many of the holy machines hit afterimages. Moreover, the mass-produced F-91 also has the back cannon equipment type, one of the armed variants, which is to replace the VSBR with an armed unit composed of 4 connected beam Gatling and missile launchers. Several mass-produced F-91 back cannon-equipped missile launchers. Missiles include high-mobility blasting, cluster missiles, etc., for missile bombing and suppression. Some use 4-barrel beam Gatling firepower to suppress at medium and short distances. The 4-connected beam Gatling rotates rapidly, firing countless beam bullets like a torrential rain on the target body, shooting the enemy plane full of holes. The head of the Black Sword and Sapphire Royal Knights looked at the current situation and was currently suppressed by the enemy. Russell, the head of the Black Sword Royal Knights, and Dim Ash, the deputy head, set out to drive the Heavenly Sword and the Earthly Sword. Veronica, head of the Sapphire Royal Knights, drives the guards to attack. The 4 troops directly under the Bloodthirsty Wolf Regiment also discovered that the enemy's Black Sword and the leader of the Sapphire Royal Knights were dispatched. Rammer was the first to volunteer. She wanted to drive the F-91 dual VSBR-equipped model up to the F-91's enhanced attack model, and the generator was also improved to improve operational efficiency. In addition to wanting to test the performance and practicality of the F-91 attack power enhancement model in actual combat, another reason is that her title is Leader Nemesis. There are 2 captains in the top 10 Royal Knights in the Dion Empire, and she defeated them by herself. Captive. Now, Colonel Rammer just needs to defeat one more regimental commander to capture him and add her new brilliant feat. Rammer sat in the cockpit of the Gundam F-91, communicating with the heads of other troops directly under him. Leave the big guard to me to deal with, but you can't let Ramir eat alone. I also want to capture a captain as my merit. Thors recommended himself. Ramiral shrugged indifferently. Anton asked, Captain Ramir, what about you? Of course it's the Heavenly Sword Holy Machine. The Earth Sword Holy Machine is driven by the deputy head, so who wants it? To be honest, I have been using Yegwa to read and read books recently, changed sources, and read aloud with many timbers. www.yiguedu.com can be used for Android and Apple. Matthias said, let my deputy captain, Triver, deal with it. Maris said, actually, let the head of our Takadan be dispatched. No. Everyone yelled. Thors complained directly. If Commander Anton is allowed to attack, we will have no credit to take. Anton smiled and said nothing. Anton didn't pay much attention to personal merit. Now that he is the head of the troops directly under him, what he wants to think about is the collective contribution. Quite an opponent, he is happy to compete with each other. Rammer said, that's the decision. I wish you all the best of luck. The F-91 double VSBR equipped type stepped on the electromagnetic pedal to attack. Let me attack too. Thors drove Penelope Gundam to attack. Triver drives the AG-1 Hydra to attack. Takadan has more special-made Gundams and Ace Ms drivers, and the 2nd Regiment who rushed over made the number of MS far less than that of the Mirror Royal Knights, narrowing the gap in numbers. Coupled with many special Gundams, the Magic Mirror Holy Machine suffered a great loss. Although Gandalf fought hard, the combination of Gundam Gomori and Gundam Guzan's deeply reforged type directly put him in a hard fight. The Big Hunting Sword fights a mass-produced Gundam, and the positron cannon attacks the mass-produced Gundam. The driver of the Big Hunting Sword sensed that his opponent was an ordinary human being, which made him feel a little insulted. Because the 2 floating cannons controlled by the telepathy of the Big Hunting Sword he was driving actually interacted with the 2 wired-guided cannons of the mass-produced Bull Gundam. This is a great humiliation to him. Hateful. The Big Hunting Sword was attacked by the rocket launcher of the mass-produced Bull Gundam, and the Big Hunting Sword immediately dodged. The mass-produced Neo Gundam then turns on the rapid-fire mode of the beam gun in the right hand. When the Big Hunting Sword is dodging, some beam bullets cannot be avoided and can only be resisted with the shield in the left hand. It happened that the energy of the floating cannon was almost exhausted, so it had to return to the body to charge. At the same time, the mass-produced Bull Gundam's wired-guided gun was also running out of energy, so it returned to the body to charge. The driver of the Big Hunting Sword felt very angry in his heart. His driving skills were not as good as the ordinary human opponent in front of him. To make matters worse, when a rocket launch came, it was too late to dodge, so he had to use the shield in his left hand to block it. The rocket launcher was so powerful that it shattered the shield directly. The result is the rapid-fire mode of the beam gun of the mass-produced Bull Gundam, hitting the Big Hunting Swordsman one after another. The Great Hunting Swordsman directly turned into a ball of fireworks, and the mass-produced Bull Gundam driver killed the opponent, and the siren sounded again when there was no time for joy. Russell drove the Sky Sword towards the mass-produced Bull Gundam that had just killed the big hunting sword, and fired the beam gun in his right hand one after another. The mass-produced Bull Gundam immediately dodges and counterattacks. Humph! It's commendable for an ordinary human being to have such a skill to manipulate a mess. But you must pay me back for killing my subordinates, Russell said in a very angry tone. Russell's own new human subordinates actually lost to ordinary humans. For him, this is simply a humiliation to him. If the mass-produced Neo Gundam driver who killed his subordinates was a new human, at least Russell would not feel humiliated and angry. But even if an ordinary human killed one of his new human subordinates with the worst manipulation skills, to him it would be like an invisible slap on his face, which seemed to be too much for him. He brings humiliation. He must kill the ordinary human driving the mass-produced Bull Gundam in front of him to wash away the invisible sense of humiliation. The wire-guided cannon of the mass-produced Bull Gundam was just fully charged to launch an attack. Humph! Russell controlled 6 floating cannons. 2 wire-guided guns were directly destroyed by 6 floating guns. When Tianjin rushed to the mass-produced Bull Gundam, he even dodged the beam bullets that were fired at him. The mass-produced Neo Gundam fired the left-hand rocket launcher, and Tianjin directly avoided the rocket launcher. The floating cannon even hit the rocket launcher and destroyed it. The mass-produced Bull Gundam retreated immediately, and the right-hand beam gun continued to fire. The 6 floating cannons spread out and attacked the mass-produced Gundam in different directions. Although the mass-produced Bull Gundam avoids the attack of floating cannons, it also adopts fixed-point shooting. However, under Russell's mental control, the floating cannon avoided the beam. Tianjin's right-hand beam gun shoots through the beam gun on the right hand of the mass-produced Bull Gundam. Tianjin rushed to the mass-produced Neo Gundam, pulled out the beam saber on the thruster backpack with his left hand, and swept the vector-produced Neo Gundam with his sword. The mass-produced Neo Gundam pulled out a pair of beam sabers from the backpack thruster with both hands, although the beam saber in the right hand blocked the beam saber in Tianjin's left hand. But Tianjin's right hand put the beam gun on the back waist, then grabbed the left arm of the mass-produced Neo Gundam, and then turned sideways, coupled with arthroplasty, twisted the mass-produced Neo Gundam's left arm joint. Before the mass-produced Bull Gundam's right-hand beam saber counterattacked, Tianjin's right-hand beam saber pierced directly into the mass-produced Bull Gundam's cockpit. After looking at the mass-produced Bull Gundam whose eyes had lost their lights, Russell kicked it away and saw from the screen that the big guards not far away shot down several Ling Gus and Z+ in succession. Suddenly, Russell sensed a powerful spiritual force coming towards the big guard. Veronica also sensed a powerful spiritual force coming towards her, and several beams of light hit the big guard one after another. The big guard dodged the incoming beams one after another. Veronica didn't expect that when the opponent attacked her, he could predict her dodge trajectory. If it weren't for her keen sense of crisis and quick response, she would definitely die under the attack just now. Thors drove Penelope Gundam towards the big guard. When Russell saw this, he wanted to help, but suddenly a sense of crisis was coming from above him, and a beam of light was hitting from top to bottom. Tianjin dodged immediately, and the F-91 dual VSBR-equipped model stared at Tianjin from top to bottom. The ground sword driven by Dimash also attacked the Gundam who attacked his team leader. Suddenly, several floating cannons attacked Dijin. Dijin immediately dodged, and then used his flying shield to switch to beam shield mode to block the floating cannon's attack. Dimash looked at the upper left of the screen, and the AG-1 Hydra looked at her. These 6 people can be said to represent the high-end combat power of each other's troops, as well as representatives of soul figures. The battle of 6 people also attracted the attention of the commanders of the 2 forces. Whoever wins or loses will affect the affairs of the soldiers on both sides. The AG-1 Hydra type is equipped with 9 floating artillery units named Hydra, 6 of which are relatively short A-type floating artillery, that is, attacking floating artillery, which are mainly used to attack the target, and the remaining 3 are the D-type floating cannon, is the defensive floating cannon. Its volume is about 2 times larger than that of the A-type floating cannon. In addition to being able to attack enemy aircraft, more importantly, It can actively resist the opponent's attack. Through the cooperation of the two forms of floating cannons on both offensive and defensive ends fighting, the Age 1 Hydra took the lead in attacking, and the right Dod's gun fired a beam. Earth Sword used its beam shield to switch to a floating beam shield to resist the beam, and pulled out two beam submachine guns from the left and right sides of the waist skirt with both hands to fight back. The Age 1 Hydra uses 3D-type floating cannons to open the beam shield function to block the beam bullets from the beam submachine gun. The Age 1 Hydra is based on the Flying Sparrow exterior to ensure the dexterity of the body, and there is no MS humanoid lower body, which looks like a bird's foot, and the thighs are larger than normal. In order to be able to carry more propulsion nozzles, the human-shaped legs are thicker, and it also allows the body to have a higher ability to avoid enemy aircraft attacks. The Age 1 Hydra takes advantage of the above advantages. The flying posture is different from the forward tilt of the normal MS body elevation angle of 45 degrees to 70 degrees. It adopts the same zero elevation angle flight as the aircraft, which not only improves the linear acceleration. The Age 1 Hydra type attacks the ground sword with a Dod's gun while flying. Damn it, the flying attitude of this Gundam is exactly the same as that of a fighter plane. Dimash said, a little annoyed, but he also estimated the opponent's flight trajectory and opened fire on the target's flight path. Triver's X-Rounder allows him to sense and predict the opponent's attack and changes the navigation trajectory at the moment of the manual attack. TCH, it really is just as Alphonse said, the pilot of this Gundam is a wild new human. The Age 1 Hydra-shaped D-type floating cannon continuously protects the safety of the main body. Earth Sword's floating beam shield switched to a beam flying disc to attack the AG-31 Hydra. 3D-type floating cannons are connected to form a huge beam shield, which resists the beam frisbee, and the beam frisbee cannot move an inch. Then, the Age 1 Hydra launched 6 A-type floating cannons and attacked the Earth Sword. Humph. Luckily, I'm also equipped with buoyant guns, otherwise I'd be at a disadvantage. A total of 4 floating cannons were launched on the left and right sides of Dijian's thigh. Although the number of floating cannons of Dijian is not as good as that of the opponent, but because it has more experience in manipulating the floating cannons than the opponent, it will not lose for a while. Triver found that the huge beam shield composed of 3D-type floating cannons was a bit overkill, and the beam shield composed of 2D-type floating cannons was actually more than enough to resist the beam frisbee. However, the 3D-type floating cannons were improved by Long Fei, and some special functions were added. The 3D-type floating cannons have switching functions, and the beam shield is changed into a beam cover net, which wraps the beam frisbee like a net. What? Dimash was amazed. The beam frisbee he controlled mentally could not break free at this moment. Triver took advantage of his opponent's distraction and mentally manipulated it. The Age 1 Hydra type shoots at a fixed point with a Dod's gun and shoots down 2 floating cannons. Damn it, Dimash was very annoyed. Dijian shoots at the opponent with 2 beam submachine guns. Age 1 Hydra flies at 0 elevation to avoid all beam bullets. Dijian even returned the last 2 floating cannons to the body for charging. The 6 floating cannons of the Age 1 Hydra also returned to the body for charging. In addition to attacking the opponent, the ground sword also flew near the position of the D-type floating cannon, switched the 2 beam submachine guns into 2-handed huge beam sabers, and was about to smash towards the beam net. The Age 1 Hydra-shaped Dod's gun fired at the back of the ground sword one after another. Dijian turned around directly and used the huge beam sword to split all the incoming beams. It can be split like this. Triver was very surprised, but he couldn't do it himself. However, Triver did not stop attacking. The Dod's gun continued to shoot. The purpose was to force the ground sword back and prevent the ground sword from attacking the beam net. Right now, the D-type floating cannon and the beam flying disc are consuming energy. At this moment, it is time to see which side will use up the energy first. The beam flying disc has been attacking at the same position and cannot break through. It must rely on the ground sword to use a huge and powerful beam saber to strike at the same position on the periphery. The internal and external attacks can collapse the beam cover. In this way, the beam flying disc will return to the body for charging, and the charging port can be charged at the arm interface or the footboard interface of the body. It happened that the floating cannons of the two airframes were fully charged at the same time and started again. At this time, Dejian took out the beam submachine gun with his left hand and attacked the Age-1 Hydra. The Age-1 Hydra dodges the beam bullets and counters with the Dod's gun. Earth Sword used the beam giant sword as a shield to block the beam, and the beam submachine gun switched to fixed-point shooting, shooting down two A-type floating cannons. Damn it, it's not good for her to fight back with fire. Dejian let go of the beam submachine gun with his left hand, immediately held the beam sword under the hilt, and immediately slashed towards the beam frisbee attacking position. Age-1 Hydra was a step too late to stop it. The moment the beam giant sword slashed down, the beam cover collapsed, and the beam frisbee immediately broke through the envelopment, and the beam frisbee immediately switched to skateboard mode, and was connected under the ground sword's feet for charging. 3D-type floating cannons returned to the body to charge. The skateboard under Dejian's feet is charging while flying fast, and the speed is not as good as the Age-1 Hydra. The Age-1 Hydra is still flying at 0 elevation angle and chasing each other with the ground sword, the two dragging white light trails to cross each other, and the two attack each other from time to time. The Age-1 Hydra holds a beam saber in his left hand. Once the ground sword gets close, he either uses the beam saber to block it, or uses the D-shaped floating cannon to open the beam shield to block the sword. Triver is still more willing to use the D-type floating cannon to block the beam sword, because it is not as good as the beam sword to resist the thrust with its own beam sword. Dimash looked at the instrument display. The skateboard was fully charged and immediately switched to a shield. In addition to using the shield to resist the beam gun attack, the shield opened the center point to launch the built-in beam cannon. The two played against each other, and neither side could win the other. Although the Age-1 Hydra shot down two of the opponent's floating cannons with the Dod's gun, all of its 4 A-type floating cannons were also destroyed by the opponent. However, Earth Sword paid some price. That is, when the last A-type floating cannon was shot down, the beam submachine gun was hit by the floating cannon at the same time. Earth Sword has a beam submachine gun left. The two also can't take advantage of their opponents. Trevor just wanted to use the beam nets of the 3D-type floating cannons to trap the opponent. Dimash will also know the opponent's purpose immediately and immediately dodge or force back one of the D-shaped floating cannons, so that the opponent cannot activate the beam net to trap her. Nerope Gundam launched an attack towards the big guard, firing mega particle cannons on both shoulders. The anti-beam cover of the guard's shoulder device was opened, and the translucent cyan dome covered the guard's whole body. The mega particle cannon spread out like a water column hitting the wall. The big guard counterattacked with the particle cannon beam gun in his right hand. The I-field generator of Nerope Gundam's Flight Armor Unit FF, Fixed Fight, added when Long Fei was redesigning, expands the I-field. The same effect episode happens this time in Nerope Gundam. The beam machine guns on both sides of the big guard's waist were fired. Nerope Gundam flies fast, avoids attacks, and counterattacks with a special beam gun. Veronica frowned. This huge Gundam doesn't seem to be slow, but rather flexible. A total of 6 floating cannons on the left and right sides of the big guard's thigh launched an attack. Nerope Gundam's two-sided special shield contains mega particle cannons, which fire 2 mega particle cannons to attack floating cannons. The 6 floating cannons scattered to avoid the mega particle cannon. The 6 floating cannons are like a team of 6 people, and the 2 floating cannons are divided into groups to attack Nerope Gundam from 3 directions. The Nerope Gundam uses fixed-point shooting to attack the attacking floating cannons. Under the mental control of Veronica, the floating cannons avoided Nerope Gundam's fixed-point shooting one after another. It seems that my opponent is very experienced in mentally operating floating cannons. Thors commented on his opponent. 6 beams fired from floating cannons in 3 different directions attacked the Nerope Gundam. Nerope Gundam moves like a somersault, avoiding 6 beams. Manipulating the Gundam like a gymnast, the pilot's skills are really not bad, but I can't do this kind of skill. Veronica admired her opponent's operating skills. After Nerope Gundam countered the floating cannon with the 2 special shield mega particle cannons, it immediately attacked the big guard with the shoulder mega particle cannons. The big guard launched the anti-beam cover to resist the mega particle cannon, and then several beams attacked from different directions. Although the anti-beam cover blocked the incoming beams, several cracks appeared in the anti-beam cover, and then the anti-beam cover returned to its original shape. Just after Narrow Gundam launched the shoulder mega particle cannon, while dodging the floating cannon attack, he used the special beam gun to continuously fire at the big guard. Thor saw the cracks in the guard's anti-beam cover and roughly estimated the ability of the anti-beam cover. Veronica was a little annoyed. It seems that this guy has already estimated the ability of my device to withstand the beam shield. Narrow Gundam continued to dodge the attacks of floating cannons. Suddenly, the two floating cannons Narrow Gundam on the front deliberately did not dodge and used the I position to attack hard. Narrow Gundam's exclusive double-sided shield, which fires a mega particle cannon at the floating cannon above. The moment the two floating cannons dodged the mega particle cannon, Narrow Gundam's special beam gun fired into the trajectory where the floating cannon dodged on the upper left. The beam penetrates the floating cannon. Veronica frowned. It seems that this guy has roughly mastered the number of ways I can control the floating cannon. At this moment, the big guard's right-hand particle cannon beam gun and the beam machine guns on both sides of his waist fired at Narrow Gundam. Narrow Gundam launched floating missiles to attack the big guard at this moment. In addition to dodging the mega particle cannon fired by Narrow Gundam, the big guard also has to deal with the persistent floating missiles. 3 floating missiles were shot down by the beam machine gun. Veronica just sensed that the energy of the floating cannon was almost exhausted, so she could only recall it. Thor seized the opportunity, and Narrow Gundam launched another floating missile. The target of this wave of floating missiles was not the big guard, but the floating cannon. Damn it! Veronica was very upset. After the big guard shot down the floating missiles that had just bitten it, when the big guard was about to attack the second wave of floating missiles, Narrow Gundam fired mega particle cannons at it one after another. Bastard! Veronica was very annoyed, and the big guard immediately responded, and the particle cannon beam gun and beam machine gun fought back. When Narrow Gundam's I position resists these attacks, the shoulder mega particle cannons and special beam guns cooperate with floating missiles to attack the floating cannons. The big guard immediately rushed to Narrow Gundam, and the particle cannon beam gun in his right hand immediately switched to the beam saber. Narrow Gundam's right hand dedicated beam gun simultaneously switches beam sabers to fight with opponents. The last remaining floating cannon of the big guard returned to the machine body to recharge. Thor's found that someone in the communication tried to connect to him, and Thor's directly connected to the other party. Thor's looked at the opponent wearing the MS driving suit in the divided video, but the one-way video screen on the mirror of the opponent's helmet could not see the opponent's face. Of course, his spiritual Spartan battle suit also covered his face with a helmet mask, and the other party also had no way to see his face. I am the leader of the Sapphire Royal Knights. Veronica, may I ask you your honorific title? After Veronica introduced herself, the helmet mirror switched to two-way, revealing her true face. I'm the head of the Dire Hounds, Thors. Thors lifted his helmet, revealing his true face. It seems that your excellency is also a new human being. Talk to me, report your name, and want to know my name. Is this what you call chivalry? Since I can fight back and forth with me, I must want to know the name of my opponent. I report my name to give respect to my opponent. You know my name, then you want to defeat me next, as one of your achievements. No, not to defeat you. I just want to kill you or be killed by you. Okay, this is exactly what I want. The style of the Dire Hounds is to kill prey like hounds once they find their prey. Your excellency will be the prey I kill with the head of a hound. Thor smiled cruelly. Veronica also showed a cold smile. It depends on who dies at whose hands. Narrow Gundam and the big guard also pulled out their beam sabers with their left hands at the same time, and the two mobile suits waved their beam sabers with both hands to fight each other. Then the two mechas crossed and turned around instantly. Narrow Gundam fired the mega particle cannons on both shoulders, and the big guard issued a beam machine gun on his waist. The protective shields of the two machineries withstand the opponent's attack. Then, when the two bodies rushed towards each other, the mega particle cannon and the beam machine gun fired at each other at the same time. When the two mechas were in close proximity, they continued to fight with beam sabers. When the last floating cannon of the big guard launched an attack, The last wave of floating missiles of Narrow Gundam launched an attack at the same time. 2 of the 6 floating missiles destroyed the floating cannon, and when the last 4 floating missiles were close, although the big guard retreated with all his strength, the beam machine gun on his waist opened fire. Narrow Gundam's shoulder megaparticle cannons and 2 dedicated shield megaparticle cannons fire at the same time. The big guard cannot completely dodge all the particle cannons at close range. One of the 4 floating missiles was shot down, and the last remaining floating missile hit the body at the moment when the guard's anti-beam cover collapsed. Although the floating missile did not cause great damage to the big guard, at least a crack appeared on the left side of his chest. Veronica watched the instrument display the current state of the body, as well as the anti-beam devices on both shoulders, and had to wait for about a minute before returning to its original state. At this moment, the big guard can only try to dodge Narrow Gundam's attack temporarily. Towns understands that if he wants to win the opponent, he will not be able to win for a while. In addition to taking longer, there is another point that cannot make mistakes. Once a mistake is made, the situation may change drastically. The F-91 dual VSBR-equipped left-handed beam launcher emits a powerful cyan beam cannon. When Tianjin dodges, it rushes to the F-91 dual VSBR-equipped type and counterattacks the opponent with a beam shotgun in its right hand. The F-91 double VSBR-equipped right arm opens the beam shield and waits for all the shotgun beams. The propeller on the back of Tianjin increased its thrust, rushed to the opponent's left hand, and pulled out the beam saber. F-91 immediately stepped back a little, then pulled out the beam saber with his right hand, and fought with Tianjin's beam saber. Russell tries to contact his opponent. Ramir connects to the opponent's communication line. Russell, the leader of the Black Sword Royal Knights, what do you call your excellency? Russell revealed his true face after introducing himself. Ramir, the leader of the Bloodthirsty Wolf Squad. Oh, yes, I also have a nickname called Leader Nemesis. After responding, Ramir also revealed her true colors. Leader Nemesis, sorry for your stupidity, I don't understand the meaning of your nickname. The origin of this nickname is mainly from your top 10 Royal Knights. The leaders of 2 Royal Knights were defeated by me and captured by me. Ah, yes, I remember their name is Durzda and Osmane. Ramir said proudly, looking at Russell. Russell's expression was a little displeased, and he squinted his eyes at Ramir. He didn't expect that his 2 old comrades in arms were defeated by the same person. Looking at your appearance, I think you can beat me too. Yes, you will be the leader of my 3rd captive, and I will send you to meet your 2 colleagues. Humph, you are so sure that you can catch me. Maybe I beat you, and then you become my prisoner. Then let's see the truth in our hands, and see who catches whom. Then I will defeat you and capture you in exchange for my 2 old comrades in arms. Tianjin and the F-91 dual VSBR-equipped type retreated at the same time. The beam launcher and the beam shotgun fired at the same time, and the 2 forces exploded at the same moment. But the remaining force of the beam emitted by the beam launcher still rushed towards the heavenly sword. 8 floating cannons shot out from the back of Tianjin and hovered around Tianjin. The floating cannon opened the protective cover function to block the beam. F-91 double VSBR-equipped type. Double VSBR, high penetration mode on the back, shoots the sky sword. When the powerful high-penetrating light beam bombarded the protective cover, it penetrated the protective cover in 2 seconds. Russell reacted quickly to the crisis, and the heavenly sword dodged earlier the moment the protective cover was pierced. Tianjin drew out the beam gun on his left waist with his left hand to fight back. When F-91 dodges, the beam saber in the right hand switches to a beam gun and also counterattacks towards the opponent. For the 8 floating cannons of Tianjin, before the protective cover is opened and pierced, the energy supply is turned on to the maximum. More than half of the energy supply of the floating cannons can withstand the attack of VSBR. After being penetrated, the energy of the floating cannons is still less than 30%. The 8 floating cannons immediately returned to the Tianjin body for charging. F-91 dual VSBR-equipped right-hand beam guns, and the left-hand beam launcher fired at Tianjin one after another. In addition to dodging the attack, Tianjin is counterattacking. After the 8 floating cannons are fully charged, they are ejected from the body. The functions of the 8 floating cannons are switched, and the 8 floating cannons are grouped into 2 groups of 4 floating cannons. 4 floating cannons form a beam giant sword, a total of 2 floating beam giant swords. Tianjin pulls out a black solid giant long sword from his right waist, and the sword body is covered with a layer of black beams. Russell mentally controlled 2 floating beam swords, and the 2 floating beam swords were separated, attacking the F91 double VSBR equipped type in different directions. Wow, how does this look so much like Flying Sword in a martial arts movie? Lammer expressed his feelings when he saw the fighting style of the floating light beam giant sword, but he didn't stop when he spoke. The VSBR switching mode of the F91 dual VSBR equipped type is a high output beam saber. 2 floating beam swords. One attacked F91 from the upper left, and the other attacked F91 from the right. The VSBR on the left back and right waist launched a high-power beam saber, blocking the 2 floating beam swords. Rammer looked at the instrument, and the output of the VSBR high-output beam saber mode is slightly higher than that of the floating beam saber. Tianjin rushed towards the F91 dual VSBR equipped with swords in both hands, and swept towards the target with swords in both hands. The VSBR on the left waist of the F91 double VSBR model also turns on the high-power beam saber mode to resist the black beam sword. Dididi, the siren sounded, and Lammel looked at the instrument, and it showed that the black beam giant sword with a high-power VSBR beam saber mode on the left waist was suppressed by the opponent. Let's go and give it a try. The VSBR high-penetration beam cannon on the right back of the F91 dual VSBR model fired, and Tianjin retreated immediately, seeing that the VSBR high-penetration beam cannon was about to hit Tianjin. Tianjin immediately stabbed the beam cannon with a black beam giant sword, and the beam cannon in the VSBR high-penetration mode forked like a watershed in a river. Is this all right? Lammel was very surprised, thinking that she was dazzled, and immediately wiped her eyes, only to realize that what was happening in front of her was not her dazzle, but the truth. The VSBR on the left waist immediately switched to high-destructive mode to launch. When Tianjin watched the second beam cannon attack, the black beam giant sword immediately blocked the beam with its sword body, and the beam cannon in high destructive power mode spread out instantly when it hit the black beam giant sword's blade. After seeing that the 2 consecutive attacks were ineffective, Ramir immediately remote-controlled the pedals, and the F91 dual VSBR equipped type turned around and swept away the floating beam sword that was still confronting the VSBR high-power beam saber mode. Then, the F91 double VSBR equipped with a beam launcher in the left hand and a beam rifle in the right hand shot at the 2 floating beam swords one after another, knocking them out of balance. Russell immediately mentally manipulated the 2 floating light beam giant swords back to Tianjin. F91 double VSBR equipped with 2 VSBR high-penetrating force models on the back and attacking the sky sword. Tianjin immediately dodged 2 giant swords with floating light beams and attacked the opponent. F91 immediately fired the beam cannon with the VSBR high-penetration power mode on the waist, and the sword tips of the 2 floating beam swords collided with the high-penetration power mode beam cannon. The energy of the 2 beam cannons exploded and spread out. The 2 floating beam swords were shaken away, and the assembled 4 floating cannons were directly dismantled. Tianjin rushed to the target with swords in both hands. The VSBR on F91's waist immediately switched to the high-power beam saber mode, and the 2 VSBR high-power beam sabers directly collided with Tianjin's black beam sword. Dididi. This time it was the siren from Tianjin's cockpit. Russell looked at the instrument and showed that the opponent's 2 high-power beam sabers suppressed the black beam sword. Tianjin retreated immediately, and the 8 floating cannons dispersed at this moment scattered towards the F91 double VSBR carrying type. F91 dodged immediately, switched weapons to beam launchers and beam rifles, and attacked the 8 floating cannons. The 8 floating cannons dodged the attack, and then counterattacked the opponent. F91 turned on the beam shield with both arms to block the indelible beam. Ramir is looking at the instrument at the moment. The body is overheated at present. The cooling plate is currently dissipating heat. Ramir turns on the mask mode, and the engine body is at full capacity. The 8 floating cannons were just about to run out of energy so they immediately returned to the body to recharge. Tianjian rushed to the target quickly, cutting the target in half with one sword. Damn it, it's an afterimage. Suddenly a sense of crisis came from behind Russell. The heavenly sword immediately avoided it, and a beam of light passed from top to bottom in front of the heavenly sword. The F91 dual VSBR-equipped model is rapidly shifting position at this moment, and the original position remains afterimages. Russell looked at the countless afterimages of F91 and thought, if I didn't have a keen sense of crisis, I wouldn't know how many times I died from your afterimage tactics. These camera observation devices can't capture clearly at all which one is the real one, which is false. Many adjuster pilots died under such an attack, and adjusters who have no sense of crisis or new humans who do not have a keen sense of crisis will die under such afterimage tactics. Left. Tianjian pulled out the beam gun with his left hand and fired. The afterimage was still pierced by the beam. Hateful. Tianjian activates all 8 floating cannons behind it, and the floating cannons directly attack all found afterimages. It depends on whether the afterimage you created is faster or my floating cannon is faster. Rammer watched as 8 floating cannons wiped out countless afterimages of F91. The F91 dual VSBR is equipped with a left-hand beam launcher, and the right-hand beam rifle shoots in 2 directions at the same time. You are here. Tianjian immediately dodged the sneak attack from behind, turned around, and countered with the beam gun in his left hand. FCK. You destroyed a floating cannon. F91 dual VSBR equipped with dual VSBR high penetration mode on the back. The one on the right attacks the heavenly sword, and the one on the left follows the beam launcher and beam rifle and fires at 3 target floating cannons at the same time. Tianjian dodged the attack on the right this time, and at the moment of counterattack, Russell sensed that 3 floating cannons were shot down. Russell immediately assembled the remaining 4 floating cannons into a floating beam sword and continued to chase the target. The F91 dual VSBR equipped type rushed to the target. The VSBR on the waist switched to a high-power beam saber and slashed towards the sky sword. Tianjian holds the hilt with both hands and holds the giant sword high to block 2 VSBR high-power beam sabers. The powerful dual output pushed the heavenly sword down. Russell immediately mentally manipulated the floating beam giant sword and attacked the F91 double VSBR-equipped model behind. The F91 dual VSBR-equipped type immediately backed away to the left, and the pair of VSBRs on its back fired beam cannons in high destructive mode to attack Tianjian. Tianjian used the sword body to block the attack, but at this moment, the 2 high-destructive beam cannons directly made the black beam giant sword unbearable. The energy of the beam collapsed directly, and the black sword body directly shattered. The floating beam giant sword attacked the F91 double VSBR-equipped model, and the pair of VSBRs on the waist of the F91 dual VSBR-equipped model immediately switched to a high-penetration mode to attack the floating beam giant sword. The moment before the floating beam sword and the beam cannon collided, the floating beam sword immediately disintegrated into 4 floating cannons and attacked the F91 double VSBR-equipped type. What? Lammer was shocked for a moment, but immediately took countermeasures. F91 afterimage remains due to metal peeling phenomenon. Russell took advantage of the fact that he was still catching the opponent's trace, and Tianjian immediately attacked F91 with both beam shotguns and beam guns. F91 immediately used the beam shield to resist the shooting of Tianjian, and the VSBR on its back fired in a high-penetration mode. The solid black long giant sword of Tianjian has been destroyed, and nothing can resist it, so it can only be avoided immediately. The 4 floating cannons have rushed to the target shooting range, and the 4 floating cannons spread out to attack from different angles. Rammer's response was also to act quickly. F91 turned on the beam shield with both hands, and the VSBR on his back fired the beam cannon. 4 floating cannons, of which 2 floating cannons fired beams were blocked by the beam shield, and the other 2 floating cannons dodged the beam cannons and launched an attack, destroying the 2 VSBRs on the back of F91. F91 immediately fires beam machine guns on the head and chest, can switch between live ammunition and energy, and shoots down a floating cannon that destroyed the VSBR. F91 retreated immediately, leaving afterimages. Russell looked at the many afterimages left by F-91, not knowing which ones were real and which ones were fake. Suddenly, another attack came from behind the heavenly sword. "Damn it! Do you like to attack from behind so much?" Russell said angrily. Another beam cannon came one after another. Fortunately, the remaining 3 floating cannons were already around Tianjin, and they immediately switched to protective cover mode. The protective cover mode of the 3 floating cannons could not withstand the firepower of the beam cannon, and a big hole was directly opened in the protective cover, and the heavenly sword dodged away immediately. Immediately after successive beam rays hit, Tianjin continued to avoid these beam rays. Russell suddenly exclaimed, "Oops, it's been tricked." It turned out that the light beam that Chao Tian's sword had just attacked was just a cover, and the real target was the 3 floating cannons. The beam rays successively destroyed 3 floating cannons. Russell knew that he had no chance of winning, and he would be the one who would lose if he continued to fight. Then there were several beam rays attacking Tianjin. When Tianjin dodged, F-91 rushed to Tianjin and drew the beam sword with his right hand to slash. Although Tianjin retreated, the beam shotgun in his right hand was cut in half. Tianjin immediately discarded the destroyed beam shotgun in his right hand and drew out the beam saber to fight back. F-91 uses the beam shield on the right arm to block the beam saber and the beam machine guns on the head and chest fire. Although it can't cause much damage to Tianjin, it can restrain the movement of Tianjin and make the movement of Tianjin's left beam gun a little slow. The VSBR high-power beam saber mode on the left waist is turned on, swinging towards the sky sword. Tianjin dodged to the side, and the entire left arm was cut off by VSBR's high-power beam saber. Tianjin moved back immediately, and the metal peeling phenomenon of F-91 left countless afterimages. Then, the machine guns on the head and chest of the F-91 were switched to live ammunition, which has a blasting function. The machine gun bullets used for containment caused some damage to Tianjin. Tianjin turned around and stabbed backward with his sword, only to hit the afterimage. F-91 was below Tianjin, and the beam launcher in his left hand blew off Tianjin's right leg knee joint. Then, taking advantage of Tianjin's unstable balance, F-91 chopped off the other arm of Tianjin with one sword, and then destroyed the propeller of Tianjin. Russell looked at the display of the instrument and knew that he had lost, and then a partial blinding occurred on the screen, and Russell knew that it was the head of Tianjin that had been destroyed. Russell closed his eyes in resignation. Suddenly, the line was invaded, and Russell knew that it was Ramir. "Captain Ramir, are you planning to issue a declaration of victory?" "Captain Russell, you are the 3rd Royal Knights leader I have defeated and the 3rd Royal Knights leader I have captured. Do I deserve the nickname of the leader's nemesis?" "Humph." Russell snorted coldly, closed his eyes, and said nothing. "Don't worry. As a prisoner, I can arrange for you to be in the same detention center with your 2 old comrades in arms. You can talk about old times and work together. The book chasing app recommended to me by an old book friend who has known me for 10 years, Yegwa Reading. It's so easy to use. I use it to pass the time while driving and before going to bed. You can download it here, www.yegwadu.com. Russell opened his eyes and glanced at Ramir, then closed his eyes without saying a word. "Humph, it's so boring." Ramir disconnected the line. Ramir defeated Russell, the leader of the Black Sword Royal Knights, and captured him. The news quickly spread throughout the killing team. Ramir also took a photo of herself defeating Tianjin and sent it to the battlefield commander. The commander immediately ordered these photos to be projected and placed on every battlefield. This dealt a big blow to the Dian army's decisive troops on the battlefield. Photographing war reporters from afar, the news of the defeat and capture of the head of the Black Sword Royal Knights spread throughout the world. F-91 returned to the mothership carrying the heavenly sword with severed arms and legs. On the way, Ramir also ordered the subordinates in the mothership to let some international media reporters come to the ship. On the way, although many Dian troops wanted to rescue Russell, they were all intercepted. After F-91 returned to the mothership, the Tianjin with severed arms and legs was put on the hangar. Many war reporters who were invited and rushed to the missing heavenly sword and pointed their cameras at the heavenly sword. The staff opened the cockpit of Tianjin, and Russell was dragged out. His hands were handcuffed backwards, and his helmet was taken off. The war reporter's camera was desperately aimed at Russell's face. Rammer stepped out of the F-91 cockpit and ordered his subordinates to point Russell's face at the reporter's cameras. Both Android and Apple are available. Mr. Knight Commander, you were defeated and captured. Do you have anything to say? Is the opponent you lost to feel ashamed? If you are defeated and go back, how will you explain to your Majesty the Emperor? Mr. Knight Commander, do you have any words of apology for your hometown? Mr. Knights, do the Knights of the Dion Kingdom have a culture of seppuku? After a defeat like yours, do you want to stick a knife in your stomach and apologize to your country with death? Although Russell closed his eyes and turned a deaf ear and did not answer any humiliating questions from the reporter, he felt extremely humiliated and ashamed in his heart. Rammer came to the scene and patted Russell on the shoulder, and then introduced himself to the reporter in front of him. I am the head of the Bloodthirsty Wolf Squad, and this Mr. Knight is a prisoner I captured after defeating him. By the way, my colleagues all gave me the nickname, the Commander's Nemesis. The reporters immediately photographed Lammer. This is big news. All the media, including forces from various countries, wanted to know who the regiment leaders directly under Long Fei were. At present, only Li Xiuqing, the leader of the Shadow Mad Dog team, is known, and the others are very mysterious. The appearance of Lammer was very surprising. I didn't expect that she was a beautiful woman, and she even defeated the leader of a royal knights and captured her. Every reporter wanted to know that Lammer was nicknamed the leader's nemesis. What means? To put it simply, it is the nemesis of the heads of the royal knights, because the leader of the knights I defeated and captured today is already the third. This shocked all the reporters at the scene. I didn't expect that among the top 10 royal knights of the Dion army, it is said that the heads of 5 knights have already been defeated. I didn't expect the woman in front of me to defeat and capture 3 knights alone. Head of regiment. A female reporter at the scene reported excitedly. I can't believe it. Captain Lammer is so amazing. Who says women are inferior to men? Captain Lammer proves that women can hold up half the sky. It's a shame for us women. Captain Rammer is a role model for us women. Master Rammer, may I ask who defeated the other 2 knight leaders? Secret. Is it a man or a woman? Man. Then, Rammer put her left hand on Russell's shoulder, then showed a smug smile, and made a victory gesture, allowing the reporter and her subordinates to take pictures of this scene. At the 12th base, Long Fei and his wife saw Lam Meyer's triumphant show. Long Fei couldn't help laughing and said, I really didn't expect that the head of Lam Meyer is so good-natured. Tao Xiang smiled and said, it is estimated that many people in the Dion Empire will hate your Captain Rammer. At this time, Salamanda asked to see him and had something to discuss with Long Fei. In the detention center, Osmane and Nadezhda watched the live TV news in their own building. They saw the triumphant expression of Ramir, who defeated them and captured them at that time, and the look of their old comrade-in-arms Russell. A grieved look. A thought flashed in both of them. This is more harmful and more insulting. Nadezhda half-jokingly said to Osmane, maybe we will have a heart-to-heart talk with Russell soon. Osmane nodded with a wry smile. Fardis watched his knight leader being humiliated and angrily smashed the wine glass in his hand to the ground. It wasn't that Russell was defeated and captured, which made him feel angry and humiliated. It was those ordinary humans who dared to humiliate their noble new humans. Russell was one of the people he trusted the most, but the old courtier who had been with him for so many years saw his trusted old courtier being humiliated in this way. Fardis felt extremely angry and vowed to pay the price for these ordinary humans, and even more so for this loyal courtier. Standing aside, Julius also clenched his fists. Russell was his younger brother, who also made countless contributions to the country and His Majesty. Apart from him, His Majesty trusted him the most. Moreover, His Majesty has encountered several sneak attacks in his life, and Russell loyally protected the Lord and sacrificed his life to save him, and his younger brother came back from the gate on those occasions. Therefore, the younger brother among the courtiers is also one of His Majesty's most beloved courtiers. Each battlefield fleet of the killing force projected a larger photo, which was a photo of Russell himself being captured, or a defeated and captured look, and a woman behind her triumphantly raised a victory gesture. This made the Dion army's decisive battle troops suffer a greater blow. The leader of the Royal Knights will not be hit too much if he is defeated. Especially the Black Sword Royal Knights were hit the hardest. The slaughter troops are a little behind, and the fleet is starting to push forward a bit. Some of the fleets of the decisive forces on the front line began to retreat. Quite a few battlefield reporters began to report that the Tianyi mercenary group began to occupy a higher and higher advantage in the current situation in the outpost battlefield. The most representative unit of the two forces, the Dian army, was defeated one after another, resulting in a decline in the morale and combat capability of the entire army. Although the Tianyi mercenary group has begun to occupy a clear advantage, the damage should not be underestimated. The ratio of the two sides' battle damage reached 1 minute and 2.5 seconds. Although most of the Dian army suffered losses and died in battle, most of those soldiers who died in battle were not the real Dian Imperial Army. They were former colonial people whose relatives were kidnapped and forced to go to the battlefield. Basically, the losses of the soldiers of Dian's army were not that great. Of course, although the real Dian's army had not lost much, it also made international countries realize that their military resources were seriously insufficient. Many young and child soldiers have already been thrown into the battlefield. Earlier, some young and child soldiers could not be exchanged because the number of Tianyi mercenaries captured by Dian's army was not enough. For these young and child soldiers, the Tianyi Mercenary Corps will arrange them to the detention center area and will arrange for them to settle in the special detention center set up for them. About 3 hours after Russell was defeated and captured, the decisive force and the killing force came to reinforce the army at the same time. Each side comes with a brigade-level fleet size. The two support armies attack the opponent at the same time. Invincible, Chuanli, are you ready? Ready, uncle. I'm ready, master. Then let's attack together. 9 dragons, Flash and Rixing Gundam attacked one after another. The fleets of the two sides were also under the bombardment of missiles and beams, and MS and the mobile fortress troops fought against the enemy's troops under the cover of missiles and beams. Although the 3 Gundams of 9 dragons, Shining Light, and Rixing did not attack many times, every attack caused heavy losses to Dian's army. Kowloon Gundam is holding a pair of beam fans, and Dodge Gundam is holding a beam spear that looks like a red-tasseled spear. The beam fan and beam spear equipment of these 2 Gundams are designed and developed by Long Fei. The Sunrise Gundam equipment has not changed or added additional equipment. Kowloon Gundam wields a beam fan in close combat with both hands and wields the beam fan, cutting all the melee opponents in half one after another. Once many holy machines fought with 9 Dragons Gundam at close range, they were killed by 9 Dragons Gundam in 1 or 2 encounters. Emerald green or blue is to launch floating cannons. Kowloon Gundam waved both hands directly, throwing the beam fan, not only cutting many floating cannons in half one after another. Kowloon Gundam also took out the beam cloth, running through the emerald green and blue holy machine continuously. And when Kowloon Gundam is still waving the beam cloth, it can also bind the handle of the beam fan with the beam cloth. Under the wave of Kowloon Gundam, the beam fans tied to the front and rear ends of the beam cloth attack the target trickily from different angles. The beam fan is like a chainsaw, sawing countless MS and mobile fortresses open one after another. Moreover, when Kowloon Gundam waved his hands, his legs were not idle, and he used chain kicks from time to time, and many MS were blown up by Kowloon Gundam's chain kicks. Rixing Gundam's left wrist beam bow aimed at the front and fired one after another, covering Flash Gundam's advance. Under the cover of Rixing Gundam, Flash Gundam wielded beam spears in both hands one after another, picking off countless MS, and even rushed into the center of the enemy's army with a single ride, just like an ancient warrior who went deep into the enemy's camp and killed all directions. Flash Gundam pierced a blood-red holy machine with a beam spear, then pulled out the gun head, then let go of the grip of the spear with both hands, kicked off the end of the grip, and the beam spear flew out like a cannonball, piercing through several MS in a row. Then there were several holy machines besieging Flash Gundam. Flash Gundam pulled out the beam saber with both hands, relying on Dongfang Wudi's superb dual swordsmanship, Flashing Gundam's flexible reaction ability, fully wielding the dual sword martial arts with both hands and body. Those holy machine pilots couldn't cope with that nimble movement. and the holy machine that besieged the Flash Gundam was chopped to pieces by the Flash Gundam's double knife martial arts. Then, a blue special holy machine rushed towards the Flash Gundam with knives in both hands, and followed the Flash Gundam to fight in melee. Both airframes were waving their dual knives to fight. The special holy machine driver relied on the psychosensory control system to barely keep up with the movement of the Flash Gundam. The driver felt very distressed. Why is the operating system of the Tianyi mercenary group so advanced, and the reaction is so fast, even including the linkage of the body's skeleton and joints? Sex is so flexible. Wouldn't the operation of the body cause the body to be overloaded? Will the parts inside the body, including the skeleton joints, cause metal fatigue? After fighting the special holy machine and the flashing Gundam for a few minutes, the driver of the special holy machine looked at the instrument and showed that the operation of the machine was about to reach the limit. The driver also found that the driver with the high flash was an ordinary person, and it was impossible for an ordinary person to control its psychic control system. Could it be that this ordinary human can use an ordinary joystick to perform such superb movements of the Gundam? His manipulation skills are too terrifying. The Dion Empire, including the entire world, did not know that Long Fei had developed a somatosensory operation cockpit. Finally, when the special holy machine was overloaded, certain joints exploded. "Oops!" the driver exclaimed, and then watched the Flash Gundam tear it apart from the screen, and he himself was killed in the explosion of the body. At this moment, Rishin Gundam is holding the Beam Azure Dragon knife with both hands, and is dealing with several moon-howling demon wolves. With her flexible movements and reactions, Chun-Li is able to wield the Beam Azure Dragon knife even more while dodging the attack of the moon-howling demon wolf. Attack the opponent. The Beam Green Dragon knife also cut off the limbs and head of the moon-howling demon wolf, and then the left wrist beam bow fired beam arrows, piercing through several moon-howling demon wolf machines one after another. A Finra rushed towards the Sunrise Gundam. A radiant cyan flash descended from the sky above Finra, like the legendary palm drop from the sky. The instigator of the blue light was Shining Gundam, and it performed its nirvana. Kill Flash Palm. A huge cyan palm directly smashed Mobile Fortress Finra to the ground. Another Finra opened its mouth and fired a violent beam cannon at the Flash Gundam. This hand of mine is flashing and roaring. He is shouting for me to beat you. Kill Flashing Hand. The previous flashing palm released energy, while the flashing hand compressed energy on the palm. The dazzling flashing hand turned on the thrusters in the Flashing Gundam and rushed towards the beam cannon that was attacking him. The moment the two energies collided, the beam cannon seemed to be torn apart, and the Flash Gundam rushed towards the opponent like no one's land. In the end, the flashing hand rushed directly in front of the opponent. From head to tail, Finra seemed to be torn in half by the energy of the flashing hand, and the body that was torn into two halves directly turned into a ball of fireworks. The appearance of these three Gundams directly frightened the Dion army. Many war reporters filmed the battle scenes of these three Gundams. Many reporters recognized the Flash Gundam, which shocked the entire world when it first appeared. I thought that the Shining Gundam was showing its full power back then, but I didn't expect that it was just a part of its power room, or that it was just the Tianyi mercenary group testing the performance of the Shining Gundam. This time Big Jiangxi. Now the three Gundams of Flash, Nine Dragons, and Rishin are live broadcasting and killing all directions. Only now have I discovered that the original Flash Gundam is of course only a part of its power, and now it is its real power. Then, Shining Gundam retrieved its long spear, Rishin Gundam held the Beam Blue Dragon saber in both hands, and the two Gundams rushed towards the enemy line together. The flexible and tricky stabbing of the beam spear and the powerful slashing and sweeping of the beam Qinglong knife. From the perspective of the coalition army, the formation of the Dion army looks like a monolith, and the cooperation of the two Gundams is like a drill, drilling a hole out of the hard iron plate. The purpose of Shining Gundam and Sunrise Gundam is to come to Kowloon Gundam, control the Big and the Owl. Kowloon Gundam is also killing the quartet. The three Gundams have attracted at least 30% of the combat power of the enemy MS and Mobile Fortress troops. This allows the killing troops to reinforce the MS and Mobile Fortress troops, reducing a lot of pressure and getting twice the result with half the effort in the battle. Uncle, Use the Super Overlord movie bomb. Good. A cyan and red flame wrapped around Kowloon Gundam's body, forming an oval cyan-red two-color fireball. Many captain planes of the Dion Army immediately sent out signal flares, and MS, Holy Machine, and Mobile Fortress quickly moved away. Shining Gundam and Rising Gundam pushed with both hands, and the Super Overlord movie bullets instantly rushed towards the enemy. Many MS, Holy Machines, and Mobile Fortresses got out of the way earlier, and many pilots watched the Super Overlord movie bullets fly straight in front of their screens. Just as many drivers breathed a sigh of relief, the rampant Super King suddenly turned back. The pilots of the Dion Army were frightened for a moment. Why did the Super Overlord movie turn back? This is mainly because Dongfang Wudi, Hao Gue, and Chun-Li have discussed. The three of them were very amazed by the powerful power of the Super Overlord movie bomb once. But the three of them also discovered the weakness of this move. This move is to go on a rampage and not be able to turn. So the three of them researched and improved the trick of Super Overlord movie bomb. Although the power of the Super Overlord movie bomb that can turn has been weakened, it can at least cause great damage and loss to the huge enemy formation. Wherever the bullet passes, there must be organisms pierced through, and the trajectory left by the bullet must explode with fireworks. This scene was also filmed live by many war reporters. The reporters in the field couldn't believe it. After filming so many battles of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, they also filmed a lot of battle scenes of Gundams. They thought they knew the combat power of Gundams very well. After seeing the power of the Super Overlord movie bullets, I realized that I didn't know anything about Gundam's true strength. The leaders of the various countries who watched the live broadcast hoped that the Dion Army could also come up with such a powerful mise. What they hoped most was that the two sides would lose both sides, and they wished to seize the advanced technology of these two forces. The battle between the two sides will almost last for more than 24 hours. Many airframe pilots came back alive from the attack. The airframe was repaired, they were highly stressed, and they were very tired after returning. When the airframe was being repaired, there was only a few hours to rest, and many drivers had to attack and come back alive several times. That is, the drivers who have undergone physique enhancement surgery have repeated more than 5 times. Many of these physique enhancement surgery drivers are directly exhausted. On the other side, Triver and Towns failed to win their opponents. Mirror, Black Sword, and Sapphire Royal Knights. The most serious loss is the Black Sword Royal Knights. The head of the group was arrested. Although the deputy head took the lead, the morale and fighting spirit of the overall members have declined. This also caused them to be unable to exert their original combat capabilities. On the other side, the Bloodthirsty Wolf Squad, Dire Hounds, Taihuachuan, and Mobile Ghost in the Shell, the 4 troops directly under Long Fei, suffered similar losses. If you want to pick out which army has the lowest loss, the Bloodthirsty Wolf Squad has the lowest loss. The main reason is that their leader beat other knight leaders and captured them. This greatly increased their morale and improved their combat efficiency. However, the battle of more than 24 hours, whether it is the MS and Mobile Fortress troops fighting on the front line, or the fleet that provides fire support and logistics maintenance resources from time to time in the rear, also makes everyone exhausted. Although the Tianyi Mercenary Regiment gained an advantage, after capturing Russell, they pushed forward slightly, suppressing the Dion Army's decisive troops and retreating a bit. But in the next battle, the killing troops of the Tianyi Mercenary Group did not push the enemy back at all. The decisive force of the Dion Army is still within the range of the outpost battlefield, and the battle between the two sides is still in a stalemate. Fleets on almost both sides fired truce request flares. Both sides then responded to each other's demands by agreeing to a temporary truce. Then, both sides sent rescue troops, and so on to clean up the battlefield. War reporters also began to enter the battlefield where the war has ceased to conduct live filming. However, when some reporters were filming, they found that the communication network in some places was suddenly disconnected from time to time, and the communication network could not be communicated at all. They had to sail to certain places to restore communication. The book chasing app recommended to me by an old book friend who has known me for 10 years, Yegwa Reading. It's so easy to use. I use it to pass the time while driving and before going to bed. You can download it here, www.yegwadu.com. Dear audience friends, At the previous location, the communication was suddenly disconnected. We guess this may be caused by the so-called min of particles. I'm really curious what kind of technology the Tianyi mercenary group used to maintain communication in a place where min of particles are so dense. Although war reporters cannot conduct live broadcasts in the strong min of particle environment, they can film search and rescue troops from afar. During these 48 hours, the two parties will also exchange their captives one-on-one. Dion's army is the same as last time, and the priority is to return to the Dion Empire. During the 48 hours of the truce, both sides still sent their own reinforcements. Both sides always have a lot of losses. Salamanda led the sword and shield troops to the outpost battlefield. Salamanda communicated with the other 4 regiment leaders and the supreme commander of the outpost battlefield. Commander Ramir, the boss asked me to tell you that your performance is very good, and you are worthy of being the nemesis of the commander. In this regard, the boss, the commander-in-chief, and the relevant departments have made an evaluation and decided to change from a colonel to a special school. The subsequent merit-based rewards will be all rewards after the war is over. Good. Everyone, the boss sent me here to lead the sword and shield troops. In addition to fighting side by side with everyone, the boss has given me some special rights. In addition to commanding everyone to fight, and under special circumstances, I can order the troops on the outpost battlefield, all troops. After finishing speaking, Salamanda conveyed the information on the document authorized by Long Fei to Lieutenant General Goliath. Lieutenant General Goliath, the supreme commander of the outpost battlefield, nodded after reading the document and said, "Understood. If any special situation occurs, please follow the orders of Special Colonel Salamanda." Then Lieutenant General Goliath handed over the document information to his staff, ordered to pass on to other generals. Colonel Muthia asked, "May I ask the special school, what does special situation mean? What happened to call it special situation?" "Well, when we fought for the second time yesterday, our side had some advantages. If you look at the map of the outpost battlefield now, the current ratio is 6-4. Our side has the advantage. It is possible that when the fight starts the day after tomorrow, Fadis, it is possible to go out in person." Goliath asked, "Special school, even if Fardis goes out in person, is there any problem?" "Lieutenant General, have you ever seen the boss show his spiritual power?" "I have indeed seen this." "You mean that Fardis can also show the same ability as the boss?" "Yes, it's not inferior to the boss at all. I'm worried that if I really go out in person and show that terrifying spiritual aura, it will shock all the new human drivers here." Lieutenant General Goliath didn't speak, just lowered his head and thought. Anton asked, "Colonel Salamanda, if he really goes out in person to show the powerful spiritual energy you mentioned, are we going to give up the advantage we finally gained, and even give up this outpost to them?" "Captain Anton, sometimes you can't just think about the immediate losses on the battlefield, but look at the broad and long term. Even if the outpost battlefield is taken by them now, as long as we hold on to the 3rd place for about a month, Fadisi will definitely lead his troops back to the Mars Circle, because at that time the corresponding location of the Mars Circle is the colony of the 6th District. I don't need to say it, everyone understands." On May 9th, 125, the first year of the universe, the Dion Army's decisive force and the Tianyi mercenary group's killing force fought again for the second time. This time, the size of the troops of both sides has reached the size of 3 army-level fleets. Reinforcements from both sides arrived one after another. The Royal Knights and the direct troops of both sides stood still, and neither side sent troops. The troops of the decisive battle and the killing continued to bombard each other. Mobile ballistic separated high-explosive missiles cannot be used in many combat areas at the moment, and some mobile ballistic separated high-explosive missiles have even entered places where Monopoly particles are very dense. The missile's navigation system, chips, etc. will be seriously affected and even directly paralyzed. If part of the fleet of the decisive battle force enters the range of the electromagnetic accelerator of the shield-breaking destroyer, it will definitely be bombarded by the electromagnetic accelerator. As long as the vortex frigates of the fleet turn on the vortex function and it is too late to block the electromagnetic accelerator, then some warships must be destroyed by the electromagnetic accelerator. At present, the scientists of the Dion Empire are working hard to improve the defense of the battleship's energy shield, but they still cannot withstand the bombardment of the electromagnetic accelerator. The vortex function of the vortex frigate consumes a lot of energy, and this function also sacrifices most of the battleship's combat effectiveness. The vortex frigate basically does not have many turrets, and even the missile hatches are also pitifully few, and even the hangar area for carrying MS also very small. Moreover, once the vortex function is turned on, it will not only consume the supply energy of the battleship, but also greatly reduce the maneuverability of the battleship. Therefore, the Dion army developed an ultra-long-range electronic telescope. Once a shield-breaking destroyer is found, it immediately calculates the trajectory of the electromagnetic railgun of the shield-breaking destroyer, and then lets the vortex frigate turn on the vortex function to defend earlier. As for the mobile drill missile group, the scientists of the Dion Empire have improved the calculation of the point defense system and other related functions, and the scientists have also developed a team distribution point defense system. As long as there is no serious interference from the men of particles, Dion's 30 warships, plus 300 mobile suits, not counting any mobile suit or holy machine, 10,000 mobile drill missiles will not be able to break through such a large-scale defense line. Some black-painted Jigong, elite troop, MS units of the Tianyi mercenary group's killing force are armed with long-range sniper rifles, which are mounted on the Shangyun aircraft. Recommended, Yegwa reading and chasing books is really easy to use. Download it here and try it quickly. When the flying plane is flying, the Black Jegong is responsible for sniping large targets, mobile fortresses, and some MS. The Dion Army's decisive battle force, some Azure and Blood Red, set up ultra-long-range large sniper rifles on the battleships and snipe targets 100 kilometers away. The energy supply of ultra-long-range large sniper rifles was provided by the battleships. The caliber of the ultra-long-range large-scale sniper rifle reaches 285 millimeters. Although the caliber is huge, the farther the distance is, the lower the damage will be. The effective range is 150 kilometers. Moreover, the ultra-long-range large sniper rifle has an interval of 10 seconds, and the interval of 10 seconds is not only for heat dissipation, but also for charging. One warship can supply 3 super long-range large sniper rifles. The task of the holy plane pilot in charge of ultra-long-range sniping is to calculate the trajectory of the enemy plane to snipe and kill the enemy plane with one shot when the enemy plane dodges the attack of the warship. Both sides have their own different long-range sniper rifles. The former is used to cover the advance of the frontline troops, while the latter is used to snipe the enemy planes that break through the defense line. The Tianyi Mercenary Corps also has another ultra-long-range weapon, the Type 70 to 31 electromagnetic cannon. This is a weapon designed with the Strike Gundam Lightning type as a reference. Sample painting gourd development. The two arms at the arm are combined to form a 70 to 31 electromagnetic cannon, which is powered by the nuclear energy of the body. The effective range reaches 300 kilometers. The 70 to 31 electromagnetic cannon can't be hit by a single Dion mobile suit or holy machine. Even the energy shield of the mobile fortress Typhon can't resist it. It's not that the Dion army doesn't have the technology of the electromagnetic cannon used in the airframe, but it's not as advanced and powerful as the Tianyi mercenaries. Scientists of the Dion Kingdom devoted most of their resources and manpower to the research and development of energy weapons, and did not pay much attention to the research and development of live ammunition weapons. Both bodies are equipped with plasma guns. Most of the body armor cannot resist the high-temperature corrosion ability of plasma guns. When many physical shields are hit by plasma, the hit parts will be dissolved by the high temperature. Only energy shields such as energy shields and ice stances can resist. Gundamium alloy 3rd generation can also withstand the high-temperature corrosion of plasma guns. However, the rate of fire of plasma guns is not only slower than that of beams, it is not even as fast as live ammunition guns. Although plasma guns can also gather huge amounts of energy, the larger the volume of plasma energy, the slower the speed, and the faster the rate of fire, the smaller the energy bullets of the plasma gun. At that time, let alone the shield, the damage to the body may not be great, and the position where it is hit may be like splashing water on a metal plate. The Tianyi mercenary regiment has many weapons that make the Dian army feel very troublesome, like the drill bullets of some live ammunition firearms, which cause unimaginable damage to the Dian army's MS and holy machines. There is no such thing as an energy shield. Defensive methods are basically difficult to stop such bullets. Virgo 2's planetary defender also caused Dian's army a headache. It is difficult to penetrate without powerful weapons such as the Salamander's shoulder cannon, 15 megawatts. The general MS of the Dian army is only 8 megawatts, even if the beam cannon is powerful. Mass-produced holy machine weapons with more than 15 megawatts are also rare. Only super laser cannons or cannons can achieve such power, and other energy weapons cannot be used at all. Emerald and Azure floating cannons also cannot penetrate planetary defenders. In terms of melee combat, Bill Brother 2 has been improved by the Lungfei program and has the ability to pull out the beam saber for melee combat, so the melee tactics used by Dian's army in the past were still effective against Bill Brother. However, Bilge 2 has greatly reduced their melee effect. The Tianyi mercenary group had weapons that made the Dian army a headache, and the Dian army also had some weapons, which also made the Tianyi mercenary group worry. For example, the cluster shotgun compresses the energy and releases it instantly. Although the effective distance remains the same, its power is stronger and the attack range becomes wider. Many MS, including mass-produced Gundam, were destroyed by this weapon. But this gun also has a weakness. Although it is an energy type, when it is compressed and fired, it must rely on the assembled special fuel liquid tank to be effective. Both sides have developed weapons that cause the enemy some concerns or headaches, and both sides have also developed similar weapons. For example, the beam frisbee. Most of these weapons are controlled by the new human mind, and the control method is similar to the floating cannon. However, in addition to being controlled by new humans, the beam frisbee of the Tianyi mercenary group can also be used by ordinary humans. It is controlled by the Dragoon system, so that ordinary humans can also use the beam frisbee. On May 9, 125, the first year of the universe, the two forces started fighting and also produced many new weapons. The remote live broadcast of war reporters has also made the leaders of various countries, including their military, envious of these weapons. At the same time, scientists from various countries are also studying these weapons. At present, the two sides are still playing 50-50. The two sides came to the reinforcements one after another at the same time. The warring areas of the two sides continued to expand, and the number of warring places increased. Salamander communicated with the other regiment leaders and Lieutenant General Goliath. Matthias said, "The longer the battle, the intensity of the min of particles will continue to increase, and they will continue to spread in all directions. If this continues, the situation will become worse and worse for them, and they will need more antimatter particles." Nov particle device. Lammer followed up and said, "But the Royal Knights are hiding behind and will not move." Thors said half-jokingly, "Maybe they are afraid that they will be captured by you when they meet you, the leader's nemesis. Hey, if it's possible, I really want to capture a few more and add to my beautiful achievements." Rammer said proudly. Ahem. Lieutenant General Goliath coughed dryly and said, "Colonel Salamander, if Fardis really leads the troops here, do we really want to abandon the outpost battlefield? Yes, we can't beat him, and besides him is the #1 knight, Julius. Julius's strength can only be competed with by Captain Anton. I would like to add a little more strength. I'm talking about driving skills. In terms of mental power, apart from Fardis, he is the strongest." Mathea asked, "Ask a question. If Fardis takes Julius to attack, if the leader Anton is to restrain Julius, then we, the leaders, can't beat Fardis together?" Salamander said, "Even if Captain Anton is added, I'm afraid we still won't be able to beat it. Thea, you haven't seen the powerful spiritual energy of the boss. A few of us have seen it. Captain Rammer, do you still remember Tobias, the leader of the Royal Knights who killed the knight when the boss showed a powerful spirit when we went to capture Christopher together? Remember? What do you think of his strength? Whether it's mental ability or driving skills, they are better than the 3 captains I captured. As far as driving skills are concerned, I can't stand up to Captain Thors, and, it seems to be called Li Bei. Kaze's driver teamed up to attack, although that guy was teamed up and was in a suppressed state. but he was still in an undefeated situation, and he was better than me in this regard. Salamanda said. Tobias met at that time, and was dropped by the boss in seconds. Tobias's strength is as good as his driving skills and me and Captain Li Xiuqing. Captain Anton, may I ask? In other words, do you have the ability to kill me or Captain Li Xiuqing in one move? I can't do that, Thor said with some surprise. No way. Captain Anton, I remember that you and the boss driving skills are at 55. It stands to reason that you should be able to drop in seconds. That's because the boss hasn't shown his mental power yet. If the boss shows his mental power, the boss's reaction ability and reflexes will become very fast. It is even possible that my next step, the boss can find a step to deal with or restrain me. Step. Lieutenant General Goliath listened to the conversation of several people and felt a little apologetic. Salamanda went on to say, moreover, if Fardis leads the guards, he will definitely bring not only his number 1 knight, but also other royal knights. Lieutenant General Goliath said, Colonel Salamanda, if Fardis is as you said, if we all give up on the outpost battlefield, should we give up on the third site if he comes? If Fardis really appears on the outpost battlefield, it proves that he is in a hurry at this moment. He must quickly win these battlefields, because the situation will be more unfavorable to them. Instead of doing this, it is better to give them the outpost battlefield. First, we can lengthen their supply logistics line, and second, we also shorten our logistics line, so we will get replenishment faster than them. Special Colonel, I understand what you said. What I want to say is that the outpost battlefield was really handed over to Fadis, and then he personally led the troops to the third location. Are we going to give up the third location? Give it to him. Of course, if he really goes out in person, then at the third place, the boss will greet him in person. Special School, do you mean that the boss personally sits in the third place? Well, it depends on whether Fadis has really acted personally, because the only person who can stop Fadis is our boss. Everyone was silent. Everyone understood that if it was true what Salamanda said, then the third location would be the decisive battle between the Tiani mercenaries and the Dion army. At this time, the staff came to report that in addition to telling our reinforcements that a total of 1 army-level fleet had arrived, the Dion Army Decisive Battle Force had arrived with 3 army-level fleets. From the remote camera, in a military-class fleet of the Dion Army's Decisive Battle Force, a battleship with a total length of 5 kilometers, a width of 1.2 kilometers, and a height of 800 meters, the flag on the battleship is like a totem of an eagle spreading its wings. Salamanda recognized that it was a special flag for the Emperor of the Dion Kingdom. Sure enough, Fadis went out in person. Salamanda said, looking at the huge battleship on the screen. The war reporters who were shooting remotely also captured this huge battleship. This battleship is so big. Could it be that Emperor Fadis's imperial conquest? Fardis wore his own special driving suit and sat in the cockpit, which was located at the head of the body. The whole body is crimson red, and it is also a one-eyed body. The design of the head is a bit like a hairy crab. The overall height is 27 meters. If Long Fei saw this Scarlet Emperor holy machine, Long Fei would probably say with admiration that the appearance of this holy machine is at least 7 points similar to Shizabi, and the difference of 3 points is that the head has 2 more points. Diagonal and hairy crab-like design. When the Crimson Emperor's holy machine is attacking, the other 1,000 units carried by the mothership Fadis are also in the shape of a cyclops. The Crimson Holy Machine is attacking the warrior MS of the army. The difference is that the head design looks like an extra Spartan helmet design. The name of the 1,000 Crimson Holy Machines, Crimson Guards. These 1,000 Crimson Holy Machines are the personal guards of Fardis. The head of the personal guards, Galasina, Fadis's beloved daughter and his only daughter, the jewel in his palm, followed her father to attack, driving a special Crimson machine, Crimson Queen. The Crimson Queen is 22 meters tall, and her head is also designed with one eye. Seeing this, Long Fei will think that the Crimson Queen looks like a Xiangzi MS in plate armor, but the head is more like Kabini's design. Julius wanted to follow and attack, but Fardis let him stay on the mothership and command the troops on his behalf. 1,000 Crimson Guard Holy Machine followed the Scarlet Emperor Holy Machine. When several deltas rushed towards the Scarlet Emperor, the Scarlet Queen, and the Crimson Guards who followed the Scarlet Emperor were ready to attack. The Scarlet Emperor raised his hand to stop. The Crimson Emperor instantly rushed to the deltas that challenged him and easily avoided the attack of the deltas. The Crimson Emperor took out a beam saber from the shield on his left arm. When dodging the first delta's beam saber slash, the instant counterattack directly cut off the delta, and then the diffuse particle cannons on both shoulders directly killed the second delta. In the end, the third delta was directly cut in two by the Scarlet Emperor. The Crimson Emperor instantly killed 3 mass-produced Gundams, which also attracted the attention of many MS drivers of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. Fardis didn't waste any time, directly showing his powerful spiritual energy. I am Fardis. Oh my god, what's going on here? Why is the red holy machine emitting a red airflow? Many war reporters were puzzled when they saw the violent spiritual aura emanating from the Crimson Land through remote shooting. Is this the power of new humans? Although the ordinary humans and adjusters at the scene couldn't sense the spiritual airflow, they still felt an invisible sense of oppression pressing on them. All the viewers who watched the live broadcast felt an indescribable sense of fear when they saw the crimson spiritual energy. The morale of the new human body pilots on the Dian Army's side was soaring at the moment. The morale of the new human pilots on the Tianyi Mercenary Group's side plummeted, and many new human pilots even felt a sense of fear. Some pilots of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps who had seen Long Fei's powerful spiritual flow felt the terrifying spiritual flow of Fadis. His spiritual flow is no less than that of his boss. The boss is not here. How can we fight? On the other side, Long Fei, who was resting on the recliner, had closed his eyes to rest, but suddenly opened them. Fadis, it seems that you have really made a move, and I have to prepare. Long Fei stood up, twisted his neck, and said in his heart, "It seems that the decisive battle between you and me is really coming." The door of the room opened. Tao Xiang walked into the room, looked at her husband, and asked, "Do you really have to do it yourself?" You can also feel his powerful spiritual energy, and only I can resist it. If I don't make a move, not only will I not be able to improve the morale of the soldiers, but the morale of the soldiers will be suppressed by Fardis' spiritual energy, and they will have no fighting spirit. After hearing this, Tao Xiang took out a black windbreaker from the closet and put it on for her husband. "You stay here." "No, I want to go with you. Our husband and wife will overcome all difficulties together." And Long Fei stretched out his hand to lift his wife's chin and kissed her. Many new human drivers in the Tianyi Mercenary Group responded to their superiors and retreated immediately. General Goliath, this time is already a special situation, and now immediately order the entire army to retreat. I see. Lieutenant General Goliath immediately ordered the entire fleet to issue a retreat signal. The retreat signal flare was fired, and the fleet of the Tianyi Mercenary Group began to retreat, and MS and the mobile fortress all began to retreat. All the battleships started to turn around and leave, and some MS and mobile bases returned to the mothership. The other part is to follow the rear of the mothership and beware of the pursuit of the decisive troops. This scene surprised all the field reporters. A machine exuding red air flow scared the Tianyi Mercenary Group to retreat. Fadis ordered everyone not to pursue, because he knew that although the Tianyi Mercenary Group retreated, they were retreating to preserve their strength, and when the Tianyi Mercenary Group was retreating, some troops must have been secretly using the stealth device to ambush. "Father, why didn't you pursue?" Gilashina asked her father. "The poor should not chase, and their commander must have a backup. Once we pursue, we will fall into their ambush." The decisive battle troops of the Dian army did not pursue, which was expected by Lieutenant General Shrek. Lieutenant General Shrek had already prepared some corresponding plans and means if the Tianyi mercenaries were defeated in the outpost battlefield. Although this retreat, Lieutenant General Goliath did not upload to notify Lieutenant General Shrek and retreated directly. For this, Lieutenant General Shrek did not blame Lieutenant General Goliath for his self-indulgence, because he knew that it was Salamanda's order to retreat, because Long Fei had already informed Lieutenant General Shrek, under special circumstances, Salamanda has absolute command to command the killing troops on the outpost battlefield. Long live my emperor! Numerous Dian troops cheered, mainly people from the Dian Empire. Countless mechs fired beams upwards to celebrate their victory, and the outpost battlefield was won after their emperor appeared. The war correspondents left the scene immediately after filming for a period of time. The Scarlet Emperor returned to the mothership with his personal guard. The #1 knight Julius led the generals to welcome the return of the emperor. "Long live my emperor! Long live, long live!" All the soldiers knelt on one knee. "Stay flat. Thank you, my emperor." Gulisina stepped out of the cockpit, took off her helmet, and revealed her true face. Her long crimson hair was tied behind her head, with exquisite facial features and a pair of bright emerald eyes. People all over the country called this princess the Scarlet Princess. Jade. Gulistina followed behind her father. Gulistina looked at her father's back, although the father in her heart was tall and tall, with a majestic and magnificent back of a giant mountain. Gulistina knew in her heart that her father's strength was only on the surface, and his father was actually old. This battle may be his father's last personal battle, and his father wants to defeat Long Fei, who may cause great danger to the Imperial Kingdom. In other words, currently the best app for reading and listening to books, Yegwa Reading, www.yiguyu.com. Install the latest version. Father has always wanted to recruit Long Fei, but the eldest brother and third brother provoked Long Fei. Especially the eldest brother even touched Long Fei's bottom line. In the end, the eldest brother paid the price with his life. This also caused Long Fei and his father to be completely opposite in the end. The biggest stumbling block to father's ideal now is Long Fei. Everything my father did was for the second brother who stayed in the Mars Circle, paving everything for the second brother. Gulisina did not expect that her father would actually attach so much importance to her second brother in her heart. Since she was a child, her father has always paid little attention to her second brother. When she was a child, she didn't understand why her father favored the third brother who was not capable enough, even though the second brother was the best, and why the most important thing was the self-righteous elder brother. It wasn't until recently that she realized that all of this was a disguise made by her father to deceive the mother's family of the elder brother and the third brother. After the eldest brother died, his mother's family was basically taken care of by his father. Then, in the meeting room, Gulisina sat behind her father and took notes of the big and small things in the meeting for her father. Now she is like a secretary next to the emperor. This is also her recent job, because her father is old. She works for her father and helps him share his worries. In the emperor's office, Fadi sat in his seat to process the memorial, and there was a smaller table in the front left, which was the desk of Gulisina. Gulisina was in charge of arranging the large and small memorials, and those small matters or small memorials were handled by her. Only those major events will be handed over to the father for approval. Gulisina personally corrected some memorials and then stamped them herself. After that, he ordered the messenger to convey the corrected memorials to the relevant departments. Then, Gulisina delivered some important memorials to her father's desk in person. "Father, please take a look at these memorials." Gulisina usually called Fadi her father. "Well, good." Fadi showed a kind smile. Then, the announcer brought a lot of memorials. Gulisina returned to her seat to deal with the newly passed memorial. After sorting out all the memorials in front of her, Gulisina looked at the photo frame on the left. The photo was a photo of her and Arthur Vick. She and Arthur Vick met at the military academy, and they were both classmates. Arthur Vick was also a newcomer, but he was born in an ordinary way, but his grades were very good, even the first place in the same grade. Gulisina is also a student with excellent grades, so she naturally regards Asavik as a competitor, and even a competitor who wants to surpass. But no matter how hard I try, my grades are always ranked second. Even in every MS battle, fighting battle, cross-country battle, etc., I lost to him every time. Although she is not convinced every time she loses, she still respects Arthur Vick very much. Later, I often asked him for advice. At that time, when I often communicated and asked for advice, Gulisina herself gradually had a good impression of Arthur Vick. Later, after graduating from the military academy, both men served in the same unit. In the beginning, the two were comrades in arms. Later, during the United War in the Mars Circle, when she was in deep danger several times, it was Arthur Vick who sacrificed his life to save her. At that time, she had a hazy love for Arthur Vick. When he was ambushed and besieged by the enemy in the next game, Arthur Vick killed a path by himself, allowing all his comrades to break through and surround him, but he was cut off. Instead of breaking through the siege with other comrades, Gulasina fought with Asavik, and even told Asavik that we would live together and die together. I felt an indescribable tension, and my face blushed unconsciously. That's when she knew she was in love with Arthur Vick. Later, Gulasina usually cared about Arthur Vick, and Arthur Vick understood the princess's feelings for her. But he, who was born as a commoner, did not dare to accept the princess's pursuit at all. At that time, Arthur Vick put all his energy on the task and work, and tried to keep a distance from the princess as much as possible. Gulasina didn't understand Arthur Vick's attitude at first, thinking that men were all for their careers, and put their children's personal affairs aside for the time being. As time progressed, Arthur Vick made a lot of contributions. From the warrant officer, who just graduated from the military academy, he made countless contributions in those 2 years, and his rank rose all the way to lieutenant colonel. It can be said that he is young and successful. It is also because of this relationship that countless women have a good impression of Arthur Vick and pursue him, and even some nobles want to introduce their daughters to him. This made Gulasina so jealous that she either secretly warned the girls, or sent someone to warn the nobles not to introduce their own daughters to Arthur Vick. Arthur Vick wanted to get close to the women or nobles around him, but suddenly they all stayed away from him, and he roughly guessed that Gulasina was playing tricks. Although Arthur Vick's parents are new humans, his father was a soldier who died on the battlefield, and his mother raised him independently when he was a child. Although Arthur Vick performed well every time, he sometimes felt inferior because of his birth. He dared not accept the princess' pursuit of him at all. When Fardis learned that his favorite was pursuing an ordinary citizen, he found out Arthur Vick's origin. Although Fardis is very concerned about his personal origin, he only cares about whether his origin is a new human being. Arthur Vick is a new human being, and Fardis doesn't care that Arthur Vick was born a commoner. Later, in a battle, Arthur Vick was injured, and Gulasina took care of him personally. Now all the people in the army are completely sure of the princess's feelings for him. Later, on Valentine's Day in the Dion Kingdom, Gulasina also confessed to Asavik, and at that time, under the watchful eyes of the troops, the princess expressed her love to Asavik in front of everyone. This made all his colleagues booed, and Arthur Vick felt very embarrassed. But Arthur Vick took a deep breath and said, "Your Highness, Arthur Vick, thank you for your kindness, but I am an ordinary commoner. I can't be worthy of your Royal Highness. Everyone at the scene was shocked. They didn't expect that Arthur Vick would dare to refuse the princess's pursuit. But what made everyone even more unexpected was the next scene. Gulasina directly stretched out her hands to hold Arthur Vick's face, and then stepped on her feet to kiss Arthur Vick. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. They didn't expect her Royal Highness to be so direct. Then, Gulasina said to Arthur Vick, "Arsavik, please listen to me clearly. I don't care about your origin at all. I love your people, not your origin. Your Royal Highness, I." Before Yasvik could say a few words, Gulasina moved her lips together to kiss Yasvik, and Yasvik responded to the princess's kiss afterwards. This established a relationship between the two. Fadis was very surprised when he heard this, and he didn't expect him to be so straightforward. Later, Arthur Vick personally captured several important generals of the enemy army in the airport battle, which made the next battle more effective. These merits allowed him to receive the honor of meeting the Emperor after the end of the United War, and he was also awarded the title of second-class knight by the Emperor. But only Arthur Vick is the only one who was born as a commoner and won the second-level knighthood. Fardis then announced that the Princess Gulasina would be betrothed to Arthur Vick, and their wedding would be held 5 years later. Although Gulasina is a princess of a country, she is not as unruly and self-willed as a princess. She respects Arthur Vick's mother and her future mother-in-law very much. Gulasina used to keep her fingers clear of the sun, but for the sake of Asavik, when she was getting along with her future mother-in-law, she did the housework by herself, and even asked the staff of the imperial dining room to make good dishes. Chefs learn how to cook. Asherwick's mother looked at her future daughter-in-law, her Royal Highness, who was so condescending, and she felt very flattered. I feel even more that what kind of blessings were cultivated in the previous life, that her son's fiancée, the princess, can treat her with the same respect as a daughter and a mother. Gulasina looked at the photo frame in a daze. At that time, her elder brother was going to take away her fiancé to work for him. If she insisted on not letting her elder brother take him away at that time, her fiancé would not be a prisoner of others in the end. Now, I am by my father's side, doing things for my father, and my future mother-in-law sends someone to take care of her on her behalf. Although my future mother-in-law didn't say anything about my son being captured, my future mother-in-law often hides in the room alone and weeps. Now she is worried about her fiancé, and even more worried about her future mother-in-law. Miss your fiancé again? Fadis asked his daughter gently. Only then did Gulastina come back to her senses. Forgive me, father, She didn't finish her sentence. Fadis said, It's okay, you are worried about your fiancé. This is human nature, don't worry. The father will definitely bring him back, and the father also wants to watch you get married in a beautiful wedding dress. Yes. Gulasina then lowered her head to organize and correct the memorial. Fadis actually loved this daughter more than his 3 sons. Gulasina's biological mother was just a court lady. Back then, he temporarily pampered a sweet-looking court lady. It's just that he didn't expect that after being favored once, the court lady was pregnant with his seed, and the birth mother had difficulty giving birth to Gulasina, who died of excessive blood loss. Although Gulasina's biological mother was just an ordinary court lady, Fadis originally only had 3 sons. Gulasina's birth made him a daughter when he was old, so he loved this apple of the eye very much. Gulasina was born without a mother, and Fadis entrusted her to the care of her second child's biological mother. Gulasina had a deep relationship with her second brother since she was a child. Gulasina is 5 years younger than the third brother. Alexander could ignore his eldest brother. He could bully his second brother, but he never dared to make this little girl cry. I once made this little girl cry, and I was directly punished by my father. Only then did Alexander realize that although he was the most favored son, he was not as favored as his younger sister. Therefore, if Alexander dared to bully the second brother, Gulasina would help the second brother out and think of ways to punish the third brother. If I was punished by my third sister, I would not dare to sue my father, because my father would tell him directly, If you are a brother, let your sister be. Gao Wide led his team to continue live broadcasting and filming at the 12th base. Dear viewers, I believe everyone knows that the Tianyi mercenary group has all retreated in the outpost battlefield, and then everyone. Please look at our camera and the scene being filmed by the drone in space. The audience can switch to our designated channel and watch our Tianyi media. The filming was broadcast live in several places. The huge fleet of battleships in the outer space of the 12th branch base began to move towards the third point one after another. There is even a drone camera, and the camera still captures more distant warships approaching the 12th branch base. The countless modified meteorite factories around the base are in continuous operation at the moment. Countless steel ball workboats are lining up to transform the meteorite decomposition and restoration factory, sending those wreckage into the factory. There are also some working ships that will send the metals that have been decomposed and reduced to the meteorite manufacturing factory or the meteorite factory that needs metal. In addition to the relevant staff working in various meteorite factories, Harrow also operates machines or instruments. The meteorite factory responsible for the production of MS, mobile fortresses, and battleships will be handed over to the relevant troops of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps to receive them after they are manufactured, and then handed over to those logistics personnel for final repairs, and finally handed over to the combat troops for distribution. Gao Wide and his team once filmed in these factories, and the leaders, scientists, and enterprises of various countries, such as the machinery, equipment, and instruments of the factories, are all envious of automation technology. Basically, it can be said that it saves time and effort and improves efficiency. The remaining details only need to be handled by people. Many warships parked in the base also began to leave the base, preparing to go to the third location. In addition to the troops preparing to attack one after another in the base, the rookies who are undergoing training are still continuing their training nonstop. At present, some people from the former colonial circle who have lost their country and their family members are being held hostage and forced to fight for the kingdom of Dion. Later, quite a few were captured in the outpost battle, although the Tianyi mercenary group handed them over to the coalition army. However, these people have lost their country, and it is impossible for the United Army to hand them over to a country that has already died. If there is a government in exile, they can still be handed over to the government in exile. But there are many people who don't even have a government in exile, and even the coalition army doesn't know how to deal with them. In the end, because these captives had no country, not even a government in exile, the United Army had no choice but to release them and make them stateless refugees. These refugees had nowhere to go, felt very confused, and thought of their family members who were held hostage. Some refugees asked to join the United Army, and they were willing to tell outside the United Army what they knew about the Dian Army. The condition was that they would obtain an ID card from a country, and of course their kidnapped family members also had ID cards. But the refugees were told that they would be given a national identity card only after the war ended. The refugees are not fools. They know that the United Army is fooling them, and once the war is over, they will end up like a dead dog. In the end, these refugees learned that the Tianyi Mercenary Corps was currently recruiting, and these refugees also exchanged the information they knew about the Dian Empire for a national ID card. Why do refugees need a national identity card? If that national identity card is used, it will be inconvenient for them to go to any country, and even basic working rights cannot be guaranteed. The information that the Tianyi Mercenary Group has about the refugees itself understands some insignificant information. At present, there is a shortage of people, and the refugee needs a national ID card, even if it is a small country ID card. In addition to informing those small countries, such as the Kingdom of Mekong, the Tianyi Mercenary Group also informed those 2 countries in the Earth's circle that the Tianyi Mercenary Group took in that piece of land. More than half of the refugees were taken by these 2 countries. ID card. Many related important departments of the 2 countries are controlled by the Tianyi Mercenary Group. Among the rookies to be trained, many of the exiles who joined had been trained in the Dian Empire for several months in military training. The refugees can barely bear the rookie-level training of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. However, the Tianyi Mercenary Group didn't believe these refugees, and they mainly guarded against these refugees secretly being undercover agents of the United Army or the Fisherman Empire. Relevant departments are watching them secretly. Dear viewers, our cameras have now captured the Tianyi Mercenary Corps Reborn's mothership. This battleship is already being launched, and it seems that it is going to the 3rd location. This battleship is currently the leader of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, Chairman Long Fei's exclusive warship. Gao Wide and his team were filming live from a higher location. They wanted to get closer, but were stopped by Tianyi mercenaries. Rebil is converted to mothership, and there are other motherships such as Rebil, Cross Pioneer, La Kailam, Torres II, etc., and among these battleships, the flags of 3 of them are Shadow Rabid Dogs, Crusaders, and Angels of Doom. The cameraman pointed the camera over there. Gao Wide pointed in a direction. The screen of the camera captured the Shadow Mad Dog team, the Cross Pioneer team, and the Angels of Doom team. Members of these 3 major units were lined up in an orderly manner wearing their uniforms, military caps, and masks. The camera also captured Li Xiuqing and another man and woman standing side by side in a row at the front. All 3 of them were wearing their military caps and sunglasses, resting their hands behind their backs. The 3 troops lined up to open a road leading to the entrance gate of Reborn's modified mothership, and the crew of Reborn's converted mothership also lined up. Stand at attention. Salute. All the personnel at the scene stood at attention and saluted in unison. Long Fei appeared, followed by Tao Xiang. Long Fei is walking towards his exclusive battleship. Judging by the situation, Long Fei intends to go to the 3rd location to sit in command. Earlier, the crimson airflow emitted by the crimson holy machine that appeared on the outpost battlefield. Could it be, is it the ability of new humans? Could it be that Long Fei went to the 3rd place to testify in person because he was going to take action himself? And could he also make Gundam emit that kind of air? I wonder if the pilot of the Scarlet Holy Plane is Fades, the Emperor of the Dian Empire. If it is true, will Long Fei personally fight against Fades? The camera kept filming until Long Fei and his wife entered the mothership Reborn, and then the troops lined up, disbanded, and then entered their mothership respectively. Gao Wide and his team were also preparing to enter the mothership Reborn, and took out the authorization document he had obtained and handed it to the relevant person in charge of the ship. Gao Wide wanted to try to interview Long Fei and asked if Long Fei would fight Fadis to the death. It's a pity that Gao Wide can only walk around the designated place with his team and can't enter the more important places at all. It can be said that it is impossible to interview Long Fei. May 12, 125, the first year of the universe. In the third place, the fleets of the two armies of the decisive battle and the killing already have the size of two army groups, 5 army-level fleets. The former is rushing to the third location, while the latter is waiting for the opponent to come at the third location. The entire war zone directly exceeds more than 20,000 kilometers. At this moment, various international media reporters have come to the third location, and the leaders of various countries in the entire international circle are paying attention to the upcoming war. The killing troops have already been waiting in full battle, waiting for the enemy's decisive troops to come. Long Fei was wearing a Spartan battlesuit Type 2 and was sitting in the cockpit of Neo Gundam. The full-view screen in the cockpit was showing the current situation of the third location. Tao Xiang was also wearing the Spartan battlesuit Type 2 in the cockpit of Uganda, sitting on her husband's lap, watching the current situation. The communication and network in Neo Gauda's cockpit communicated with the generals and the heads of the troops directly under him, and Long Fei and his wife listened to everyone's reports. Currently, Gao Wide and his team can only broadcast live on the console, reporting that Long Fei and his wife are in the cockpit of Neo Gundam. Colonel Salamanda, Dion Kingdom, we already know 9 of the top 10 royal knights. The last one you told me. Their name is Slaughter. They fight as mobile fortress troops. Yes, it's just that it's not clear whether their mobile fortress has been updated. Xiao Cheng, you led your Shadow Mad Dog team to fight against the slaughtering royal knights. No problem, boss. I also want to try my new equipment, as well as the mobile fortress and the new mass-produced Gundam you arranged for us. The third location may be the decisive battle between us and them. We don't know how long the fight will last, but we will accompany them for as long as they want to fight, so that Fadi's and Dion's army can understand. If you provoke our Tianyi mercenary group, dare to challenge them. The words of our Tianyi mercenary group are to let them have no chance to regret it. Learn. The generals and the heads of the directly subordinate troops began to be busy with their respective jobs. Looking at his wife's thoughtful look, Long Fei asked, "Thinking about the child?" "Well, I recently heard from Aunt Li that Guogua and Fufu often cry and want to see their father and mother. Although they video chat with them every time, the 2 little ones just want us to come back to accompany them. After finishing the third location, you should spend some time with your children." Tao Xiang looked at her husband and asked, "Aren't you going to accompany the child?" "If possible, I would also like to accompany, but there are still many things that need to be dealt with in the future, and there is really no way to accompany the child." "Well, I understand." Tao Xiang looked disappointed. She really hoped that her husband would spend more time with their mother and daughter, but she understood better that a man should put his career first. Long Fei also knew that he was busy with work recently, and the 2 daughters could only meet via video, and his wife was always by his side, helping him with some work matters. Long Fei felt guilty all the time and kissed his wife on the face. "When everything is done, I will be with you and the child." The 2 large group armies of the decisive force have come within the range of the third location. There was no communication between the 2 fleets. As soon as the decisive battle troops entered the range of the third location, the killing troops directly launched an attack. 26 fleets of different sizes in different locations launched countless mobile drill missiles to attack the decisive troops one after another. The 2 commanding forces of the decisive battle and the killing force are not in these 26 warring areas. Leaders and important commanders are commanding the troops to carry out warring command operations in various areas of the army. In addition to sending MS and mobile fortresses to activate the point defense system with the battleships, the decisive force also fired countless mobile ballistic separation, high-explosive missiles to counterattack the killing troops. However, countless mobile ballistic separation high-explosive missiles failed and were paralyzed on the way. This was because there were strong min of particles in the places they passed, which instantly paralyzed the linkage system of mobile ballistic separation high-explosive missiles. This stopped the decisive forces from launching mobile ballistic separation high-explosive missiles. In addition to continuing to launch mobile drill missiles, the killing troops also launched a detonation missile to detonate the group of mobile ballistic separation high-explosive missiles that were paralyzed halfway. In an instant, countless mobile ballistic separation high-explosive missiles that were detonated lit up countless lights and fireworks. Afterwards, the killing force fired a group of particle missiles to confuse them with the group of mobile drill missiles. In order to cope with the cooperation of the mobile drill missile and the particle missile, the scientists of the Dion Empire, in addition to improving the function of the point defense system, developed a method to deal with the attack of the advanced missile of the Tianyi mercenary group. Concentrated and diffuse particle beam turret. The shape of this turret is a bit like the hatch of a cluster missile. One of the functions of this diffuse particle beam cannon is that the beam can turn. Although the lethality will be greatly reduced after turning, it is still possible to penetrate the incoming missiles. The main reason why scientists developed this turret is that if the warship is disturbed by particles and affects the point defense system, then the beam turret is the countermeasure, forming a beam barrage to resist the missile attack. If the target missile is not processed by anti-beam treatment, the basic effect of cluster diffusion particle beam turret will be very good. However, the Tianyi Mercenary Corps has applied anti-beam coating on the body of the mobile drill missile and the particle missile. The power of the beam does not exceed 7 megawatts and cannot penetrate the missile. Concentrated and diffused particle beam turrets. Once the beam turns, the lethality drops below 4 megawatts directly, and it takes almost several consecutive beams to shoot down a missile. The effect of turning the beam emitted by the cluster diffuse particle beam turret is not ideal, but at least it also reduces the damage of the entire army. Fardis looked at the three-dimensional projection of the current situation and thought, the missiles of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps seem to be free, and they are launched continuously. In fact, the main reason why the Tianyi Mercenary Group was able to launch countless mobile drill missiles and particle missiles in succession was that the coalition army directly reimbursed them. Although the Tianyi Mercenary Regiment is not like the first few times, it can completely repay the lines of the United Army, but at least one missile can be quoted as the price of one missile, and it is still possible to destroy one machine body and pay the price of one machine body. Even if they want those resources and energy, the Lien Allied Army will try their best to meet their requirements. In terms of reimbursement, the Tianyi Mercenary Group still did some tricks to make the coalition army bleed as much as possible. The United Army can meet the requirements of the Tianyi Mercenary Group, mainly with the help of international countries. Of course, countries in the Earth Circle still have money and resources. Julius, the #1 knight next to Fardis, said, the Tianyi Mercenary Corps can launch countless missiles in such a continuous manner. It is certain that at least those countries in the colonial circle will support them. At this time, a general said, so we have to start this battle quickly anyway. If we delay it for a day, the Tianyi Mercenary Group will make more weapons. Another general also said, soldiers are expensive and fast. This sentence is always reasonable. Although our side has similar manufacturing capabilities, it is still not as good as the other side's local manufacturing. Their local manufacturing speed is always faster than ours. More importantly, those all countries in the world are funding them. So no matter what, when we can attack and gain an advantage, we must act quickly, and if we drag it on, it will only become more and more unfavorable to us. The missiles launched by the killing force's entire ship are always limited, and troops such as MS and mobile fortresses advance under the cover of missiles. The killing force ships advance concurrently and in different directions. The destroyer battleship of the decisive force is currently invisible, and the Tianyi Mercenary Group cannot track down its whereabouts. Of course, the Mirage system was also turned on to hide the Nyagama MS mothership and the Diva MS mothership, and the Dion army could not track their whereabouts either. A total of more than a dozen warships of any type were destroyed by the mobile drill missile on the decisive battle force side. The detectors of the entire fleet of the decisive battle force found that the surrounding particles became more and more intense, which also caused their point defense system to become less and less effective. For this reason, the battleship released many anti-particle devices, and at the same time released many unmanned mobile suits for point defense shooting. Then, the decisive battle troops dispatched MS and mobile fortress troops to attack. Many fleets of the decisive force scattered in different directions. The two MS and mobile fortress forces fought. Beams of light crossed and flames erupted in countless places. A Jegun held a live ammunition gun and fired drill bullets through the armor monster one after another, and then a salamander killed Jigang with a shoulder cannon. Then another Jesta used a beam saber to sneak up on the salamander from behind, piercing the cockpit of the salamander. A blood-red gun blasted Jesta to pieces, and a Mk-3 pierced through the blood-red body with cannons on its shoulders. A mass-produced mental Gundam cut a moon-howling demon wolf in half with a beam saber, and a Fenrir tore the mass-produced mental Gundam in half with its Forlum beam claws. The diffusion megaparticle cannon on Kuei Manch's chest fired at the body below, killing several scorpions in blue, pulled out the beam saber to resist the sneak attack of blue, and then released the floating induction cannon to fight back. To be honest, I have been using Yegwa to read and read books recently, change sources and switch, read aloud with many timbers, and both Android and Apple can be used. From time to time, organisms are killed on the battlefield. Fardus Royal Knights dispatched Tianwei, Sapphire, and Red Shadow. Long Phase Direct troops also dispatched the Dire Hounds, Sword and Shield troops, and Cross Vanguards. Dire Hounds vs. Iris. Sword and Shield Force vs. Sapphire. Cross Vanguard vs. Red Shadow. The Tyranny and Jinwei Holy Machine of the Tianwei Royal Knights fought against Ling Gus, Plus, and mass-produced Bull Gundam of the Dire Hounds. The bodyguard of the Sapphire Royal Knights fought against the Delta Chi and the full armor Baisher of the Sword and Shield troops. Bloodfiend of the Red Shadow Royal Knights against F-90 and Flint of the Cross Vanguard. The three Royal Knights and Long Phase 3 Direct troops were of the same size, and they fought in different areas. The mass-produced Gundam driven exclusively by Ling Gus as an ordinary member of the Dire Hounds. The mass-produced Gundam driven by Plus as the team leader, and the mass-produced Bull Gundam are driven by the excellent drivers of the Dire Hounds and the captains of several teams. Ling Jesai is better at maneuvering and agility in dealing with the violent Holy Machine, while the latter is more diversified in terms of weapons and equipment. Plus is better than Jinwei in terms of mobility and flexibility, and the power of the Elf Beam Cannon, MW50, used by Plus is also better than the most powerful beam cannon, 45 megawatts, of Jinwei Holy Machine. The mass-produced Bull Gundam, regardless of whether it is driven by ordinary humans or new humans, crushes the Holy Machine of violence with its all-round performance, and is even better than the Holy Machine of Jinwei. A mass-produced Gundam piloted by ordinary human elite pilots used a pair of wired guided guns to attack Jinwei from two angles in different directions. When Jinwei dodged a pair of wired guided gun attacks, the mass-produced Gundam beam gun directly penetrated the body with a short-range beam. Sapphire's bodyguard Holy Machine was suppressed by Delta Chi and the Full Armor 100. Especially the powerful firepower of the Full Armor 100 made the guard's Holy Machine unable to lift its head. It is very difficult for the Gorefiend Holy Machine to deal with the F-90 equipped with different modules, because the F-90 equipped with different modules will have different combat efficiency and effects on different battlefields. Then, the superior performance of Flint is also a headache for the pilot of the Blood Demon Holy Machine. Flint's speed, action, and reaction are all higher than F-90. The holy chances of the three Royal Knights were overwhelmed by the mass-produced Gundams directly under Long Fei, although most of these mass-produced Gundams had better performance than these mass-produced Gundams. But the real reason is that their bodies have been restrained, and of course their combat mode has also been restrained by their opponents. The Tianni mercenary group has been simulating the combat methods of the Dion army all along, and has always regarded the Dion army as the strongest imaginary enemy, trying to restrain the Dion army's combat tactics and marching deployment. Of course, it also included the Royal Knights. Before the official battle, Salamanda informed the Tianni mercenary group of the combat methods of these Royal Knights. The Tianni mercenary group began to design and study how to restrain the Royal Knights' combat methods. Later, in the official fight, defeating and destroying the three Royal Knights, and after upgrading the mass-produced holy machines of other Royal Knights, The Tianyi mercenary group has been studying the opponent's combat methods. On the other hand, it is not that the Dian army did not study the combat methods of the Tianyi mercenary group. The troops directly under Long Fei were also the focus of their research, and they also simulated and studied how to restrain the opponent's combat methods. This time, the 3 royal knights would be restrained by Long Fei's direct troops. The main reason was that Dian's army sent these 3 royal knights to attack first. This made the Tianyi mercenary group immediately send out troops directly under Long Fei that could restrain the 3 royal knights. For example, the hunting sword and the great hunting sword of the Black Sword Royal Knights can also be equipped with different weapon modules, which is very similar to the F90. It can be said that the scientific team of the Dian Kingdom is studying the combat methods of the F90 and its module equipment. If the Royal Knights of the Black Sword were to deal with the Crusader Vanguard, they would not be restrained like the Royal Knights of the Red Shadow. If the Black Sword and the Cross Vanguard fight against each other, the situation between the two sides will be 50-50. Seeing that his Royal Knights were restrained, Fardus ordered the Slaughter Royal Knights in the battle zone of the first area to dispatch. The leader of the Royal Knights of the Slaughter Royal, a bald man with a bushy white beard and scars on the left side of his face and forehead. After receiving the Emperor's order, Wenceslaus immediately commanded and mobilized his own troops. The scale of the Slaughter Royal Knights was the smallest among the top 10 Royal Knights. The main reason was that the machine they used was not a holy machine, but a mobile fortress. The mass-produced mobile fortress, Cyclops, of the Slaughter Royal Knights is designed like the one-eyed monster in the ghost myth. It is very tall and majestic, with a total height of 45 meters. A metal rod like a club, the Cyclops mobile fortress is driven by ordinary members. If it is an elite or captain-level mobile fortress, the mobile fortress is Ogre. The eye has the function of emitting light beams and has a total height of 60 meters. Also equipped with beam guns and beam cannons, melee weapons also have that huge metal plate and are also equipped with huge beam machetes. Cyclops and Ogre mobile fortress are dispatched. In addition to the powerful shield energy of the Cyclops mobile fortress, the power of the huge beam rifle is comparable to the beam cannon of ordinary MS. A beam rifle ray can penetrate several MS wherever it passes. The beam cannon of the Cyclops mobile fortress is comparable to the beam cannon of the frigate and the chest beam cannon. A Valvalo claw caught the Cyclops, and the moment the giant hand fired a beam cannon, the Cyclops stick propeller was launched, and it hit Valvalo's cockpit like a shell, and the front end of the stick exposed the built-in the drill bit runs through the cockpit. The Cyclops was devoured by Valvalo's beam cannon, and even the energy shield couldn't stop the beam cannon's bombardment. Both perished together. The Cyclops mobile fortress can also be equipped with 4 floating induction cannons. Of course, the premise is that the driver is a new human. If it is an adjustment person, it uses 2 wired guided cannons. This technology is borrowed from the Mk-4 by the scientists of the Dian Kingdom. As the leader machine, the Ogre mobile fortress can not only be equipped with more diversified armaments, but also can use 20 floating induction cannons, 10 wired guided cannons, chest beam cannons, and mega diffuser cannons from the stomach. An Ogre mobile fortress shot down several Valvalos and Big Lang with 20 floating induction cannons. The all-round combat ability of the Ogre mobile fortress has been back and forth with Kuei Manhwa and Mental Gundam Mk2. An Ogre and Kuei Manhwa fought with beam sabers with both hands. The two were crossing each other, and when they turned around, they both fired diffuse beam cannons. Both the eye position and the energy shield blocked the opponent's diffuse beam cannons. The Shadow Mad Dogs are playing at this moment, except for the Cavaliers MS series. Also Mobile Fortress Zamzaza and Livigero. According to the original work, Zamzaza must be controlled by 3 people. One is the commander, one is the operator, and the other is the gunner. However, after Long Fei's design improvement and the addition of the AI assistance system, only one person is required to drive. The AI assistance system will inform the driver of the current situation and allow the driver to issue instructions. The driver can launch an attack while driving, or give an attack command to the AI while driving, and the AI will help the driver eliminate the target. The Ministry of National Defense of the Hanxia Empire originally wanted to purchase Livigilu, but the price charged by the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company Longfei handed over the design of Louis Jilu to the company, was too high. A Livigero directly costs 50 billion Earth Circle coins. Although the Hanxia Empire has a sufficient annual defense budget, it cannot afford 15 Livigero a year. Moreover, the price of a Livigero is enough to support all the expenses of a battalion-level fleet for a year. The Minister of Defense even personally negotiated with President Saki in person, asking for a drop in the price of Livigero, and even made a lot of conditions. President Sakiki just replied with a few words, whether to negotiate or not. In the end, the Ministry of National Defense held a meeting to conduct an assessment and felt that although Livigero is powerful and can also fight in the atmosphere, Longfei installed a minif suspension system for it. Its price is too expensive, and it may be used in the future. There is probably no need to use this mobile fortress on the battlefield. After a long period of negotiation, the Ministry of Defense decided to abandon the purchase of Livigoro. Livigilu was not purchased. Longfei thought it was no big deal. Then, Longfei decided to use Livigelu as the mobile fortress of the Shadow Mad Dogs after Salamanda informed the top 10 royal knights of the Dion Empire. However, in terms of the price of Livigelu, even for the Destiny mercenaries who have mastered the mature technology, the manufacturing price is still very high, and the volume is large, so it is easy to become a target on the battlefield. Therefore, the number of manufacturers is not very large, and Li Xiuqing even told Longfei that although it is good to manufacture Livigero, it is better to manufacture more mobile fortresses with smaller volumes. Longfei decided to take out Zamzaza after moving away the mobile barrier suitable for ordinary humans to drive. The three of Zamzaza and Longfei felt that this would cause a decrease in combat efficiency, so they added an AI auxiliary system and some improvements to the control system, and replaced the battery energy pack with the third-generation Miniv's super energy thermonuclear reactor with mental power-up to the same paragraph. The Shadow Mad Dogs play. An invisible Black Knight, with the blades in both hands, directly tore open the fuselage of a Cyclops mobile fortress. The invisible Black Knight suddenly appeared by an electromagnetic wave, and another Cyclops fired a beam cannon at the appearing Black Knight. A Zamzaza immediately stood in front of the Black Knight, activated the energy beam reflector. The original book is a positron reflector. Longfei transformed its technology into a beam reflector, and the powerful beam was directly bounced back. The Cyclops driver's reaction was half a beat slower, and the rebounded light beam directly penetrated the energy shield, and the Cyclops was directly seriously injured. Zamzaza immediately launched the double-phase Energy Cannon X4 on his feet and immediately pierced the seriously injured Cyclops mobile fortress through the body one after another. Another one-eyed monster attacked Zamzaza with a stick in its right hand. Zamzaza switched to a fighting mode, and one claw clamped the arm of the one-eyed monster holding a stick. The other claw hit the Cyclops' head, and the Cyclops' left hand grabbed the claw that was about to snap off its head. The Cyclops pilot seemed to have forgotten that his opponent had two other claws. Zamzaza's pilot gave instructions to the AI to snap off the opponent's legs with the other two claws. Although the Cyclops' armor was protected by an energy shield, it couldn't withstand the bite force of Zamzaza's claws, and the energy shield collapsed in a short time. In the end, except for the left hand, the right hand and both legs of the one-eyed monster were cut off directly by the forceps. The low-pressure guns bombarded the Cyclops one after another. The appearance of Zamzaza caught the attention of the commanders of many units of the Slaughter Royal Knights, including Dion's army. This body is similar to a mobile fortress in the shape of a coconut crab. The firepower does not attract their attention, but the energy beam reflector function attracts their attention. It's not just the one-eyed monsters. Many MS and mobile fortresses are planted on the energy beam reflector. Zamzaza quickly, the Dion army gave this mobile fortress a title of Coconut Crab. An ogre mobile fortress took advantage of Zamzaza's energy beam reflector to attack other targets, and the ogre mobile fortress made a surprise attack. The ogre launched the electromagnetic catapult crossbow in his hand, and the electromagnetic force lost its terrifying speed and power, and a shot directly penetrated Zamzaza. Next, it was discovered that Zamzaza's energy beam reflector was ineffective against plasma cannons and pulse cannons. Many mobile fortresses or mobile fortresses equipped with plasma cannons or pulse cannons began to target Zamzaza. Although Zamzaza was targeted, there are other colleagues to help, whether it is the MS of the Night series, other MS, or mobile fortress. Try not to let the plasma cannon and pulse cannon hurt Zamzaza. An Ogre mobile fortress has just killed several MK3 and Delta +1 after another with a floating induction cannon. Several floating induction cannons were destroyed by Kuei Mancha's floating cannons. The Ogre mobile fortress immediately counterattacked with the pulse cannon in his hand, and Kuei Mancha dodged, and immediately counterattacked with the beam cannon. The Ogre's mobile fortress driver suddenly sensed a crisis, and the Ogre's rear thrusters sprinted straight up, avoiding a wired control mechanical arm. Another sense of crisis hit the left, and the Ogre's mobile fortress immediately dodged to the side. But the Ogre's mobility was not good, and a cannon blasted at the Ogre's right arm. Although the cannon blasted through the energy shield, most of the power had been offset by the energy shield, and the remaining power did not cause much damage to the Ogre's right arm. Then 4 more particle cannons attacked the Ogre from below. The moment the Ogre got out of the way, it immediately counterattacked at the source of the particle cannon. The wired control-style mechanical arm hit the right side of the Ogre's chest, and the claws of the mechanical arm sent out a beam saber that penetrated from the chest to the back. The moment the Ogre's body exploded, its head immediately separated, and then more than a dozen missiles struck, although the Ogre's head launched a binocular beam. Many incoming missiles were shot down, but several missiles still hit the Ogre's head, directly blowing the Ogre's head to pieces. Luvigello retracted the wired control robot arm, and the driver looked at the target he had shot down and immediately looked for the next target. More than a dozen Luvigero appeared on the battlefield. The huge body and powerful firepower attracted the attention of both the enemy and us. A Luvigero was approached by an Ogre mobile fortress, and it smashed at Luvigelu with a beam slice hand axe in both hands. In addition to a pair of wired control mechanical arms that turn on the beam saber function to resist, Luvigelu also turns on the beam saber function on the hidden auxiliary arm. The Ogre mobile fortress retreated immediately, dodging the attack of the hidden jib. The driver's forehead broke out in cold sweat. Anyway, if he was a little slower, the Ogre mobile fortress would definitely be killed. Another Luvigero fires 4 shoulder mega particle cannons, belly mega cannon, 6-unit small missile launcher in the side skirt armor, 2-unit large missile launcher in the side skirt armor, rear skirt armor, the mega particle cannon, and 12 micromissiles mounted on the rear skirt armor almost carry out all-round attacks. To be honest, I have been using Yegwa to read and read books recently, change sources, and read aloud with many timbers. www.yiguudu.com can be used for Android and Apple. Many Scorpios and other MS were unable to shoot down the invading missiles, so they could only turn on their propellers and run away with all their strength. However, many MS could not be faster than the missiles, and many MS were shot down by the missiles and turned into fireworks. Particle cannons and cannons penetrated and shot down countless machines. Dion Jun calls Luvigelu the Green Mantis. Many energy weapons were blocked by the I position. When a Luvigero was dealing with many mechas in front of it, an Ogre mobile fortress took advantage of the unpreparedness and used a beam saber to sneak through the cockpit from behind. Zamzaza and Lu Vijay came on the scene. The former produced a total of 250 units, and the latter has currently produced 30 units. But regardless of the former and the latter, both are still being produced, because the current number cannot meet the requirements of the Shadow Mad Dogs. The Shadow Mad Dogs will send out all 100 Zamzazas and 12 Luvigero. Zamzaza and Luvigelo performed well, basically playing back and forth with Cyclops and Ogre. The number of Cyclopes and Ogres slaughtering the Royal Knights was greater than that of Zamzaza and Luvigelo. The number of Cyclops mobile fortresses is 2,000, and the number of Ogre mobile fortresses reaches 200, which is almost 10 times that of Zamzaza and Luvigelu. However, Zamzaza and Luvigelu will not be suppressed because of the overwhelming number of opponents, because they have the help of their Knight series Ms. colleagues. A Pale Knight armed with quadrupole drill missiles attacked an Ogre mobile fortress, although the Ogre mobile fortress had some defense systems turned on. However, the drill missile is a high mobility system and has the ability to change the trajectory of the channel. In addition to increasing the difficulty of intercepting the defense system of the Ogre Mobile Fortress, the distance between the two is less than 5 kilometers. Although the Ogre Mobile Fortress fired from the side, back, and sideways, it only managed to shoot down one drill missile. 2 of the other 3 drill missiles were dodged by the Ogre Mobile Fortress, and the remaining 1 directly penetrated the Ogre Mobile Fortress. Bastion Energy Shield. The drill missile directly penetrated the body of the Ogre Mobile Fortress. The power of the drill could not directly penetrate the body completely, but at least it caused the Ogre Mobile Fortress to suffer a lot of damage, and the explosion of the missile added to the injury. Another Livigero took advantage of its energy shield collapsed, and its body severely damaged, and its shoulder megaparticle cannon destroyed it. The 2 drill missiles that were dodged by the target before, under the superconducting communication network, the drill missile attacked the other 2 new targets under the command of the low-level AI. The other 2 new targets, the Cyclops Mobile Fortress, were also pierced through the entire body by the drill missile. The moment the drill missile exploded, it directly turned the Cyclops Mobile Fortress into a ball of fireworks. Although the drill missile can penetrate MS armor such as the Scorpion, the drill missile uses an alloy called Tau Bin Iron. Drill bit missiles that can withstand hard-boiled ferroceramic alloys are at least the 2nd generation E-carbon armor and the 3rd generation Gundamium alloy. It stands to reason that the Dion Army's Holy Machine and the armor of the Mobile Fortress should be able to carry the drill missile made of pottery iron alloy. In fact, the defensive power or the overall quality of the armor used by the Dion Army's Mobile Fortress and Holy Machine is above the 2nd generation Gundamium alloy and below the 3rd generation Gundamium alloy. Therefore, some new weapons developed by the Tianyi mercenary group can penetrate their armor. Why don't the scientists of Dion Empire develop new alloy armor? In fact, it is not that new alloy armors are not developed, but that new alloy armors are equipped for special holy machines. The main reason is that the new alloy armors cannot be mass-produced. Therefore, the current Salamander, mass-produced Holy Machine and Mobile Fortress use their mature and energy-produced alloy armor. The Corporal, Winged Bird, and Armored Monster use the alloy armor of the previous generation. Moreover, using these alloy armors that they have matured and mass-produced, the efficiency of manufacturing airframes can quickly complete many airframes. Luvigilu's wired control robot arm directly grabbed the head of an Ogre Mobile Fortress, and then launched a mega-particle cannon to directly destroy the head and kill the driver. The slaughter of many Knights of the Royal Knights is really unacceptable. The Shadow Mad Dogs, an army composed of ordinary people, especially the 2 newly developed mobile forts, have a lower damage ratio than them. Looking at the current battle situation on the 3-dimensional map, Wenceslas felt a little annoyed at the poor performance of his troops. If this continues, how can I explain to His Majesty? It seems that I have to do it myself. Wenceslas walked to his exclusive mobile fortress with the same one-eyed head, but the difference is that it looks a bit like a mountain gorilla design. With a total height of 50 meters, there are 4 pairs of large propellers on the back. Beam cannons can be fired from the mouth, diffusion particle cannons can be fired from the chest, and cannons can be fired from the belly. A short beam blade, like a barbed ring glove, the feet are designed like the hind legs of an orangutan. Although the fingers of the hind legs cannot emit light beams, they have the same function as the fists of both hands when held in a fist shape. Wenceslas's exclusive mobile fortress is called Shiekue. Wenceslas entered the cockpit, tapped the keyboard, checked the status of various parts of the body, and checked the operation of the software. Everything is normal. Shiekue, there is no problem. Shiekue stepped on the electromagnetic pedal dedicated to the mobile fortress to attack. A Luvigero killed a Cyclops with a wired control robot arm, and was about to find the next target when the siren sounded. Shiekue is rushing towards it. Shiekue launched the diffusion particle cannon on his chest, and Luvigilu blocked it. Luvigilu activated a pair of wired control-style mechanical arms, separated left and right, and attacked from both sides. Shiekue immediately launched the 10 light beams in both hands, directly destroying Luvigilu's pair of wired control-style mechanical arms. Shiekue charged at Luvigelo, who fired the shoulder particle cannon and waist cannon. Shiekue's energy shield was completely lifted, and he clenched his fists tightly to launch the light beam ring glove and blasted at Luvigilu with both fists. Luvigilu launched the hidden side beam saber to resist Siakue's beam ring fist. An alarm sounded from the Luvigello cockpit. What? The thrust of Luvigello's beam saber is completely suppressed, the pilot exclaimed. Before the driver could react in exclamation, Siakue clenched the soles of his feet, forming a light beam ring glove on the soles of his feet, and slammed into Luvigilu's body, and a pair of 4 short blade beams blasted into Luvigilu's body, causing serious injury to the machine. Luvigilu's serious injury also affected the output of the beam saber. Siakue's beam ring glove directly penetrated the beam saber, and a pair of huge fists hit Luvigilu. To be honest, I have been using Yegwa to read and read books recently, changed sources, and read aloud with many timbers. www.yiguudu.com can be used for Android and Apple. Siakue was like a violent gorilla swinging his huge fists one after another, directly blasting Luvigilu into pieces. Then, Siakue turned on the 4 pairs of huge propellers behind him and rushed towards another Zamzaza like a mountain gorilla jumping on a tree. Although Zamzaza immediately switched to fighting mode, he used 2 pairs of claws to fight Siakue in close quarters. Siakue's 2 pairs of beam ring gloves directly smashed Zamzaza's 2 pairs of claws. Then with an uppercut, Zamzazahong's punch was directly smashed into 2 halves. Then the diffusion particle cannon on the chest, the cannon on the stomach, and the finger beam cannon on the 10 fingers fired towards the enemy, plane in front one after another. Some MS didn't have time to dodge, and the light beams penetrated their bodies directly, turning into fireworks. A Valor launched missiles to attack Siakue one after another. Siakue shot down all incoming missiles with his chest diffusion particle cannon. Siakue's right fist aimed at the target Valvalo, and the right fist flew out, and the beam ring glove quickly spiraled in front of the right, forming a beam auger. The fast-rotating spiral rocket fist of the right fist directly pierced Valvalo with 1 punch. Then, Siakue's left fist ejected a spiral rocket fist to attack the other Luvigero. Luvigilu spread out left and right with a pair of wired control-style mechanical arms, firing mega particle cannons at different angles, and hitting the spiral rocket fist directly affects the attack trajectory. The spiral rocket fist flew to another place with a huge distance. Regardless of whether the spiral rocket fist hits the target or not, it will immediately return to the arm of the body and assemble it back. Luvigilu immediately counterattacked with mega particle cannon, and Siakue's energy shield's endurance was several times higher than the threshold of Cyclops and Ogre. Luvigilu's attack had no effect. Although all the missiles were fired at Siakue, they were all shot down by Siakue's 10-finger beam cannon. Siakue did not fight alone when he attacked. A Cyclops and Ogre besieged Luvigilu. Wenceris saw the opportunity to strike. Siakue's right fist then launches the spiral rocket fist. While Luvigilu is struggling to deal with the attack from the Cyclops and the Ogre and has no time to take care of it, the spiral rocket fist penetrates Luvigilu. Wenceris suddenly sensed that there was a crisis behind him. Siakue immediately turned around and punched out with his left hand. A black body appeared where the left fist swung. This punch directly knocked out the invisible Black Knight, and the chest of the body was shattered. Then another powerful and huge light beam struck, and the light beam hit the energy shield, unable to break through the energy shield. Humph! Wenflas snorted coldly and looked at the screen in the upper left corner, where a white knight was attacking him from a distance. If this shot hits the one-eyed monster, its energy shield can't stop it, and the machine may suffer damage that cannot be underestimated. It's a pity that you picked the wrong opponent. When Siakue was about to fight back, several beam cannons with the same power just came and hit Siakue's head, back and chest in 3 places. The 3 beam cannons directly pushed Siakue's energy shield to its limit. It turned out that one pale knight and the other 2 white knights were attacking Siakue from different directions. Just when Wenflas was about to kill the enemies who were sneaking up on him, the Cyclops and Ogres came to help. Forget it, I'll leave these guys to you. Wenflas then looked at the instrument display, and the energy shield began to recover. After Siakue killed a few more targets, a beam cannon suddenly came that was much larger in size and power than the previous sneak attack, and directly blasted onto Siakue's energy shield. This shot directly made Siekue's energy shield exceed the limit, and the remaining power of the beam cannon bombarded Siekue's body. The body armor was also coated with a layer of anti-beam coating, and the aftermath of the beam cannon did not cause any damage. The one who attacked Siekue just now was the full-armor blasting mental power Gundam, and the super mega beam cannon penetrated Siekue's energy shield with one shot. Wincerus looked at the instrument, and it showed that the energy shield had to wait for a minute before it could be turned on again. Wincerus decided to kill the full-armored explosive mental power Gundam that had just attacked him. It has been more than an hour since Siekue attacked. MS has shot down more than 70 units regardless of any style and type, and mobile fortresses have shot down more than 30 units regardless of any style. This not only boosted the morale of the Slaughter Royal Knights, but also boosted the morale of his colleagues within a range of 100 kilometers in all directions in his area. However, the Slaughter Royal Knights were also damaged a lot. More than 300 Cyclops were shot down, and more than 40 Ogres were shot down. At least, the Dion army suppressed the Tianni mercenary group in this area, unlike many areas where the Tianni mercenary group suppressed the Dion army. Li Xiuqing was sitting in the cockpit, and he needed it. An additional pilot operates the radar, but the Alice software is upgraded to replace the radar operator. Alice played with Li Xiuqing in a humanoid body. Li Xiuqing checked the status of the body by typing on the keyboard, and the logistics personnel also conducted the final inspection for the deep attack. The huge deep attack can only be repaired next to the battleship, and there are 24 Z-plus hummingbirds in the hangar of the Rebier Ms. mothership, which are also undergoing final repairs. While checking the status of the airframe, Li Xiuqing listened to the report and checked the current situation of the battlefield on the screen. It seems that the leader of the Slaughter Royal Knights has been attacking for a while. It seems that he has killed many of his colleagues. His mobile fortress is mainly in the middle and short distances, and his subordinates will deal with the long distances. Alice said to Li Xiuqing at this time, "Master, I have already made several corresponding plans for the battle method of slaughtering the head of the Royal Knights and their tactics. You can take a look at it, Master." After seeing several corresponding plans of Alice, Li Xiuqing decided to adopt one of the corresponding plans, and then issued a combat plan instruction to the Shadow Mad Dog team, including the troops fighting on the front line. "Captain, the inspection has been completed, and we can attack. Where are the 24 hummingbirds?" "Captain, you can attack at any time." "Okay, all the hummingbirds will follow me." Deep Strike turned on the propellers to attack, and 24 hummingbirds attacked one after another, following Deep Strike in the form of fighters, forming a formation of crane wings. Wincerus suddenly discovered that the enemy's fighting style had changed. Instead of going head-to-head, they adopted the method of wandering and leading the enemy into traps, or several units fought against each other. Wincerus found the target he had locked onto. Once he found the target locked by him, he immediately turned on the thruster and tried his best to avoid it. Wincerus suddenly discovered that there was another troop chasing a squad of MS with all its strength. Dozens of MS and mobile fortresses looked like a straight line chasing the enemy from the side. Wincerus always felt that he had a bad premonition. Suddenly, some pursuing MS or mobile fortresses dispersed suddenly, and a beam cannon comparable to a battleship flashed across the screen in front of Wincerus. The dazzling light beams engulfed all the MS and mobile fortresses on the ray, and everywhere they passed were explosions and fireworks. The body that escaped this beam was mainly because the previous new humans suddenly felt the crisis, so they avoided the beam cannon earlier. This beam of light made many people think that some warship had come near here. About 10 seconds or so came another beam cannon of the battleship's main gun level, and the dazzling light burst out countless flames in an instant where the cannon passed. Moreover, several ogre mobile fortresses were engulfed where the dazzling beam cannon passed and exploded into clusters of flames. The power of this beam cannon is not comparable to that of ordinary warship main guns. The beam main guns of ordinary warships, not to mention ogres, even the energy shields of Cyclops can definitely hold it down. Which battleship is this Tianni mercenary? Is it too long for the crew of these battleships to come here? Wincerus was really puzzled. At the beginning, Wincerus suddenly thought that the Tianni mercenary corps seemed to have a Gundam called the Flying Wing Type 0, and that power made the Dion army very afraid. No, If it's the Flying Wing Zero, his terrifying beam cannon should be able to sweep across, and the power of those two beam cannons is not as powerful as the Flying Wing Zero's beam cannon. Suddenly, a sense of crisis that made him feel explosive directly enveloped his whole body, and when Silas immediately controlled Siekue. When Siekue's propeller was fully powered and rushed to another place, the huge beam cannon, which was comparable to a battleship's main gun, passed by Siekue just now, killing several Cyclops, ogres, and some MS. A blue beam cannon attacked Siekue. After Siekue dodged, another blue beam cannon struck. After Siekue dodged again, Wenthless felt another blue beam cannon attacking him. Wenceris looked at the screen, and there were many mass-produced Gundams of the same model in the distance. 6 Z-Plus Hummingbirds attacked Siekue with the Elf beam cannon, and they attacked one after another. When Siekue dodged away one after another, Wenceris looked at the instrument and found that there was an anti-Minov particle device in his place, and he could communicate with nearby subordinates, ordering them to come to the rescue. 6 Cyclops and 2 Ogre are rushing towards the 6 Z-Plus Hummingbirds, just as they are about to break the encirclement of the leader. Suddenly, these mobile fortresses spread out, and the beam cannon that was comparable to a battleship-class main gun struck again. Part of the mobile fortress, which was right in the center of the diameter of the beam cannon, had no time to escape and was swallowed by the beam cannon and exploded into fireworks. At this moment, Wenceris saw the source of the beam cannon on the screen. This Gundam is so huge, and its barrel is so long. It turned out that it fired those beam cannons just now. Wenceris looked shocked at the Deep Strike. Deep Strike is fired with the Elf beam cannon. Long Fei has been improved and upgraded to 62 megawatts at this moment, and Siekue immediately dodges. The 24 Z-Plus Hummingbirds around Deep Strike are guarding. Although the power of the Z-Plus Hummingbird's Elf beam cannon is not as powerful as Deep Strike, but the power of one shot is enough to penetrate the energy shield of the Ogre mobile fortress, and it can also cause injuries. Its body. In addition to the Elf beam cannon, the Z-Plus Hummingbird also has a thigh beam cannon, a 60mm Vulcan cannon, a double-arm cannon, a knee breaker, and a beam saber. Not in the original book. It is mounted on the left and right sides of the waist by the Shadow Mad Dog team. Beam saber. The powerful firepower of the Z-Plus Hummingbird makes it impossible for many airframes to get close to the deep attack. Because the firepower of the deep attack is too strong, it has become the key target of Dion's army. A deep attack on the surrounding Z-Plus Hummingbirds plus the other MS and mobile fortresses of the Shadow Mad Dogs, plus the other troops of the Tianyi mercenary group, will not make the enemy what they want. The improved 2-barrel beam cannon on the left lower abdomen of Deep Strike directly penetrated a Cyclops, and even the energy shield of the Cyclops couldn't protect it. Siekue launched 2 spiral rocket punches, but unfortunately was directly hit by the Z-Plus Hummingbird's Elf beam cannon. Fortunately, the fast spiral self-transfer of the spiral rocket cannon caused the beam to scatter when it hit the Elf beam cannon. Although the attack speed of the elves did not cause any damage to the spiral rocket fist, the entire sprint of the spiral rocket fist also lost power under the attack of the beam cannon. Fortunately, the spiral rocket fist is like a floating cannon, allowing Wenthless to return to the body under mental control. Damn it, his guards are so tightly guarded. Wenthless felt a little annoyed, watching the screen's deep attack and domineering killing all directions, especially the terrifying mega particle beam cannon, which killed many opponents in one shot. Why does this huge Gundam launch its terrifying particle beam cannon? Why every attack can be counted on the trajectory of our troops? Wenceris was a little puzzled. Master, direction at 11 o'clock, 45. Okay. Li Xiuqing remotely controlled the joystick and fired the mega particle cannon towards the target according to Alice. In addition to being a radar and multi-function sensor operator, Alice is an indicator of superconducting communication, as well as an AI for deep strikes. There is a wire tube connected to the back of Alice's neck, and Alice works with her eyes closed, telling her owner suggestions from time to time. Deep Strike also has a wired control cannon, which is also controlled by Alice. When Li Xiuqing is in charge of driving the deep attack, he will also judge the attack target by himself. 24 Z-Plus Hummingbirds have shot down countless mobile fortresses and MS one after another with the weapons in their hands. A Diaz attacks a Z plus Hummingbird with a laser cannon. The Z plus Hummingbird dodges and fights back. Bylin launched the target's counterattack and rushed towards the target, then dodged the beam cannon on the target's thigh, and pulled out the beam saber with her left hand to stab the target with a sword. A blue beam cannon swallowed Bylin. Then, several blue and green units locked on one of the Z plus Hummingbirds, but the green and blue equipped with floating cannons were blocked by the Night series. Only one blue rushed to the Z plus Hummingbird, drawing out its beam saber when it was close to the target, and the Z plus Hummingbird also drew out its beam saber to resist the opponent's attack. The wired cannon attacked Bylin from behind, causing the body of Bylin to eat up. The Z plus Hummingbird directly crushed Bylin's chest with a knee crusher, and the driver became a sandwich meat pie. Sci-Fi led many Cyclopes, ogres, and other MS, and spread out to prepare for the siege and deep attack. Wincers found out that Deep Strike is probably not operated by one person. At least two of them are responsible for the operation, and the other is responsible for the radar and multi-function sensor operator. Otherwise, only one person controls Deep Strike. Maybe every time a mega particle cannon is fired, only Dion's army is passed by every shot. Wincers originally wanted to command more subordinates to fight, but the relationship between men of particles caused the communication to be seriously affected. Even with the anti-men of particle device, the number of subordinates that could be mobilized was really limited. Even during the pursuit, either there was no anti-men of particle device or the anti-men of particle device was destroyed and the entire communication was cut off for a while, making it impossible to communicate with subordinates. The Deep Strike doesn't stay in one place. It moves nonstop, hits wherever it goes, and even changes routes from time to time. In addition to the 24Z plus Hummingbirds closely protecting the safety of Deep Strike, other mobile fortresses, MS, and mass-produced Gundams will protect Deep Strike to stop their actions. Originally, the battle area where Wincers was located finally gained an advantage. After the deep attack entered this battle area, the whole battle situation began to change. Each megaparticle cannon of Deep Strike can take away at least a dozen units in one shot. The megaparticle cannon has already been fired, and there are almost 10 rounds. With the addition of 24Z plus Hummingbirds, each of them can kill at least 20 or more airframes. Sci-Fi couldn't bully into a deep attack at all, because he was either forced to retreat by the Z plus Hummingbird or intercepted by other airframes. Dididi, the siren sounded, and when Silas glanced at the instrument display, Sci-Fi's energy was less than 30%. Wenthla's sighed, took a deep look into the distance, and had no choice but to return to the mothership. Master, there is 41% of the energy left in the deep attack. The megaparticle cannon just now left less than 40% of the energy left. I see. Then return to the mothership to recharge. The 24Z plus Hummingbird drivers received instructions from the regiment leader and returned to the mothership following the deep attack. The combat time of Deep Strike was only 2 hours from firing to the decision to return to the mothership, but Deep Strike led 24Z plus Hummingbirds to cause serious damage to the enemy, leaving a deep impression on the enemy. Especially the Mega Particle Cannon, which is as powerful as the main gun of a battleship, left a deep impression on many Dion troops. On the other side, in the Ms. Mothership Fardis II, Fardis, Julius, Golicina, and many generals and staff members looked at the battle scene of the deep assault just now. The marching deployment of the Dion army that instantly defeated the combat area over there was like a lion killing a flock of sheep. In other words, currently the best app for reading and listening to books, Yegwa Reading, www.yiguyu.com. Install the latest version. The deep attack and 24Z plus Hummingbirds killed the quartet like no one's land, and there was no machine that could intercept it. This kind of combat power also made some staff officers on the scene simulate what would happen if Deep Assault was allowed to enter the battleship group. The short-term result is that the battleship cannot be intercepted at all, and it will even be overwhelmingly destroyed by the deep attack. Fardis asked, "How many of this huge Gundam appear on the battlefield?" A red-haired general replied, "Return to your majesty. So far we have only found one, and it is in the combat area of the slaughtering royal knights. We don't know if there will be a second one. Humph, we already overestimated the Tiani mercenary group, but we still underestimated." This huge red Gundam may not be able to stop the energy shields of most of the country's battleships with its huge main gun. Many generals and staff officers at the scene lowered their heads. They even conducted several simulations. Originally, they had already increased the difficulty of the Tianyi mercenary group during the simulated battle, but they did not expect that the strength of the Tianyi mercenary group was still beyond that. Their estimates. What they are most worried about now is that there are still several of that giant red Gundam. If there are really several deep assault units, as long as they appear in any combat area, the local Dion army's marching and combat deployment will definitely be disrupted, and the combat rhythm may even be led by the nose. The generals and staff officers didn't know how to start the deep attack for a while and couldn't think of a countermeasure in a short time. The 24Z plus hummingbirds that only guard the deep attack are also heavy firepower, fast, and the battle is seamless. From the video taken from the previous battle, it can be found that the Dion army can't break through their defense even if they slaughtered the Royal Knights. Even if some mecha's beam weapons attack Deep Strike, the I position of Deep Strike can easily resist it. A general said, "The huge red Gundam and the Gundam weapons that guard him are all energy-based. Can't the armor function of the holy machine of the Mirror Royal Knights restrain them?" Many generals thought it made sense, but some generals immediately corrected them. The holy machine armor function of the Mirror Royal Knights can indeed bounce back energy-type weapons. The absorption of energy by the mirror armor function also depends on the acceptable threshold. If exceeding the threshold, more than 25 Wm, not only cannot rebound, but the mirror armor directly explodes because the absorption cannot withstand it. The Red Giant Gundam and its Guard Gundam, their energy weapons have exceeded the energy absorption threshold of the mirror armor. Many people fell into deep thought, unable to start the deep attack. The two sides have been fighting for more than 12 hours, and troops rushed to the front line one after another, and some troops returned to the mothership for repairs. The Slaughter Royal Knights and the other Royal Knights who fought returned to the mothership for repairs. The troops directly under Long Fei, such as the Shadow Mad Dog team and the Dire Hound team, also returned to the mothership for repairs. Looking at the current battle between the two sides, it seems that the Tianyi mercenary group has some advantages, with a damage ratio of 1-5, and Dion's army has suffered more damage. However, Dion's army is larger and more numerous in size and number. The anti-min of particle device allows the unmanned MS of the Dion army to enter the battlefield. Although it cannot exert its original combat effectiveness, at least it can still have combat capabilities within the effective range of the anti-min of particle device, allowing the Tianyi mercenary group, the MS, and mobile fortress troops cause some trouble. MD Taurus and Burgo II of the Tianyi mercenary corps caused a lot of trouble for Dion's army. Burgo II's planetary defender can not only protect itself, but also protect other MS around it. Many MS, such as Jie Gang, are protected by Burgo II's planetary defender from being destroyed by enemy planes. The maneuverability and speed of MD Taurus are still higher than that of the Scorpion and the Winged Bird, and the beam cannon of Burgo II can penetrate armor-piercing monsters and salamanders. Except for the salamander's shoulder cannon, the other three MS weapons can't penetrate the planetary defender at all. These two MDs are fighting in a strong environment of min of particles. In addition to relying on the superconducting communication network, the chips mainly use quantum chips, and the magnetic film glue can reduce the influence of min of particles on electronic components. This not only surprised the Dion army, but also wanted to find out what technology the Tianyi mercenary group had developed to be immune to the min of particles they produced. As long as the MD has enough energy, he can continue to fight. The reporters on the scene were broadcasting the current situation. Some field reporters on the periphery photographed several very huge warships behind the Dion army. These warships are at the back, and some warships can even be found to be able to puff, which makes military experts watching the live broadcast think that this may be a warship factory developed by the Dion army. It is estimated that it can not only manufacture warships, but also mobile fortresses, MS and holy machines, etc. Similarly, it is estimated that it can also be used as logistics maintenance. The Tianyi mercenary group has to rely on the base, modify meteorites, etc. for maintenance and manufacturing. Of course, the Tianyi mercenary group also has external maintenance devices, And the external maintenance devices also have manufacturing capabilities, but their greatest limit is only to manufacture mobile fortresses. It is impossible to manufacture warships at all. In terms of overall logistics and manufacturing technology, the Dion army is even better. Lieutenant General Shrek and many other generals were thinking about how to destroy the factory battleship of Dion army. Multi-party military pushes were carried out, including the Zero-type system for multi-party simulation calculations and military deployments, etc. As a result, most of them could not break through the defensive deployment of the fleet and airframe troops that protected the factory warships. Although there are a small number of solutions that can be successful, the price to be paid is extremely high. Leave this battleship of the logistics factory aside for the time being, and wait until the battle situation between our side and the enemy changes, and then carry out military calculations. Shrek looked at the three-dimensional projection of the battlefield and said. Lieutenant General AICC nodded and said, "Our main goal at present is how to weaken the enemy's combat power first, and we will plan to deal with it after the logistics manufacturing factory warships." At this time another general said, "Sir, Dion's army's factory warships. The subordinates feel that they always need materials and resources to manufacture the airframes and warships they need. If they clean up from the battlefield, they will recycle the wreckage for resources if it is manufactured in a circular manner. Then we have no way to start. But if they still have to rely on the Mars sphere to continue to supply, the subordinates feel that the troops of the mother base and sub-base of the colony in District 6 can be dispatched to intercept them, which will affect their logistics. Many generals think that it is possible. If the Mars Circle can still send some resources, the mother base and sub-base of the colony in the 6th District can send troops to intercept it." Lieutenant General Shrek's subordinates immediately reported to the commander-in-chief of the mother base. After receiving the report, Li Jiaming immediately dispatched reconnaissance troops to conduct investigations. Once it was confirmed, he would act immediately. On the other side, Long Fei has been sitting in Neo Gundam's cockpit. Although he did not watch the battlefield situation with the generals, the network cable in the cockpit has already been connected with the generals. Therefore, Long Fei was clear about what instructions Shrek and the other generals issued to carry out. And of course the generals also knew that the boss had been watching how they marched and deployed online. Under the driving of Harrow, the Steel Ball of the Steel Ball Search and Rescue Hospital ship is not only equipped with some rescue equipment, but also armed with some weapons. In other words, currently the best app for reading and listening to books, Yegwa Reading. Install the latest version. These steel are called Search and Rescue Steel Balls. Countless steel shuttle on the battlefield. Why don't the Search and Rescue Steel search and rescue after the two sides have ceased fighting? The main reason is that some conclusions were drawn from the outpost battlefield at that time. One of the reasons is that when the rescue was carried out after the truce between the two sides, some pilots in the rescue cabin had missed the best rescue time and died. According to the investigation of the recording instruments in some rescue cabins, some pilots were not intentionally attacked by the enemy because there was still fighting around while they were waiting for rescue. Although there are international treaties that stipulate that the rescue cabin cannot be attacked, but some pilots on the battlefield soldiers don't follow the regulations, even if they do it on purpose. They can refuse to admit it, as long as they say that they can basically escape the sanctions of the treaty if they hit by mistake. They will suffer casualties from stray bullets. As for the air circulation in the rescue cabin, even if it is damaged, the Tianyi mercenary pilot is just an ordinary combat pilot suit. As long as the small air circulator is not damaged, there will be no such problems. Therefore, the ones who died due to lack of oxygen were mostly the Dion army. Another reason is that some internal instruments may explode accidentally in the rescue cabin and injure the driver. Even if the driver takes emergency treatment, he may die for some reason because he missed the best rescue time. In the process of several truces and search and rescue in the outpost battlefield, the above results were obtained. To this end, Long Fei made some improvements to the Harrow program that controls the search and rescue steel ball. The search and rescue steel have already started to shuttle on the battlefield for rescue when the two armies are at war. During the search and rescue process, once intercepted, the search and rescue steel will attack the intercepted body. Moreover, once some search and rescue steel find the rescue capsule that sends the distress signal, when the rescue capsule is taken away from the battlefield, other search and rescue steel will cover it. Possible cover. Other mass-produced Gundams, and mobile fortresses will also try their best to cover the search and rescue steel and take the rescue capsules away from the battlefield. Many reporters in the field live broadcasted the search and rescue steel ball, either taking the rescue capsule to the battleship or taking it to the steel ball search and rescue medical ship for treatment. That is, when the experts watched the live broadcast, they felt that the Tianyi mercenary group was superior in terms of rescue ability. In this battle, many military experts commented that people on both sides are not only competing for the combat effectiveness on the frontline battlefield and their military strength, but also competing for their logistics capabilities. Both the frontline warfare and the logistics have their own advantages. Yangshan, 00 Razor, attack. Rika, the heavily armed Seraph Gundam, attack. Angelica, the heavily armed Angel Gundam, attack. Alonso, heavily armed Fallen Angel Gundam, attack. Archer Hello, GN Archer, attack. For Gundam Sortie and GN Archer Sortie, Yu Yangchun and his party did not attack until almost 12 hours after the two armies fought. The heavily armed Seraph Gundam moved towards an area in front of it, and the GN rocket launcher, GN Cannon X4, and the large GN cannon on the waist locked and fired at the target. Then turn on the special mode behind the face-shaped particle explosion mode and destroy the cannons. The GN cannons on both shoulders are connected to the GN rocket launcher too. Mobile Fortress. A Typhon mobile fortress was targeting the heavily armed Seraphim Gundam, using newly developed weapons, a pistol that opened like a peacock, with 7 barrels, and fired at Seraphim. After the heavily armed Seraph Gundam got out of the way, another special mode, Bombardment Mode, 2 GN rocket launchers 2 combined into GN Double Rocket Launcher 2, a huge GN beam ball bombarded Typhon. Typhon didn't have time to dodge, and immediately used the telescopic shields on both arms to form a huge shield to resist the GN beam ball. Although the huge shield has the anti-beam function, but the huge GN beam ball is approaching step by step, the huge shield can't resist it at all, and it splits and shatters in just a few seconds. Typhon was directly swallowed by the GN beam ball, and finally exploded into a huge ball of fire. A white special sacred machine fired at Seraphim one after another. Rika manipulated Seraphim to dodge the opponent's attack and observe the opponent's technology and the performance of the special holy machine from it. The heavily armed Seraphim Gundam did not decrease in speed and mobility due to the increase in armament. Under the control of Rika, it dodged the opponent's attack and counterattacked with the GN cannon. The white holy machine rushed to Seraph and dodged the GN cannon one after another, and drew out the beam saber with his left hand when approaching Seraph, attacking Seraph. Seraphim also drew out the beam saber with his left hand to resist the beam saber coming from the opponent, and at the same time, the 4 GN cannons contained mechanical arms drew out the beam saber and swung it towards the white holy machine. The pilot of the white holy machine reacted quickly and immediately dodged the 4 beam saber attacks, but he could not avoid the 15th day. Li Xiang had already calculated the trajectory of the opponent's dodge, and the moment the opponent dispersed, a pair of large GN cannons on Seraph's waist fired, and the GN cannon directly hit the white holy machine. The white holy plane was directly blasted into a ball of fireworks. Alonso drives the heavily armed Fallen Angel Gundam, which fits with the GN Archer in the form of a fighter. Alonso used himself as a new human being to sub-brain quantum wave system, and used his brain quantum wave to contact and give instructions to Hero of the GN shooter. The Fallen Angel Gundam in the form of a fighter plane launches the GN Pulse Electromagnetic Overload Missile in the GN missile container. The target hit by the GN Pulse Electromagnetic Overload Missile will temporarily overload and paralyze the electronic components and control system. The anti-min particle device is hit by the GN Pulse Electromagnetic Overload Missile among them. The Pulse Electromagnetic Overload temporarily paralyzes it, except for some organisms that have undergone relevant precautions and are not affected. Cause unmanned MS and communication paralysis in the area. The Fallen Angel and the GN Archer immediately separated and transformed into MS form. The Fallen Angel held a GN cannon in his right hand and a GN beam double-barreled rifle in his left hand, and the GN Archer held a GN beam rifle in both hands. firing at the temporarily paralyzed bodies and anti-Manhwa particle devices. Those bodies that were temporarily unable to move turned into fireworks. The fallen angels and GN archers attacked enemy planes in all directions back to back. A pink special holy machine held a beam rocket launcher in both hands and drove the fallen angel and GN archer away with one shot. The missile pod behind the GN archer launches GN missiles to counterattack the pink special holy machine. The beam rocket launcher of the pink special holy machine is separated to form two beam rifles, holding a beam rifle in each hand, shooting down all the incoming GN missiles. The GN archer attacked the pink special holy machine. While fighting, Alonso observed the performance and driving skills of the pink special holy machine from time to time. Judging from its character, it is similar to the performance of the previous generation of Lord Angel Gundam I drove. Fallen Angel Gundam's right-hand GN cannon sneak attack pink special holy machine. The driver of the pink special holy machine is a new human being. Feeling the crisis in the upper left corner, he dodges a GN beam cannon. The GN archer took advantage of the special pink holy machine to dodge the GN beam cannon, rushed to the target, and immediately switched the GN rifle in his right hand to a GN beam saber. The pink special holy machine switches the beam saber with the left hand to resist, and the beam rifle with the right hand attacks the GN archer. The GN archer retreated immediately. The fallen angel left the GN double-barreled rifle, and one of the beam guns that penetrated the pink special holy machine destroyed it. The GN archer uses two-handed GN rifles to attack the pink special holy machine. The distance between the pink special holy planes was less than 50 meters, although the driver reacted quickly and quickly dodged. But one of the right legs was still hit, and the right leg exploded directly. Alonso seized the opportunity, launched an attack quickly, and immediately switched to a pair of GN submachine guns to attack the pink special holy machine. The pilot of the pink special holy machine knew that he couldn't stop the two-sided processing. Especially the performance of the Fallen Angel Gundam was far better than his holy machine. However, after receiving Aaron's brain quantum wave induction instructions, GN shooter Hero stalled the pink special holy machine. In addition to dodging the attacks of the GN archers, the pink special holy machine also aimed at it with countless GN charge beam bullets. Part of the body was also hit by GN charge beam bullets, not only affecting the movement trajectory of the entire body, but also causing the entire body to be attacked by GN archers one after another. When the Fallen Angel Gundam's target is seriously injured, it will be directly cut off by the GN beam sword. The heavily armed Angel Gundam driven by Angelica holds a GN sniper rifle to aim at the target. Hey, Angelica sneered and pressed the button. A sniper beam hit a purple special holy machine that was fighting Impulse Gundam and directly penetrated the chest of the machine, and the purple special holy machine directly turned into a ball of fireworks. Pawnee, who was fighting, saw his opponent being killed. He knew that it must not be a stray bullet hitting his opponent, but someone doing mental calculations and unintentional sniping. Pawnee didn't care about it at all. The battle is a matter of life and death. Surviving the battle is the most important thing. Surviving means winning. Uncle Pawnee, I'm sorry, I killed your opponent. Hearing Angelica's voice, Pawnee said, It's Xiaoka. It doesn't matter. The important thing is that I survived. As long as I live, I only have a chance to defeat the next opponent. Uncle Pawnee, get out of the way in 3 seconds. Pawnee immediately counted silently for 3 seconds, and then Impulse Gundam dodged to the right. A GN sniper beam pierced through a blue mass-produced holy machine holding a beam saber that was attacking Impulse Gundam. Wow, Kaka is still so powerful. Hey. Angelica controlled the heavily armed Angel Gundam to continue to snipe targets from a long distance, shooting down several mobile suits and mass-produced holy machines one after another. Hero in front of her helped her correct the angle of sniping, so that Angelica could increase her hit rate when sniping. Sniping the 8th MS, it's blood red. Angelica, it's great. Then another sniper shot killed another MS. Sniping the 9th MS, it's wing bird. Angelica, it's great. Suddenly, Angelica sensed an enemy attacking at 50 degrees from the front upper left corner. Hello. Activate all GN shield bits. Received. 9 GN shield bits flew out from the body of the heavy-armed Angel Gundam. 9 GN shield bits floated in front of the cherub. More than a dozen beams of light attacked the cherub, and all the GN shield bits immediately resisted the beam. A Waylon led more than a dozen scorpions and wingbirds to rush towards the heavily armed Xiong Gundam. Hello, GN rifle bits. Received. 6 GN rifle bits immediately flew out from G-Angel, and G-Angel switched the GN sniper rifle to GN pistol. Under Harrow's control and targeting, Angelica pressed the button, and a pair of GN pistols cooperated with the GN rifle bits. Countless GN light beams attacked the blue mass-produced holy machine and a bunch of scorpions and winged birds. Although the blue mass-produced holy machine relied on the driver's skill dodging and the anti-beam shield in the left hand, it was not shot down by the GN beam. However, the lead corporals and wingbird MS were shot down one after another. Although they tried their best to dodge, they shot down the corporals and wingbirds successively with countless GN beams with high hit rate. The pilot of the mass-produced Azure aircraft watched all the troops he led being shot down. Although he didn't feel any guilt for the death of his subordinates, apart from the luck that he had just survived, he also had a moment of fear in his heart. Suddenly, a hot temperature covered his whole body and he lost consciousness. It turned out that it was a Jieg gang who happened to come in front of him when the blue mass-produced holy machine was dodging the attack, and happened to have its entire back facing it. The Jegun driver took the opportunity to pull out the beam saber and dropped it. After killing a bunch of MS, Angelica was about to go to the next location when she suddenly felt a powerful spiritual force rushing towards her, and looked at the source of the spiritual power. It was a red and white two-colored holy machine with a height of 20 meters and a Tauren-like head that rushed towards her. 6 GN rifle bits and a pair of GN pistols aimed at this red and white Tauren holy machine and fired. The Tauren holy machine rushed towards the cherub with a close-fitting, flash beam movement. This Tauren holy machine looks familiar, but I just can't remember it, Angelica said with a frown. The Tauren holy machine is less than 300 meters away from the Angel, doing somersaults like a gymnast, directly avoiding all beam attacks. Damn it, Angelica was a little annoyed. She didn't expect the other party to make such a move. The Tauren holy machine directly pulled out the 2 axes from his waist and slashed at the Angel Gundam. Xiong Gundam couldn't dodge and immediately blocked it with the GN pistol. Fortunately, there was a GN blade under the barrel of the GN pistol, otherwise it would be directly split by the axe of the Tauren holy machine. The clash of axes and blades produced sparks. Angelica suddenly received a request communication from the other party. Angelica felt a little baffled, but still got through to the other party's request. Where is that person? That person? I don't understand who you're talking about. Angelica pushed the lever. G-Angel pushed with both hands, then retreated immediately, and the GN rifle bits immediately attacked the Tauren holy machine at close range. The Tauren holy machine dodged most of the beams, and the 2 axes even blocked the last 2 beams. It's your companion, the Gundam that emits blue particles just like your Gundam. Which one are you talking about? I have several other companions who have Gundams emitting cyan particles like me. G-Angel's GN shield bits are combined into a shield to block the axe of the Tauren holy machine, and G-Angel immediately counterattacks with a GN pistol. The Tauren holy machine blocked the attack of the GN pistol with a pair of axes. It's the blue-white Gundam that can launch a beam sword thousands of meters away. Angelica immediately understood that the other party was looking for Yu Yang-chun, and she also remembered the battle at that time. There was indeed a red, blue, and white Tauren holy machine that fought against 00 Razor. The appearance of the red and white Tauren holy machine in front of him is indeed somewhat similar to the holy machine at that time, but the performance of the Tauren holy machine in front of him is much stronger than the holy machine at that time. You were the holy pilot who lost to 00 Razor at that time. Yes, I want to find him, defeat him, and wash away the shame of my defeat at that time. Since you were looking for him, why did you look for me? Your Gundam emits the same cyan particles as his Gundam, so you and him must be in the same group. Killing you might lead him here. Angelica was very upset. Hearing what the other party said, he felt that she was being used as a bait to lure Yu Yang-chun. You are also a new human being, qualified to be my opponent. My name is Douglas, Sanji Duns too. What about you? Angelica, the heavily armed Angel Gundam. Be prepared to die at my hands. Snort. Duns 2 immediately switched weapons, switching to a pair of shotguns, and attacked the cherubs. The 9GN shield bits immediately stood in front of the cherub and blocked the attack. The 6GN rifle bits were under the control of Harrow, and the 6GN rifle bits were scattered to attack Duns 2 in different positions. Humph. Dakras snorted coldly, and 6 floating induction cannons flew out from the back of the machine immediately, forming a diamond-shaped protective cover to resist the attacks of 6GN rifle bits. Then, the 6 floating induction cannons immediately switched their functions and also dispersed to counterattack the 6GN rifle bits. Harrow controlled 6GN rifle bits to avoid the attack of the floating induction cannon and counterattacked at the floating induction cannon under Angelica's instruction. The cherub held a GN pistol in both hands and attacked Dunsey 2. Dunsey 2 immediately switched weapons and held an axe with both hands and rushed towards the cherub while resisting the beam of the GN pistol. When an axe is dropped, 6 GN shield bits are combined into a large shield to resist the axe, but when the axe is dropped, the large shield is directly scattered. The moment G-Angel retreated, he counterattacked with GN pistols with both hands. When Don's 2 dodges, the axe in his left hand is thrown directly at the cherub as a boomerang. The other 3 GN shield bits are combined to form another shield to resist. The result is that the axe bounces, and the 3 GN shield bits disperse. Don's 2 took back the axe with his left hand, and the axe was bounced off. He continued to rush towards the cherub, and a pair of axes slammed in different directions. Jitian can't dodge. The GN shield bits are too late to rescue. Jitian uses the GN hand to resist. The siren sounded, and Angelica understood that the output of the opponent's body was higher than that of her cherub. The cherub is always a Gundam for long-range attacks, and melee combat is not its strong point, so it will naturally be suppressed by the opponent. Angelica didn't panic. Jiang immediately kicked Duns 2 with his right foot to force him away, and then attacked the opponent with a GN pistol, keeping a distance from the opponent while attacking. Angelica understood that she couldn't let the other party get close, otherwise the cherub would be at a disadvantage. The heavily armed cherub and Duns 2 are in a battle of chasing and chasing. The 6 GN rifle bits and the 6 floating induction cannons return to the body to recharge. The floating shield of this Gundam is really troublesome. Douglas felt a little annoyed. Duns 2 switched weapons, and the shotguns in both hands disassembled and combined at this moment to form a long beam rifle, with powerful beams erupting from the barrel. 9 GN shield bits are combined into a large shield, barely blocking the powerful beam of damage. GN shield bits. Insufficient energy. Return to the body to recharge. Return to the body to recharge. Harrow told Angelica while manipulating 9 GN shield bits. The heavy-duty armed cherub immediately switched weapons, switching to a GN sniper rifle 2 to counterattack the opponent, while launching GN missiles. Duns 2 immediately switched the form of the long beam rifle, held 2 small assault beam guns in both hands, dodged the GN sniper beam, and shot with 2 small assault beam guns to shoot down all the incoming GN missiles. Angelica continued to press the button, and the GN sniper rifles of the heavily armed cherubs fired one after another. Duns 2 immediately switched and combined the 2 small assault beam guns into the previous long beam rifle and counterattacked towards the heavily armed cherub. Its beam is more powerful than the 2 beams of my GN sniper rifle. Then, the floating induction cannon of Duns 2 and the GN rifle bits of the heavily armed cherub flew out at the same time. Attack the target at the same time. Duns 2 suffers a little bit and has to dodge the attacks of GN rifle bits. On the contrary, the heavy-duty armed cherub also has GN shield bits to help resist, and then use GN sniper rifle 2 to attack Duns 2. Douglas immediately controlled the floating induction cannon mentally, attacking the GN rifle bits. Harrow immediately switched targets to deal with the floating induction cannon. Duns 2 hung the long beam rifle on the pylon next to his right shoulder, then took out 2 beam sabers from his back and rushed towards the heavily armed cherub. The heavy-duty armed Jitian uses the GN sniper rifle 2 to attack Duns 2. Suddenly, two blocked the GN sniper beam with the yellow beam sabers in both hands crossed and stacked, and the propeller increased its horsepower to rush towards the heavy-armed cherub. Cut. Angelica was a little annoyed. 9 GN shield bits block in front of the heavily armed cherub, and the heavy-armed cherub immediately switches the GN sniper rifle 2 into a pair of GN pistols. The 9 GN shields immediately formed a large shield, blocking Don's 2's left beam saber. When Don's 2's first blow was blocked, he immediately turned around and cut into the position of the large GN shield and rushed towards the heavily armed cherub. Don's 2 swung the beam saber in his right hand towards the heavily armed cherub. Damn it, hello, switch tactics. Angelica knew that her driving skills were not as good as the opponent's, and she wanted to keep a distance from the opponent, but the opponent's holy machine was fast enough to get close to the heavily armed cherub. The GN blade under the barrel of the GN pistol in the left hand of the heavy-duty armed cherub is a saber that blocks the beam of light. Angelica immediately shot with her right-hand GN pistol, and Don's 2 blocked the GN beam with her left beam saber. Douglas sensed the crisis coming from the specific lower left corner. Don's 2 immediately moved back, and a GN beam passed across the lower left corner of Don's 2's previous position. Douglas glanced out of the corner of his eye, and it turned out to be a GN rifle bits. Douglas mentally sensed that his floating induction cannon was not shot down. Why did the opponent's GN rifle bits throw off the floating induction cannon to attack him? Douglas immediately mentally controlled the floating induction cannon and attacked the heavily armed cherub. However, Douglas suddenly sensed that the floating induction cannon was coming to intercept him. Only then did Douglas know that the heavily armed Sage pilot used the floating shield to deal with his floating induction cannon. The 9 GN shield bits cover the 6 GN rifle bits. In addition to resisting the attack of the floating induction cannon, it will also intercept the floating induction cannon's navigation route. 2 of the GN rifle bits were switched from Harrow's control to Angelica's mind control. The 2 GN rifle bits spread out under Angelica's mental control and shot Don's 2 from different angles while changing positions. This made Douglas a little troubled. Whenever Don's 2 launches an attack, 2 GN rifle bits will immediately preemptively block Don's 2's attack. Angelica seized the opportunity and immediately stayed away from Don's 2. The heavily armed cherub immediately switched weapons and used the GN sniper rifle 2 to shoot at a fixed point, shooting down a floating induction cannon with 1 shot. Damn it, Douglas was annoyed. The heavily armed cherub fired again and shot down another floating induction cannon. If this continues, my situation will become more and more unfavorable. Douglas knew that he had to take out the bottom of the box, otherwise he would start to be suppressed by the opponent. The body and limbs of Dunsey 2 suddenly cracked, and then the cracks opened, and blue particles emerged from the opened parts. What is this? Angelica looked a little confused. Immediately, a device was installed in the body of 2, and it is still an experimental type of spiritual amplification device. What's going on? Angelica suddenly sensed that the 2 mind-controlled GN rifle bits had lost control, and then sensed that the opponent's mental power had suddenly increased a lot, so she roughly guessed what was going on. Hello, try those 2 GN rifle bits, and see if you can regain control. Received, trying, received, trying, taken control. The speed and maneuverability of Don's 2's 5 floating induction cannons suddenly became very fast, and the GN shield bits and GN rifle bits controlled by Harrow gradually couldn't keep up with the opponent's rhythm. It's not that Harrow's calculations can't keep up, the current state of bits can't catch up with the rhythm of the floating induction cannon at all. It seems that his body has a special device to enhance his mental power, Transam. The heavy-duty armed cherub is in the 3 red state, and the GN shield bits and GN rifle bits are also in the 3 red state. Harrow continues to control the bits to fight back and forth with the floating induction cannon. Intense blue particles are emitting from Don's 2, leaving blue trails where it flies. At this moment, Douglas's brain seems to be empty, and he can even see the next move of the opponent's heavily armed cherub. Douglas can respond immediately. The heavy-duty armed cherub attacks Don's 2 with a GN pistol in both hands, and Don's 2 can dodge every time he attacks. Hello. Switch the GN shield bits back to protect the body. Received. Even if the heavily armed cherub retreats and shoots, Duns 2 can react one step earlier, dodge the sprint, and switch the long beam rifle with both hands. When the heavily armed cherub dodged the first attack, the second attack came one after another. Thanks to Angelica's sharp crisis response, she dodged the second attack. But the third attack, when she was keenly aware of the crisis, had already struck. A beam of light hits a large shield made up of 9 GN shield bits. It's dangerous. Angelica was worried. If she hadn't informed Harrow earlier to let the GN shield bits back to the defense, the beam just now would have seriously injured even if she didn't shoot down the heavily armed cherub. Duns 2 switched weapons at this time, rushing to the heavily armed cherub with 2 beam sabers in both hands and wielding them. In addition to resisting with a GN pistol, the heavily armed Xiangang can only retreat desperately. Duns 2 is relentless. The blue track chases the red track, and one blue and one red track cross from time to time. Angelica's forehead was sweating all the time. If it wasn't for Harrow's GN shield bits to help her block the opponent's attacks from time to time, he might have been defeated. Even if the heavy-duty armed cherub fires 2 GN pistols as fast as a submachine gun, Duns 2 can block them all with the pair of beam sabers. After 3 minutes, the special function countdown of the 2 airframes ended. The bits and the floating induction cannon returned to the body separately. The originally split part of Duns 2 was reclosed and restored to its original shape. The opportunity is here. Docklas knows that this kind of Gundam that emits cyan particles, once the special ability ends, the performance will drop. On the contrary, Duns 2 does not have this problem. The original performance remains unchanged, and it rushes towards the heavily armed cherub. Duns 2 wielded beam sabers with both hands one after another. Although the heavily armed cherub retreated vigorously, the speed of performance decline has weakened, and he can only resist it with the 2 GN pistols in his hand. Duns 2 then kicked away the heavily armed cherub, and the Duns 2 thruster was fully powered, and it went directly behind the heavily armed cherub and swept across. The heavily armed cherub immediately turned around and blocked it with a GN pistol. The moment the opponent blocked the knife, Duns 2 immediately turned around and raised his foot, kicking the waist of the medium-heavy armed cherub and kicking him away. The heavily armed cherub directly crashed into a pile of debris. The powerful impact of "wow" made Angelica scream. Angelica quickly cheered herself up and let herself recover immediately. The heavy-armed cherub was about to rush out of the wreckage pile. Duns 2 immediately raised his 2 knives to chop off the heavy-armed cherub, although the heavy-armed cherub resisted with a pistol. The siren sounded, and the thrust of the heavily armed cherub was completely suppressed. The hands of the heavily armed cherub were gradually pressed down, and the body began to sink into the pile of debris. When a pair of beam sabers were about to cut off the arms of the heavily armed cherub, a beam of light struck Duns 2. Duns 2 immediately moved away. A video was split on the screen. "Angelica, it seems that you are in a hard fight." Yu Yangchun looked at Angelica and said, "Humph, your enemies can't find you, so they use me to vent their anger." Angelica said in a slightly unhappy tone. "Enemy?" Yu Yangchun was confused, and then saw Duns 2 from the screen. Looking at this holy machine always felt very familiar. When Docklas saw 00 Razor, his enemies were extremely jealous. This Gundam, which brought him shame, was driving the exclusive special holy machine Duns 2, and he wanted to use this holy machine to wash away the shame of his defeat. Docklas tried to contact 00 Razor. Yu Yangchun connected Dakraz's request to contact. "Oh, so it's you, Uncle. I didn't expect you to be alive," Yu Yangchun said in a tone that didn't want to be beaten. Docklas snorted coldly and said, "Humph, kid, you're not dead yet. How could I die before you? Angelica, deal with everyone else. I will deal with this guy." "Okay." The heavily armed cherub immediately exited the scene. "Uncle, you want to find me. Do you want to wash away the shame of losing to me?" "Yes, defeating you washes away the shame of my defeat." "Okay, then let's see if you have the ability, Uncle." Yu Yangchun immediately started after speaking. N-beam machine gun attacked Duns 2. Duns 2 used 2 beam sabers to block the GN beam machine gun while rushing towards the 00 Razor. N-sword 2 blocks Duns 2's pair of beam sabers. "Uncle, it seems that this holy machine of yours is much stronger in thrust, speed, agility, and maneuverability than your previous holy machine. At least it won't be completely suppressed by 00 Razor. 00 Razor and Don's 2 are in close combat. 2 physical swords and 2 beam sabers are fighting each other. The 2 mechas are also competing for the mobility and flexibility of the mecha. The push and output of the machine body is not inferior to this Gundam, but it is not as good as this Gundam in terms of maneuverability and flexibility, and this kid's technique in driving this Gundam is much better than last time. Don's 2 took the initiative to retreat this time, and then switched weapons with both hands to attack 00 Razor with a long beam rifle. Sword 2 switches the shooting mode and strikes back at the opponent. When the 2 attacked each other, the light beam could only pass by the other side. It wasn't that the 2 were poor in marksmanship, but that the 2 had superb dodging skills, and they dodged the light beam while attacking. Still 00 Razor in terms of speed. It seems that there are 2 cyan particle furnaces emitted by this Gundam. No wonder the speed is so fast. Douglas said, looking at 00 Razor, who had pulled away for a short time. Don's 2 long beam rifle charges and fires. Sword 3, rifle mode cluster GN particle emission. The 2 beams of light collide and disperse as soon as they touch. 00 Razor switches the rifle mode to burst fire. Don's 2 dodges the burst beam. A pair of axes combine to form a boomerang and throw it at 00 Razor. 00 Razor destroys the axe boomerang with a cluster shot. Yu Yangchun looked at Dunsi 2, who disappeared in front of the screen, and Yu Yangchun didn't panic. Sword 3 switches the sword mode, sweeps to the right, and a huge beam of light is blocked. It turned out that Don's 2 pairs of beam saber handles form a pair of handles with 2 hands, and the power is 1.5 times that of a single handle. Yu Yangchun glanced at the instrument display. Everything was normal and not suppressed by the opponent. Don's 2 then brandished its 2-handed beam saber. Giant 3 fought with the opponent, and the 2 mechas crossed each other, fighting each other from time to time. On the other side, the heavily armed cherub did not go far, but was about 5 kilometers away from 00 Razor. The heavy-duty armed Jiang continued to use the GN sniper rifle 2 to snipe the target, and Harrow controlled the bits. The GN shield bits are responsible for protecting the heavily armed cherubs, and the GN rifle bits are for attacking targets at a closer distance. From time to time, flames burst out around the heavily armed cherub. While sniping at the target, Angelica looked at 00 Razor from time to time, not because she was worried about the safety of the Captain Yan-chun, but because of what Douglas said before, which made her a little upset. Angelica intends to find the right opportunity to discuss Douglas. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.